Note: Charles Scribner Jr. and I worked together preparing this book for publication from Ernest's original manuscript. Beyond the routine chores of correcting spelling and punctuation, we made some cuts in the manuscript, I feeling that Ernest would surely have made them himself. The book is all Ernest's. We have added nothing to it. Mary Hemingway. Simon & Schuster Audio presents Islands in the Stream by Ernest Hemingway. Read by Bruce Greenwood.
Bimini. Chapter 1. The house was built on the highest part of the narrow tongue of land between the harbor and the open sea. It had lasted through 3 hurricanes, and it was built solid as a ship. It was shaded by tall coconut palms that were bent by the trade wind, and on the ocean side you could walk out of the door and down the bluff across the white sand and into the Gulf Stream. The water of the stream was usually a dark blue when you looked out at it when there was no wind. But when you walked out into it, there was just the green light of the water over that flowery white sand, and you could see the shadow of any big fish a long time before he could ever come in close to the beach. It was a safe and fine place to bathe in the day, but it was no place to swim at night. At night the sharks came in close to the beach, hunting in the edge of the stream, and from the upper porch of the house on quiet nights you could hear the splashing of the fish they hunted, and if you went down to the beach you could see the phosphorescent wakes they made in the water. At night the sharks had no fear, and everything else feared them. But in the day they stayed out, away from the clear white sand, and if they did come in you could see their shadows a long way away. A man named Thomas Hudson, who was a good painter, lived there in that house, and worked there and on the island the greater part of the year. After one has lived in those latitudes long enough, the changes of the seasons become as important there as anywhere else, and Thomas Hudson, who loved the island, did not want to miss any spring, nor summer, nor any fall or winter. Sometimes the summers were too hot when the wind dropped in August, or when the trade winds sometimes failed in June and July. Hurricanes, too, might come in September and October, and even in early November, and there could be freak tropical storms any time from June on. But the true hurricane months have fine weather when there are no storms. Thomas Hudson had studied tropical storms for many years, and he could tell from the sky when there was a tropical disturbance long before his barometer showed its presence. He knew how to plot storms and the precautions that should be taken against them. He knew, too, what it was to live through a hurricane with the other people of the island, and the bond that the hurricane made between all people who had been through it. He also knew that hurricanes could be so bad that nothing could live through them. He always thought, though, that if there ever was one that bad, he would like to be there for it and go with the house if she went. The house felt almost as much like a ship as a house. Placed there to ride out storms, it was built into the island as though it were a part of it. But you saw the sea from all the windows, and there was good cross-ventilation so that you slept cool on the hottest nights. The house was painted white to be cool in the summer, and it could be seen from a long way out in the Gulf Stream. It was the highest thing on the island, except for the long planting of tall casuarina trees that were the first thing you saw as you raised the island out of the sea. Soon after you saw the dark blur of casuarina trees above the line of the sea, you would see the white bulk of the house. Then, as you came closer, you raised the whole length of the island with the coconut palms, the clapboarded houses, the white line of the beach, and the green of the South Island stretching beyond it. Thomas Hudson never saw the house there on that island, but that the sight of her made him happy. He always thought of the house as her, exactly as he would have thought of a ship. In the winter, when the northers blew and it was really cold, the house was warm and comfortable because it had the only fireplace on the island. It was a big, open fireplace, and Thomas Hudson burned driftwood in it. He had a big pile of driftwood stacked against the south wall of the house, It was whitened by the sun and sand-scoured by the wind, and he would become fond of different pieces so that he would hate to burn them. But there was always more driftwood along the beach after the big storms, and he found it was fun to burn even the pieces he was fond of. He knew the sea would sculpt more, and on a cold night he would sit in the big chair in front of the fire, reading by the lamp that stood on the heavy plank table, and look up while he was reading to hear the northwester blowing outside and the crashing of the surf, and watch the great bleached pieces of driftwood burning. Sometimes he'd put the lamp out and lie on the rug on the floor, and watch the edges of color that the sea salt and the sand in the wood made in the flame as they burned. On the floor, his eyes were even with the line of the burning wood, and he could see the line of the flame when it left the wood, and it made him both sad and happy. All wood that burned affected him in this way, but burning driftwood did something to him that he could not define. He thought that it was probably wrong to burn it when he was so fond of it, but he felt no guilt about it. As he lay on the floor, he felt under the wind, although, really, the wind whipped at the lower corners of the house, and at the lowest grass on the island, and into the roots of the seagrass and the cockleburs, and into the sand itself. On the floor he could feel the pounding of the surf, the way he remembered feeling the firing of heavy guns, when he had lain on the earth close by some battery a long time ago, when he had been a boy. The fireplace was a great thing in winter, and through all the other months he looked at it with affection, and thought how it would be when winter came again. Winter was the best of all seasons on the island, and he looked forward to it through all the rest of the year. Chapter 2. Winter was over, and spring was nearly gone when Thomas Hudson's boys came to the island that year. It had been arranged for the three of them to meet in New York, to come down together on the train, and then fly over from the mainland. There had been the usual difficulties with the mother of two of the boys. She had planned a European trip, saying nothing, of course, to the boys' father when she planned it, and she wanted the boys for the summer. He could have them for the Christmas holidays. After Christmas, of course, Christmas itself would be spent with her. Thomas Hudson was familiar with the pattern by now, and finally there was the usual compromise. The two younger boys would come to the island to visit their father for 5 weeks, and then leave to sail from New York student class on a French line boat to join their mother in Paris, where she would have bought a few necessary clothes. They would be in the charge of their older brother, young Tom, on the trip. Young Tom would then join his mother, who was making a picture in the south of France. Young Tom's mother had not asked for him, and would have liked him to be at the island with his father. But she would love to see him, and it was a fair compromise with the unmalleable decision of the other boy's mother. She was a delightful and charming woman who had never altered a plan that she had made in her life. Her plans were always made in secret, like those of a good general, and they were as rigidly enforced. A compromise might be effected, but never a basic change in a plan, whether that plan was conceived in a sleepless night, or on an angry morning, or on a gin-aided evening. A plan was a plan, and a decision was truly a decision, and knowing all this and having been well educated in the usages of divorce, Thomas Hudson was happy that a compromise had been made and that the children were coming for 5 weeks. If 5 weeks is what we get, he thought, that is what we draw. 5 weeks is a good long time to be with people that you love and would wish to be with always. But why did I ever leave Tom's mother in the first place? You better not think about that, he told himself. That is one thing you had better not think about. And these are fine children that you got from the other one. Very strange and very complicated, and you know how many of their good qualities come from her. She's a fine woman, and you never should have left her either. Then he said to himself, yes, I had to. But he did not worry much about any of it. He had long ago ceased to worry, and he had exercised guilt with work insofar as he could, and all he cared about now was that the boys were coming over and that they should have a good summer. Then he would go back to work. He had been able to replace almost everything except the children with work and the steady, normal working life he had built on the island. He believed he had made something there that would last and that would hold him. Now when he was lonesome for Paris, he would remember Paris instead of going there. He did the same thing with all of Europe and much of Asia and of Africa. He remembered what Renoir had said when they told him that Gauguin had gone to Tahiti to paint. Why does he have to spend so much money to go so far away to paint when one paints so well here at the Batignolles? It was better in French. Quand on peint si bien au Batignolles. And Thomas Hudson thought of the island as his quartier, and he was settled in it, and knew his neighbors, and worked as hard as he had ever worked in Paris when young Tom had been a baby. Sometimes he would leave the island to fish off Cuba or to go to the mountains in the fall, but he had rented the ranch that he owned in Montana because the best time out there was the summer and the fall, and now the boys always had to go to school in the fall. He had to go to New York occasionally to see his dealer, but more often now his dealer came down to see him and took canvases north with him. He was well established as a painter, and he was respected both in Europe and in his own country. He had a regular income from oil leases on land his grandfather had owned. It had been grazing land, and when it was sold, the mineral rights had been retained. About half of this income went into alimony, and the balance provided him with security so that he could paint exactly as he wanted to with no commercial pressure. It also enabled him to live where he wished, and to travel when he cared to. He had been successful in almost every way except in his married life, although he had never cared truly about success. What he cared about was painting and his children, and he was still in love with the first woman he had been in love with. He had loved many women since, and sometimes someone would come to stay on the island. He needed to see women, and they were welcome for a while. He liked having them there, sometimes for quite a long time. But in the end, he was always glad when they were gone, even when he was very fond of them. He had trained himself not to quarrel with women anymore, and he had learned how not to get married. These two things had been nearly as difficult to learn as how to settle down and paint in a steady and well-ordered way. But he had learned them, and he hoped that he had learned them permanently. He had known how to paint for a long time, and he believed he learned more every year. But learning how to settle down and how to paint with discipline had been hard for him, because there had been a time in his life when he had not been disciplined. He had never been truly irresponsible, but he had been undisciplined, selfish, and ruthless. He knew this now, not only because many women had told it to him, but because he had finally discovered it for himself. Then he had resolved that he would be selfish only for his painting, ruthless only for his work, and that he would discipline himself and accept the discipline. He was going to enjoy life within the limits of the discipline that he imposed and work hard. And today he was very happy because his children were coming in the morning. "Mr. Tom, don't you want nothing?" Joseph the houseboy asked him. "You knocked off for the day, ain't you?" Joseph was tall, with a very long, very black face and big hands and big feet. He wore a white jacket and trousers and was barefooted. "Thank you, Joseph. I don't think I want anything."
"Little gin and tonic?"
"No, I think I'll go down and have one at Mr. Bobby's."
"Drink one here. It's cheaper. Mr. Bobby was in an evil mood when I went by. Too many mixed drinks, he says. Somebody off a yacht asked him for something called a white lady, and he served her a bottle of that American mineral water with a lady in white kind of mosquito netting dress sitting by a spring."
"I better be getting down there."
"Let me mix you one first. You got some mails on the pilot boat. You can read your mails and drink the drink, and then go down to Mr. Bobby's."
"All right."
"Good thing," said Joseph, "'cause I already mixed it. Mails don't look to amount to anything, Mr. Tom."
"Where are they?"
"Down in the kitchen. I'll bring them up. Couple with women's writing on them. One from New York, one from Palm Beach, pretty writing. One from that gentleman sells your pictures in New York. Couple more unknown to me."
"You want to answer them for me?"
"Yes, sir, if that's what you want. I'm educated way beyond my means."
"You better bring them up."
"Yes, sir, Mr. Tom, there's a paper, too."
"Save it for breakfast, please, Joseph." Thomas Hudson sat and read his mail and sipped at the cool drink. He read one letter over again, and then put them all in a drawer of his desk. "Joseph," he called, "have you everything ready for the boys?"
"Yes, sir, Mr. Tom, and 2 extra cases of Coca-Cola. Young Tom, he must be bigger than me, ain't he?"
"Not yet."
"Think he can lick me now?"
"I don't think so."
"I fought that boy so many times in private life," Joseph said. "Sure is funny to call him Mr. Mr. Tom, Mr. David, Mr. Andrew. 3 of the finest goddamn boys I know, and the meanest is Andy."
"He started out mean," Thomas Hudson said.
"And boy, did he continue,"
Joseph said admiringly. "You set them a good example this summer."
"Mr. Tom, you don't want me to set those boys no good example this summer, maybe 3-4 years back when I was innocent. Me, I'm going to pattern myself on Tom. He's been to an expensive school, and he's got good expensive manners. I can't look like him exactly, but I can act like him, free and easy but polite. Then I'm going to be smart like Dave. That's the hardest part. Then I'm going to learn the secret of how Andy gets that mean."
"Don't you get mean around here."
"No, Mr. Tom, you mistook what I meant. That meanness isn't for in the house. I want that for my private life."
"It will be nice to have them, won't it?"
"Mr. Tom, there won't be nothing like it since they had the big fire. I rank it right along with the second coming. Is it nice, you ask me? Yes, sir, it's nice."
"We'll have to figure out plenty of things for them to do to have fun."
"No, Mr. Tom," Joseph said. "We ought to figure out how to save them from their own fearsome projects. Eddie can help us. He knows them better than me. I'm their friend, and that makes it difficult."
"How's Eddie?"
"He's been drinking a little in anticipation of the Queen's birthday. He's in tip-top shape."
"I better get down to Mr. Bobby's while he's still in that evil mood."
"He asked for you, Mr. Tom. Mr. Bobby's a gentleman if there ever was a gentleman, and sometimes that trash comes in on yachts gets him worn down. He was worn down almighty thin when I left."
"What were you doing there?"
"I went for Coca-Cola, and I stayed to keep my hand in shooting a stick of pool."
"How's the table?"
"Worse."
"I'll go down," said Thomas Hudson. "I want to take a shower and change."
"I got them laying out for you on the bed," Joseph told him. "You want another gin and tonic?"
"No, thanks."
"Mr. Rogers in on the boat."
"Good. I'll get hold of him."
"Will he be staying here?"
"Maybe."
"I'll make up a bed for him anyway."
"Good." Chapter 3. Thomas Hudson took a shower, scrubbing his head with soap and then rinsing under the prickling drive of the sharp, jetted shower. He was a big man, and he looked bigger stripped than he did in his clothes. He was very tanned, and his hair was faded and streaked from the sun. He carried no extra weight, and on the scales he saw that he weighed 192 pounds. "I should have gone swimming before I took the shower," he thought, "but I had a long swim this morning before I started work, and I'm tired now. There will be plenty of swimming when the boys come, and Roger's here too, that's good." He put on a clean pair of shorts and an old Basque shirt and moccasins, and went out the door and down the slope and through the gate in the picket fence onto the white glare of the sun-bleached coral of the King's Highway. Ahead, a very erect-walking old Negro in a black alpaca coat and pressed dark trousers came out of one of the unpainted board shacks along the road that was shaded by 2 tall coconut palms and turned into the highway ahead of him. Thomas Hudson saw his fine black face as he turned. From behind the shack a child's voice came in an old English tune, singing mockingly,
"Uncle Edward came from Nassau, some candy for to sell. I buy some and P.H. buy some, and the candy give us hell."
Uncle Edward turned his fine face, looking as sad as it was angry, in the bright afternoon light.
"I know you," he said. "I can't see you, but I know who you are. I'll report you to constable."
The child's voice went on, rising clear and gay.
"Oh, Edward! Oh, Edward! Buff, rough, tough Uncle Edward, your candy rotten!" "Constable going to hear about this," Uncle Edward said. "Constable know what steps to take." "Any rotten candy today, Uncle Edward?"
The child's voice called. He was careful to keep out of sight.
"Man is persecuted," Uncle Edward said aloud as he walked on. "Man has his robe of dignity plucked at and destroyed. Oh, good Lord, forgive them, for they know not what they do." Ahead, down the King's Highway, there was more singing coming from the rooms up above the Ponce de Leon. A Negro boy slipped by, hurrying along the coral road. "Been a fight, Mr. Tom," he said. "Or something. Gentleman off in a yacht been throwing things out a window."
"What things, Louis?"
"Any kind of things, Mr. Tom. Gentleman throw anything he can get his hands on. Lady tried to stop him. He say he gonna throw the lady too.
Where's the gentleman from?
Big man from up north. Claims he can buy and sell the whole island. Guess he could get it pretty cheap if he keeps throwing it around the way he's doing.
Constable taking any action, Lewis?
No, sir, Mr. Tom, nobody's called in constable yet. But where everybody figures constable's time is coming.
You with them, Lewis? I wanted to get some bait for tomorrow.
Yes, sir, I'll get your bait, Mr. Tom. Don't worry about bait. I've been with them right along. They hired me to take them bone fishing this morning, and I've been with them ever since, only they ain't been bone fishing. No, sir. Unless throwing plates and cups and mugs and chairs, and every time Mr. Bobby brings in the bill, he tears up the bill and tells Mr. Bobby he's a robbing, thieving bastard and a crook, is bone fishing.
Sounds like a difficult gentleman, Lewis.
Mr. Tom, he's the damnedest gentleman you ever saw before or since. He had me singing for them. You know I can't sing good like Josie, but I sing as good as I can, and sometimes I sing better than I can. I'm singing good as I can. You know how it is. You heard me sing. All he wants to hear is that Mama don't want no peas, no rice, no coconut oil song, over and over. It's an old song. I get tired, so I said to him, Sir, I know new songs, good songs, fine songs. And I know old songs, such as the loss of John Jacob Astor on the Titanic when sunk by an iceberg, and I'd be glad to sing them rather than that no peas, no rice song, if you so wish. I said it polite and pleasant as you want. As you know, I would say it. So this gentleman say, Listen, you ignorant black little bastard, I own more stars and factories and newspapers than John Jacob Astor had pots to, you know the word, in, and I'll take you and shove your head in those pots if you try to tell me what I want to hear. So then his lady said, Darling, do you really have to be so rude to the boy? I thought he sang very well, and I would like to hear some of the new songs. And the gentleman said, Listen, you won't hear them, and he won't sing them. Mr. Tom is a strange gentleman. But his lady just said, Oh, darling, you are difficult. Mr. Tom is difficulter than a diesel engine is to a newborn tree monkey out of its mother's womb. Excuse me if I talk too much. This has aroused me. He's got a feeling very bad.
What are you going to do about them now, Lewis?
I've been to get conch pearls, he said.
They had stopped in the shade of a palm while he'd been talking, and he brought out a quite clean cloth from his pocket and unfolded it to show half a dozen of the shiny, nacreous pink, unpearl-like pearls that are sometimes found in conches by the natives when they clean them, and that no woman Thomas Hudson had ever known except Queen Mary of England has ever cared for as a gift. Of course, Thomas Hudson could not think that he knew Queen Mary except through the papers and in pictures and a profile of her in the New Yorker, but the fact that she liked conch pearls made him feel that he knew her better than he knew many other people he had known for a long time. Queen Mary liked conch pearls, and the island was celebrating her birthday tonight, he thought, but he was afraid conch pearls would not make that gentleman's lady feel very much better. Then, too, it was always possible that Queen Mary said she liked them to please her subjects in the Bahamas. They had walked down to the Ponce de Leon, and Lewis was saying, His lady was crying, Mr. Tom. She was crying very bitterly. So I suggested I might go up to Roy's and get some conch pearls for her to inspect. They ought to make her very happy, Thomas Hudson said, if she likes conch pearls.
I hope they will. I'm taking them up now.
Thomas Hudson went into the bar where it was cool and almost dark after the glare of the Coral Road, and had a gin and tonic water with a piece of lime peel in the glass and a few drops of Angostura in the drink. Mr. Bobby was behind the bar, looking terrible. 4 Negro boys were playing billiards, occasionally lifting the table when necessary to bring off a difficult carom. The singing had stopped upstairs, and it was very quiet in the room, except for the click of the balls. 2 of the crew of the yacht that was tied up in the slip were at the bar, and as Thomas Hudson's eyes adjusted to the light, it was dim and cool and pleasant. Lewis came downstairs.
Gentleman's asleep, he said. I left the pearls with his lady. She's looking at them and crying.
He saw the 2 sailors from the yacht look at each other, but they didn't say anything. He stood there, holding the long, pleasantly bitter drink, tasting the first swallow of it, and it reminded him of Tonga, Mombasa, and Lamu, and all that coast, and he had a sudden nostalgia for Africa. Here he was, settled on the island, when he could as well be in Africa. Hell, he thought, I can always go there. You have to make it inside of yourself, wherever you are. You're doing all right at that here.
Tom, do you really like the taste of that stuff?
Bobby asked him. Sure, or I wouldn't drink it.
I opened a bottle by mistake once. It tastes like quinine.
It's got quinine in it.
People surely are crazy, Bobby said. Man can drink anything he wants. He has money to pay for it. He's supposed to be taking his pleasure, and he spoils good gin by putting it into some kind of a Hindu drink with quinine in it.
It tastes good to me. I like the quinine taste with the lime peel. I think it sort of opens up the pores of the stomach or something. I get more of a kick out of it than any other gin drink. It makes me feel good.
I know. Drinking always makes you feel good. Drinking makes me feel terrible. Where's Roger?
Roger was a friend of Thomas Hudson's who had a fishing shack down the island. He ought to be over soon. We're going to eat with Johnny Goodner.
What men like you and Roger Davis and Johnny Goodner that been around stay around this island for, I don't know.
It's a good island. You stay here, don't you?
I stay to make a living.
You could make a living in Nassau.
Nassau, hell, there's more fun here. This is a good island for having fun. Plenty money been made here, too.
I like to live here.
Sure, said Bobby. I do, too. You know that, if I can make a living. You sell those pictures you paint all the time?
They sell pretty good now.
People paying money for pictures of Uncle Edward. Pictures of Negroes in the water, Negroes on land, Negroes in boats, turtle boats, sponge boats, squalls making up, waterspouts, schooners that got wrecked, schooners building, everything they could see free. They really buy them?
Sure they buy them. Once a year you have a show in New York and they sell them.
Auction them off?
No, the dealer who shows them puts a price on them. People buy them. Museums buy one once in a while.
Can't you sell them yourself?
Sure.
I'd like to buy a waterspout, Bobby said. Damn big waterspout, black as hell. Maybe better 2 waterspouts going roaring over the flats, making a noise so you can't hear. Sucking all the water across and scare you to death. Me in the dinghy, sponging, and nothing I can do. Waterspout blow the water glass right out of my hand, almost suck the dinghy up out of the water. God's own hell of a waterspout. How much would one like that cost? I could hang it up right here. Or hang it up at home if it wouldn't scare the old woman to death.
It would depend on how big it was.
Make it as big as you want, Bobby said grandly. You can't make a picture like that too damn big. Put in 3 waterspouts. I seen 3 waterspouts closer than that across by Andrews Island one time. They went right up to the sky, and one sucked up a sponge's boat, and when it dropped, the motor went right through the hull.
It's just what the canvas would cost, Thomas Hudson said. I'd only charge for the canvas.
By God, get a big canvas, then, Bobby said. We'll paint waterspouts that'll scare people right out of this bar and right off the damned island.
He was moved by the grandeur of the project, but its possibilities were just opening up to him.
Tom, boy, do you think you could paint a full hurricane? Paint her right in the eye of the storm when she's already blew from one side and calmed and just starting from the other. Put in everything from the Negroes last in the coconut palms to the ships blowing over the crest of the island. Put in the big hotel going. Put in 2x4s sailing through the air like lances and dead pelicans blowing by like they were part of the gusts of rain. Have the glass down to 27 and the wind velocities blown away. Have the sea breaking on the 10-fathom bar and the moon come out in the eye of the storm. Have a tidal wave come up and submerge every living thing. Have women blown out to sea with their clothes stripped from them by the wind. Have dead Negroes floating everywhere and flying through the air.
That's an awfully big canvas, Thomas Hudson said.
The hell with the canvas, Bobby said. I'll get a mainsail off a schooner. We'll paint the greatest goddamn pictures in the world and live throughout history. You've just been painting these little, simple pictures.
I'll start on the waterspouts, Thomas Hudson said.
Right,
said Bobby, hating to come back from the big project.
That's sound. But by God, we can make some great pictures with the knowledge you and I've got, and with the training you've put in already.
I'll start on the waterspouts tomorrow.
Good, said Bobby. That's a beginning. But by God, I'd like us to paint that hurricane, too. Anybody ever paint the sinking of the Titanic?
Not on a really big scale.
We could paint that? There's a subject that always appealed to my imagination. You could get in the coldness of the iceberg as it moved off after they struck it. Paint the whole thing in a dense fog. Get in every detail. Get that man that got in the boat with the wind because he thought he could help because he was a yachtsman. Paint him getting into the boat, stepping on a few women, just as big as life. He reminds me of that fellow we got upstairs now. Why don't you go upstairs and make a drawing of that one while he's asleep and use him in the painting?
I think we better just start with the waterspouts.
Tom, I want you to be a big painter, Bobby said. Leave all that chicken stuff behind. You've just been wasting yourself. Why, there's 3 paintings we've outlined together in less than half an hour, and I haven't even started to draw in my imagination. And what have you been doing up until now? Painting a Negro turning a loggerhead turtle on the beach, not even a green turtle. A common loggerhead. Or painting 2 Negroes in a dinghy bullying a mess of crawfish. You've wasted your life, man.
He stopped and had a quick one from underneath the bar.
That don't count, he said. You never saw me take that one. Look, Tom, these are 3 great paintings. Big paintings, worldwide paintings, fit to hang in the Crystal Palace alongside the masterpieces of all time. Except the first, of course, it's a small subject. But we haven't started yet. There's no reason why we can't paint one to end them all. What do you think of this?
He took a very quick one. Of what? He leaned over the bar so the others could not hear.
Don't sheer off from it, Bobby said. Don't be shocked by its magnitude. You got to have vision, Tom. We can paint the end of the world. He paused. Full size.
Hell, Thomas Hudson said.
No. Before hell. Hell is just opening. The rollers are rolling in their church, up on the ridge and all speaking in unknown tongues. There's a devil forking them up with his pitchfork and loading them into a cart. They're yelling and moaning and calling on Jehovah. Negroes are prostrated everywhere, and morays and crawfish and spider crabs are moving around, and over their bodies. There's a big sort of hatch open, and the devils are carrying Negroes and church people and rollers and everyone into it, and they go out of sight. Water's rising all around the island, and hammerheads and mackerel sharks and tiger sharks and shovel-nosed sharks are swimming round and feeding on those who try to swim away to keep from being forked down the big open hatch that has steam rising out of it. Rummies are taking their last swigs and beating on the devils with bottles, but the devils keep forking them down, or else they're engulfed by the rising sea, where now there are whale sharks, great white sharks, and killer whales and other outsized fish circling outside of where the big sharks are tearing at those people in the water. The top of the island is covered with dogs and cats, and the devils are forking them in too, and the dogs are cowering and howling, and the cats run off and claw the devils, and their hair stands on end, and finally they go into the sea, swimming as good as you want to see. Sometimes a shark will hit one, and you'll see the cat go under, but mostly they swim right off through it. Bad heat begins to come out of the hatch, and the devils are having to drag the people toward the hatch because they've broken their pitching forks trying to fork in some of the church people. You and me are standing in the center of the picture, observing all of this with calm. You make a few notes, and I refresh myself from a bottle and occasionally offer you refreshment. Once in a while, a devil, all sweating from his work, will brush by us, hauling on a big churchman that's trying to dig into the sand with his fingers to keep from being put into the hatch and screaming to Jehovah, and the devil will say, "Beg pardon, Mr. Tom. Beg pardon, Mr. Bobby. Very busy today." I'll offer the devil a drink as he passes, sweating and grimed, going back for another churchman, and he'll say, "No, thank you, Mr. Bobby. I never touch the stuff when I'm working." That could make a hell of a painting, Tom, if we can get all the movement and the grandeur into it.
I believe we've got about all we can handle outlined for today.
My God, I think you're right, Bobby said. Outlining a painting like that makes me thirsty, too.
There was a man named Bosch who could paint pretty well along those lines.
The Magneto Man?
No, Hieronymus Bosch, very old-timer, very good. Peter Bruegel worked on that, too.
He an old-timer, too?
Very old-timer. Very good. You'd like him.
Oh, hell, said Bobby. No old-timer will touch us. Besides, the world's never ended yet, so how the hell does he know any more about it than we do?
He'd be pretty hard to beat.
I don't believe a word of it, Bobby said. We got a picture that put him out of business.
What about another one of those?
Yes, damn it, I forget this is a barroom. God bless the Queen, Tom. We're forgetting what day it is, too. Here, have one on me, and we'll drink her health.
He poured himself a small glass of rum and handed Thomas Hudson the bottle of Booth's yellow gin, some limes on a plate, a knife, and a bottle of Schweppes Indian tonic water.
Fix your own damn drink. To hell with those fancy drinks.
After Thomas Hudson had made the drink and shaken a few drops of bitters in it from the bottle that had a gull's quill in the cork, he raised his glass and then looked down the bar. "What are you two drinking? Name it if it's simple." "Dog's Head," one of the sailors said.
"Dog's Head it is,"
Bobby said, and reached into the ice tub and handed them the 2 cold bottles of ale.
"The glasses are out. Rummy's been throwing the glasses away all day. Everybody got their drinks? Gentlemen, the Queen. I don't think she'd care much for this island, and I'm not sure she'd do extremely well here, but, gentlemen, the Queen, God bless her."
They all drank her health.
"Must be a great woman," said Bobby. "Bit on the stiff side for me. Always fancied Queen Alexandra myself. Lovely type. But we will try to give the Queen's birthday full honors. This is a small island, but a patriotic one. Man from here went to the last war and had an arm shot off. You can't be more patriotic than that."
"Whose birthday did he say it was?" one of the sailors asked.
"Queen Mary of England," Bobby said. "Mother of the present King Emperor."
"That's the one the Queen Mary's named after, isn't it?" the other sailor asked.
"Tom," said Bobby, "you and I will drink the next toast alone."
Chapter 4. It was dark now, and there was a breeze blowing so that there were no mosquitoes nor sandflies, and the boats had all come in, hoisting their outriggers as they came up the channel, and now were lying tied up in the slips of the 3 docks that projected out from the beach into the harbor. The tide was running out fast, and the lights of the boats shone on the water that showed green in the light, and moved so fast it sucked at the piling of the docks and swirled at the stern of the big cruiser they were on. Alongside in the water where the light was reflected off the planking of the cruiser, toward the unpainted piling of the dock where old motor car and truck tires were tied as fenders, making dark rings against the darkness under the rock, garfish, attracted by the light, held themselves against the current. Thin and long, shining as green as the water, only their tails moving. They were not feeding, nor playing, only holding themselves there in the fascination of the light. Johnny Goodner's cruiser, Narwhal, where they were waiting for Roger Davis, was headed into the ebbing tide, and astern of her, in the same slip, made fast so that the 2 cabin cruisers lay stern to stern, was the boat of the party that had been at Bobby's place all day. Johnny Goodner sat in a chair in the stern with his feet on another chair, and a Tom Collins in his right hand and a long green Mexican chili pepper in his left.
"It's wonderful," he said. "I bite just a little piece and it sets my mouth on fire, and I cool it with this."
He took the first bite, swallowed, blew out through rolled tongue, and took a long swallow of the tall drink. His full lower lip licked his thin Irish upper lip, and he smiled with his gray eyes. His mouth was sliced upwards at the corners, so it always looked as though he were about to smile, or had just smiled, but his mouth told very little about him, unless you noticed the thinness of the upper lip. His eyes were what you needed to watch. He was the size and build of a middleweight gone a little heavy, but he looked in good shape lying there relaxed, and that is how a man looks bad who is really out of shape. His face was brown, but peeling across the nose and the forehead that went back with his receding hairline. He had a scar on his chin that could have been taken for a dimple if it had been just a little closer to the center, and his nose had been just perceptibly flattened across the bridge. It wasn't a flat nose. It just looked as though it had been done by a modern sculptor who worked directly in the stone and had taken off just the shadow of a chip too many.
"Tom, you worthless character, what have you been doing?"
"Working pretty steadily." "You would," he said, and took another bite of the chili. It was a very wrinkled and droopy chili, about 6 inches long.
"Only the first one hurts," he said. "It's like love."
"The hell it is. Chilies can hurt both ways."
"And love?"
"The hell with love," Thomas Hudson said.
"What a sentiment. What a way to talk. What are you getting to be, a victim of sheep-herders' madness on this island?"
"No sheep here, Johnny."
"Stone crab herders' madness, then," Johnny said. We don't want to have to be netted or anything. Try one of these chilies. I have, Thomas Hudson said. Oh, I know your past, he said. Don't pull your illustrious past on me. You probably invented them, I know. Probably the man who introduced them into Patagonia on Yakback. But I represent modern times. Listen, Tommy, I have these chilies stuffed with salmon, stuffed with bacalao, stuffed with Chilean bonito, stuffed with Mexican turtle dove's breasts, stuffed with turkey meat and mole. They'll stuff them with anything, and I buy them. Makes me feel like a damned potentate, but all that's a perversion. Just this long, drooping, uninspiring, unstuffed, unpromising old chili with the brown chipango sauce is the best, you bastard. He blew out through his pursed tongue again. I got too much of you that time. He took a really long pull at the Tom Collins. They give me a reason for drinking, he explained. Have to cool my damned mouth. What are you having? I might take one more gin and tonic. Boy, Johnny called, one more gin and tonic for Bwana Makubwa. Fred, one of the island boys Johnny's captain had hired, brought in the drink. Here it is, Mr. Tom. Thank you, Fred, Thomas Hudson said. The Queen, God bless her, and they drank. Where's the old whoremaster? Up at his house, he'll be down. He ate some more of the chili without commenting on it, finished his drink, and said, How are you really, old Tom? Okay, Thomas Hudson said. I've learned how to live by myself pretty well, and I work hard. Do you like it here? I mean, for all the time? Yes. I got sick of moving around with it. I'd rather have it here. I get along well enough here, Johnny. Pretty damn well. It's a good place, said Johnny. It's a good place for a guy like you that's got some sort of inner resources. Hell of a place for a guy like me that keeps chasing it or running away from it. Is it true that Roger's gone red on us? So they're saying that already. That's what I heard on the coast. What happened to him out there? I don't know all of it, but it was something pretty bad. Really bad? They got different ideas of what's bad out there. It wasn't San Quentin quail, if that's what you mean. Anyway, out there with that climate and the fresh vegetables and everything, it's like the size of their football players. Hell, girls 15 look 24. At 24, they're Dame May Whitty. If you're not a marrying man, you'd better look at their teeth pretty close. And of course, you can't tell a damn thing from their teeth. And they've all got mothers and fathers, or one or the other, and they're all hungry. Climate gives them appetite, too, of course. Trouble is, people get enthusiastic sometimes and don't ask for their driving licenses or their Social Security cards. I think they ought to measure it by size and weight, and general capabilities, not just by age. Wreaks too many injustices just going by age. All around. Precocity isn't penalized in any other sport. Other way around. Apprentice allowance claimed would be the fairest, same as racing. They had me pretty well boxed on that rap. But that wasn't what they got old Roger on. What did they get me on? Roger Davis asked. He had dropped down from the dock onto the deck in his rope-soled shoes without making any noise, and he stood there looking awfully big in a sweatshirt 3 sizes too large for him and a pair of tight old dungarees. Aye, said Johnny. Didn't hear you ring. I was telling Tom I didn't know what they got you on, but that it wasn't jailbait. Good, said Roger. Let's drop the subject. Don't be so powerful, Johnny said. I'm not being powerful, Roger said. I asked politely. You drink on this boat? He looked at the cabin cruiser that lay with her stern toward them. Who's that? The people at the Ponce, didn't you hear? Oh, said Roger. Well, let's have a drink anyway, even though they have set us a bad example. Boy, Johnny called. Fred came out of the cabin. Yes, sir, he said. Inquire what the pleasure of these sahibs is. Gentlemen, Fred asked. I'll take whatever Mr. Tom is drinking, Roger said. He's my guide and counselor. Many boys at camp this year? Johnny asked. Just 2 so far, Roger said. My counselor and I. My counselor and me, Johnny said. How the hell do you write books? I can always hire someone to put in the grammar. Or get someone free, Johnny said. I've been talking with your counselor. Counselor says he's quite happy and contented here. He's hit the beach for good.
You ought to see the place, Tom told him. He lets me come in for a drink once in a while. Women's? No women's. What do you boys do? I've been doing it all day. But you were here before. What did you do then? Swim, eat, drink. Tom works, read, talk, read, fish, swim, drink, sleep. No women's. Still no women's. Sounds unhealthy to me, sort of unwholesome atmosphere. You boys smoke much opium? Tom? Roger asked. Only the best, Thomas Hudson said. Got a nice stand of marijuana planted? Any planted, Tom? Roger asked. It was a bad year, Thomas Hudson said. Rain gave the crop hell. Whole thing sounds unwholesome. Johnny drank. Only saving aspect is you still take a drink. You boys gone in for religion? Has Tom seen the light? Tom? Roger asked. Relations with the deity about the same, Thomas Hudson said. Cordial? We are tolerant, Thomas Hudson said. Practice any faith you wish. Got a ball field up the island where you can practice. I'll give the deity a fast one high and inside if he crowds the plate, Roger said. Roger, Johnny said reproachfully, it's after dark. Didn't you see the twilight fall and the dusk set in and darkness come? And you a writer. Never a good idea to speak slightingly of the deity after dark. He's liable to be right behind you with his bat poised. I'll bet he'd crowd the plate, too, Roger said. I've seen him crowding it lately. Yes, sir, Johnny said, and he'd step into your fast one and knock your brains out. I've seen him hit. Yes, I guess you have, Roger agreed. So was Tom and so have I, but I'd still try to get my fastball by him. Let's cut out the theological discussion, Johnny said, and get something to eat. That decrepit old man you keep to tool this thing around the ocean still know how to cook? Thomas Hudson asked. Chowder, Johnny said, and a yellow rice tonight with plover, golden plover. You sound like a damned interior decorator, Tom said. There's no gold in them this time of year anyway. Where'd you shoot the plover? On South Island when we went in to anchor and swim. I whistled the flock back twice and kept knocking them down. There's two apiece. It was a fine night, and after they had eaten dinner they sat out in the stern with coffee and cigars, and a couple of other people, both worthless sporting characters, came over from one of the other boats with a guitar and a banjo, and the Negroes gathered on the dock, and there was some sporadic singing. In the dark, up on the dock, the boys would lead off with a song, and then Fred Wilson, who had the guitar, would sing and Frank Hart would fake along on the banjo. Thomas Hudson could not sing, so he sat back in the dark and listened. There was quite a lot of celebration going on at Bobby's place, and you could see the lights from the open door over the water. The tide was still ebbing strong, and out where the lights shone fish were jumping. They were gray snappers mostly, Tom thought, feeding on the bait fish that fell out with the tide. A few Negro boys were fishing with hand lines, and you could hear them talking and cursing softly when they lost a fish, and hear the snappers flopping on the dock when they landed one. There were big snappers out there, and the boys were baiting them up with chunks of marlin meat from a fish one of the boats had brought in early that afternoon that had already been hung up, photographed, weighed, and butchered. There was quite a crowd on the dock now with the singing, and Rupert Pinder, a very big Negro who was said to have once carried a piano on his back, unaided, from the government dock all the way up the King's Highway to the old club that the hurricane blew away, and who fancied himself as a fighting man, called down from the dock. Captain John, boys say they're getting thirsty. Buy something inexpensive and healthful, Rupert. Yes, sir, Captain John. Rum. That's what I had in mind, John said. Why not try for a demi-John? Better value, I think. Many thanks, Captain John, Rupert said. Rupert moved off through the crowd, which thinned rapidly and fell in behind him. Thomas Hudson could see them all heading toward Roy's place. Just then, from one of the boats tied up at Brown's dock, a rocket rose with a whoosh high into the sky and burst with a pop to light up the channel. Another went whooshing up at an angle and burst, this time, just over the near end of their dock. "Damn," said Fred Wilson. "We should have sent over to Miami for some." The night was lighted now with rockets whishing and popping, and in the light Rupert and his followers were coming back out onto the dock, Rupert carrying a big wicker demijohn on his shoulder. Someone fired a rocket from one of the boats, and it burst just over the dock, lighting up the crowd, the dark faces, necks, and hands, and Rupert's flat face, wide shoulders, and thick neck with the wicker-covered jug resting tenderly and proudly alongside his head.
"Cups," he said to his followers, speaking over his shoulder. "Enamelled cups."
"Got tin cups, Rupert," one boy said.
"Enamelled cups," Rupert said. "Get them. Buy them from Roy. Here's the money."
"Get the very pistol of ours, Frank," Fred Wilson said. "We might as well shoot up those flares and get some fresh ones." While Rupert waited grandly for the cups, someone brought a saucepan and Rupert poured into it, and it was passed around.
"For the little people," Rupert said. "Drink up, unimportant people."
Singing was proceeding steadily and with little organization. Along with the rockets, some of the boats were firing off rifles and pistols, and from Brown's dock a Tommy gun was skipping tracers out over the channel. It fired a burst of 3s and 4s, then loosed off a full clip, rattling the red tracers out in a lovely looping arc over the harbor. The cups came at the same time as Frank Hart dropped down into the stern carrying a case with a very pistol and an assortment of flares, and one of Rupert's assistants started pouring and handing cups around.
"God bless the Queen,"
Frank Hart said, and loaded and fired a flare past the end of the dock directly at the open door of Mr. Bobby's place. The flare hit the concrete wall beside the door, burst, and burned brightly on the coral road, lighting everything with a white light.
"Take it easy," Thomas Hudson said. "Those things can burn people." "The hell with take it easy," Frank said. "Let me see if I can bag the commissioner's house."
"He'll burn it," Roger told him.
"If I burn it, I'll pay for it,"
Frank said. The flare arced up toward the big white-porched house, but it was short, and burned brightly just this side of the commissioner's front porch.
"Good old commissioner!"
Frank reloaded.
"That will show the bastard whether we're patriotic or not."
"Take it easy, Frank," Tom urged him. "We don't have to play rough."
"Tonight's my night," Frank said. "The Queen's night and mine. Get out of my way, Tom, while I nail Brown's dock."
"He's got gas on it," Roger said.
"Not for long,"
Frank told him. It was impossible to tell whether he was trying to miss each shot to devil Roger and Thomas Hudson, or whether he was really being bad. Neither Roger nor Thomas Hudson were sure either, but they knew no one should be able to shoot a signal pistol with that much accuracy. And there was gas on the dock. Frank stood up, took careful aim with his left arm down at his side like a duelist, and fired. The flare hit the dock at the far end from where the gas drums were piled and ricocheted off into the channel.
"Hey!"
someone yelled from the boats that were tied up at Brown's. "What the hell?"
"Almost a perfect shot," Frank said. "Now I'm going to try for the commissioner again."
"You better damn well cut it out," Thomas Hudson told him.
"Rupert!"
Frank called up, ignoring Thomas Hudson. "Let me have some of that, will you?"
"Yes, sir, Captain Frank," Rupert said. "You got a cup?" "Get me a cup," Frank said to Fred, who was standing watching. "Yes, sir, Mr. Frank."
Fred jumped and came back with a cup. His face was shining with excitement and pleasure.
"You figured to burn down the commissioner, Mr. Frank?" "Only if he catches fire," Frank said.
He handed the cup up to Rupert, who 3/4 filled it and reached it down.
"The Queen, God bless her."
Frank drained the cup. It was a terrific slug of rum to take like that.
"God bless her. God bless her, Captain Frank," Rupert said solemnly, and the others echoed, "God bless her. God bless her indeed." "Now for the commissioner," Frank said.
He fired the signal pistol straight up in the air, a little into the wind. He had loaded with a parachute flare, and the wind drifted the bright white light down over the cruiser astern.
"Sure, Mr. Commissioner, this time," Rupert said. "What's wrong, Captain Frank?" "I wanted to illuminate this beautiful scene," Frank said. "No hurry about the Commissioner." "Commissioner'd burn good, Captain Frank," Rupert advised. "I don't want to influence you in it, but it hasn't rained on Ireland for 2 months, and Commissioner's dry as tinder." "Where's Constable?" Frank asked. "Constable's keeping out the way of things," Rupert said. "Don't you worry about Constable. Nobody on this dock would see shot if shot was fired." "Everybody on this dock lay flat down on their faces and see nothing," a voice came from back in the crowd. "Nothing has been heard, nothing will be seen." "I give the command," Rupert urged. "Every face is averted." Then, encouragingly, "She's just as dry as tinder, that old place." "Let me see how you do it," Frank said. He loaded with another parachute flare and fired up and into the wind. In the falling, garish light, everyone on the dock was lying face down or was on hands and knees with eyes covered. "God bless you, Captain Frank," came Rupert's deep, solemn voice out of the dark when the flare died. "May he in his infinite mercy give you the courage to burn, Commissioner." "Where's his wife and children?" Frank asked. "We get them out, don't you worry," Rupert said. "No harm of any kind come to anyone innocent." "Should we burn him?" Frank turned to the others in the cockpit. "Oh, cut it out," Thomas Hudson said, "for Christ's sake." "I'm leaving in the morning," Frank said. "As a matter of fact, I'm cleared." "Let's burn him," Fred Wilson said. "Natives seem to favor it." "Burn him, Captain Frank," Rupert urged. "What do you say?" he asked the others. Burn him, God give you the strength to burn him," said the boys on the dock. "Nobody want him unburned?" Frank asked them. "Burn him, Captain Frank, nobody see it, nothing ever been heard, not a word's been said, burn him." "Need a few practice shots," Frank said. "Get off this damn boat if you're going to burn him," Johnny said. Frank looked at him and shook his head a little so that neither Roger nor the boys on the dock saw it. "He's ashes now," he said. "Let me have just one more, Rupert, to stiffen my will." He handed up the cup. "Captain Frank," Rupert leaned down to speak to him, "this will be the deed of your life." Up on the dock, the boys had started a new song. "Captain Frank in the harbor, tonight's the night we got fun." Then a pause and pitched higher. "Captain Frank in the harbor, tonight's the night we got fun." The second line was sung like a drum bonging. Then they went on. "Commissioner called Rupert a dirty black hound. Captain Frank fired his flare pistol and burnt him to the ground." Then they went back to the other old African rhythm 4 of the men in the launch had heard sung by the Negroes that pulled the ropes on the ferries that crossed the rivers along the coast road between Mombasa, Malindi, and Lamu, where, as they pulled in unison, the Negroes sang improvised work songs that described and made fun of the white people they were carrying on the ferry. "Captain Frank in the harbor, tonight's the night we got fun. Captain Frank in the harbor." Defiant, insultingly, despairingly defiant, the minor notes rose. Then the drums' bonging response. "Tonight's the night we got fun." "You see, Captain Frank," Rupert urged, leaning down into the cockpit. "You got the song already before you even commit the deed." "I'm getting pretty committed," Frank said to Thomas Hudson. Then, "One more practice shot," he told Rupert. "Practice makes perfect," Rupert said happily. "Captain Frank's practicing now for the death," someone said on the dock. "Captain Frank's wilder than a wild hog," came another voice. "Captain Frank's a man." "Rupert," Frank said, "another cup of that, please. Not to encourage me, just to help my aim." "God guide you, Captain Frank." Rupert reached down the cup. "Sing the Captain Frank song, boys." Frank drained the cup. "The last practice shot," he said, and firing just over the cabin cruiser lying astern, he bounced the flare off Brown's gas drums and into the water. "You son of a bitch," Thomas Hudson said to him very quietly. "Shut up, Christa," Frank said to Thomas Hudson. "That was my masterpiece." Just then, in the cockpit of the other cruiser, a man came out onto the stern wearing pajama trousers with no top and shouted, "Listen, you swine! Stop it, will you? There's a lady trying to sleep down below." "A lady?" Wilson asked. "Yes, goddammit, a lady," the man said. "My wife. And you dirty bastards firing those flares to keep her awake and keep anybody from getting any sleep." "Why don't you give her sleeping pills?" Frank said. "Rupert, send a boy for some sleeping pills." "Do you know what you do, Colonel?" Wilson said. "Why don't you just comport yourself as a good husband should? That'll put her to sleep. She's probably repressed. Maybe she's thwarted. That's what the analyst always tells my wife.
They were very rough boys, and Frank was way in the wrong, but the man who had been pitching the drunk all day had gotten off to an exceedingly bad start with the approach he'd taken. Neither John, nor Roger, nor Thomas Hudson had said a word. The other two, from the moment the man had come out onto the stern and yelled "swine," had worked together like a really fast shortstop and second baseman.
"You filthy swine,"
the man said. He did not seem to have much of a vocabulary, and he looked between 35 and 40. It was hard to tell his age closely, even though he had switched on his cockpit lights. He looked much better than Thomas Hudson had expected him to look after hearing the stories all day, and Thomas Hudson thought he must have gotten some sleep. Thomas Hudson remembered then that he had been sleeping at Bobby's.
"I would try Nembutal,"
Frank told him very confidentially.
"Unless she's allergic to it." "I don't see why she's so dissatisfied," Fred Wilson told him. "Why, you're quite a fine-looking physical specimen. You really look pretty damn good. I'll bet you're the terror of the racket club. What does it cost you to keep in that wonderful shape? Look at him, Frank. Did you ever see as expensive a looking top of a man as that?" "You made a mistake, though, Governor," Frank told him. "You're wearing the wrong end of your pyjamas. Frankly, I've never seen a man wearing that bottom part before. Do you really wear that to bed?"
"Can't you filthy-mouthed swine let a lady sleep?" the man said.
"Why don't you just go down below?" Frank said to him. "You're liable to get in trouble around here using all those epithets. You haven't got your chauffeur here to look after you. Does your chauffeur always take you to school?" "He doesn't go to school, Frank," Fred Wilson said, putting aside his guitar. "He's a big grown-up boy. He's a businessman. Can't you recognize a big businessman?" "Are you a businessman, Sonny?" Frank asked. "Then you know it's good business for you to run along down into your cabin. There isn't any good business for you up here." "He's right," Fred Wilson said. "You haven't any future around with us. Just go down to your cabin. You'll get used to the noise."
"You filthy swine," the man said, and looked at them all.
"Just take that beautiful body down below, will you?" Wilson said. "I'm sure you'll get the lady to sleep."
"You swine," the man said. "You rotten swine."
"Can't you think up any other names?" Frank said. "Swine's getting awfully dull. You better go down below before you catch cold. If I had a wonderful chest like that, I wouldn't risk it out here on a windy night like this."
The man looked at them all as though he were memorizing them.
"You'll be able to remember us," Frank told him. "If not, I'll remind you any time I see you."
"You filth," the man said, and turned and went below.
"Who is he?" Johnny Goodner asked. "I've seen him somewhere." "I know him, and he knows me," Frank said. "He's no good."
"Can't you remember who he is?" Johnny asked.
"He's a jerk. What difference does it make who he is outside of that?"
"None, I guess," Thomas Hudson said. "You two certainly swarmed on him."
"That's what you're supposed to do at a jerk. Swarm on him. We weren't really rude to him."
"I thought you made your lack of sympathy clear," Thomas Hudson said.
"I heard a dog barking," Roger said. "The flares probably scared his dog. Let's cut the flares out. I know you're having fun, Frank. You're getting away with murder and nothing bad's happened, but why terrify the poor bloody dog?" "That was his wife barking," Frank said cheerily. "Let's shoot one into his cabin and illuminate a whole domestic scene."
"I'm getting the hell out of here," Roger said. "You joke the way I don't like. I don't think jokes with motor cars are funny. I don't think drunken flying is funny. I don't think scaring dogs is funny."
"Nobody's keeping you," Frank said. "Lately you're a pain in the ass to everybody anyway."
"Yes?"
"Sure, you and Tom Christing around spoiling any fun. All you reformed bastards. You used to have plenty of fun. Now nobody can have any. You and your brand-new social conscience."
"So it's social conscience if I think it'd be better not to set Brown's dock on fire?"
"Sure, it's just a form of it. You got it bad. I heard about you on the coast."
"Why don't you take your pistol and go play somewhere else?" Johnny Goodner said to Frank. "We were all having fun till you got so rough."
"So you've got it too,"
Frank said. "Take it a little easy," Roger warned him.
"I'm the only guy here who still likes to have any fun,"
Frank said.
"All you big overgrown religious maniacs and social workers and hypocrites. Captain Frank. Rupert leaned down over the edge of the dock. Rupert's my only friend. Frank looked up. Yes, Rupert. Captain Frank, what about the commissioner? We'll burn him, Rupert, old boy. God bless you, Captain Frank, Rupert said. Care for any rum? I'm fine, Rupert, Frank told him. Everybody down now? Everybody down, Rupert ordered. Down flat.
Frank fired over the edge of the dock, and the flare lit on the gravelled walk just short of the commissioner's porch and burned there. The boys on the dock groaned.
Damn, Rupert said. You nearly made a bad luck reload, Captain Frank.
The lights went on in the cockpit of the cruiser astern of them, and the man was out there again. This time he had a white shirt and white duck trousers on, and he wore sneakers. His hair was combed, and his face was red with white patches. The nearest man to him in the stern was John, who had his back to him, and next to John was Roger, who was just sitting there looking gloomy. There was about 3 feet of water between the two sterns, and the man stood there and pointed his finger at Roger.
You slob, he said. You rotten, filthy slob.
Roger just looked up at him with a surprised look.
You mean me, don't you? Frank called to him. And it's swine, not slob.
The man ignored him and went on at Roger.
You big, fat slob, the man almost choked. You phony. You faker, you cheap phony, you rotten writer and lousy painter.
Who are you talking to, and about what? Roger stood up.
You slob, you phony, you coward. Oh, you slob, you filthy slob.
You're crazy, Roger said quietly.
You slob,
the man said across the space of water that separated the two boats the same way someone might speak insultingly to an animal in one of those modern zoos where no bars but only pits separate the visitors from the beasts.
You phony. He means me, Frank said happily. Don't you know me? I'm the swine. I mean you.
The man pointed his finger at Roger.
You phony.
Look, Roger said to him, you're not talking to me at all. You're just talking to be able to repeat back in New York what you said to me. He spoke reasonably and patiently, as though he really wanted the man to understand and shut up.
You slob,
the man shouted, working himself further and further into this hysteria he had even dressed up for.
You rotten, filthy phony.
You're not talking to me, Roger repeated to him very quietly now, and Thomas Hudson saw that he had decided. So, shut up now. If you want to talk to me, get up on the dock. Roger started up for the dock, and, oddly enough, the man came climbing up on the dock as fast as you please. He had talked himself into it and worked himself up to it, but he was doing it. The Negroes fell back and then closed in around the two of them, leaving plenty of room. Thomas Hudson didn't know what the man expected to happen when he got up on the dock. No one said anything, and there were all those black faces around him, and he took a swing at Roger, and Roger hit him in the mouth with the left, and his mouth started to bleed. He swung at Roger again, and Roger hooked him hard to the right eye twice. He grabbed hold of Roger, and Roger's sweatshirt tore when he dug the man in the belly hard with his right, and then pushed him away and slapped him hard across the face, backhand with his open left hand. None of the Negroes had said a word. They just kept the two men surrounded and gave them plenty of room. Someone, Tom thought it was John's boy, Fred, had turned the dock lights on, and you could see well. Roger went after the man and hooked him 3 times fast to the head, high up. The man grabbed him, and his sweatshirt tore again as he pushed him away and jabbed him twice in the mouth.
"Cut out those lefts!" Frank yelled. "Throw your right and cool the son of a bitch! Cool him!"
"Got anything to say to me?" Roger said to the man and hooked him hard on the mouth. The man was bleeding badly from the mouth, and the whole right side of his face was coming up, and his right eye was almost closed. The man grabbed Roger, and Roger held him inside and steadied him. The man was breathing hard, and he hadn't said anything. Roger had a thumb on the inside of the man's 2 elbows, and Tom could see him rubbing the thumbs back and forth over the tendons between the biceps and the forearms.
"Don't you bleed on me, you son of a bitch," Roger said, and brought his left hand up fast and loose and knocked the man's head back and then backhanded him across the face again. "You can get a new nose now," he said. "Cool him, Roger, cool him," Frank pled with him. "Can't you see what he's doing, you dope?" Fred Wilson said. "He's ruining him." The man grabbed Roger, and Roger held him and pushed him away. "Hit me," he said. "Come on, hit me." The man swung at him, and Roger ducked it and grabbed him. "What's your name?" he said to the man. The man didn't answer. All he did was breathe as though he were dying with asthma. Roger was holding the man again, with his thumbs pressing in on the inside of his elbows. "You're a strong son of a bitch," he said to the man. "Who the hell ever told you could fight?" The man swung at him weakly, and Roger grabbed him, pulled him forward, spun him a little, and clubbed him twice on the ear with the base of his right fist. "You think you've learned not to talk to people?" he asked the man. "Look at his ear," Rupert said. "Like a bunch of grapes." Roger was holding the man again, with his thumbs pushing in against the tendons at the base of the biceps. Thomas Hudson was watching the man's face. It had not been frightened at the start, just mean as a pig's is, a really mean boar. But it was really completely frightened now. He had probably never heard of fights that no one stopped. Probably he thought in some part of his mind about the stories he had read where men were kicked to death if they went down. He still tried to fight. Each time Roger told him to hit him or pushed him away, he tried to throw a punch. He hadn't quit. Roger pushed him away. The man stood there and looked at him. When Roger wasn't holding him in that way that made him feel absolutely helpless, the fear drained away a little and the meanness came back. He stood there, frightened, badly hurt, his face destroyed, his mouth bleeding, and that ear looking like an overripe fig as the small individual hemorrhages united into one great swelling inside the skin. As he stood there, Roger's hands off him now, the fear drained, and the indestructible meanness welled up. "Anything to say?" Roger asked him. "Slob," the man said. As he said it, he pulled his chin in and put his hands up and turned half away in a gesture an incorrigible child might make. "Now it comes," Rupert shouted. "Now it's going to roll." But it was nothing dramatic nor scientific. Roger stepped quickly over to where the man stood and raised his left shoulder and dropped his right fist down and swung it up so it smashed against the side of the man's head. He went down on his hands and knees, his forehead resting on the dock. He knelt there a little while with his forehead against the planking, and then he went gently over on his side. Roger looked at him, and then came over to the edge of the dock and swung down into the cockpit. The crew of the man's yacht were carrying him on board. They had not intervened in what had happened on the dock, and they had picked him up from where he lay on his side on the dock and carried him sagging heavily. Some of the Negroes had helped them lower him down to the stern and take him below. They shut the door after they took him in. "He ought to have a doctor," Thomas Hudson said. "He didn't hit hard on the dock," Roger said. "I thought about the dock." "I don't think that last crack alongside the ear did him a lot of good," Johnny Goodner said. "You ruined his face," Frank said. "And that ear, I never saw an ear come up so fast. First it was like a bunch of grapes, and then it was as full as an orange." "Bare hands are a bad thing," Roger said. "People don't have any idea what they'll do. I wish I'd never seen him." "Well, you'll never see him again without being able to recognize him." "I hope he'll come around," Roger said. "It was a beautiful fight, Mr. Roger," Fred said. "Fight, hell," Roger said. "Why the hell did that have to happen?" "The gentleman certainly brought it on himself," Fred said. "Cut out worrying, will you?" Frank said to Roger. "I've seen hundreds of guys cooled, and that guy's okay." Up on the dock, the boys were drifting away, commenting on the fight. There had been something about the way the white man had looked when he was carried aboard that they did not like, and all the bravery about burning the commissioner's house was evaporating. "Well, good night, Captain Frank," Rupert said. "Going, Rupert?" Frank asked him. "Thought we might all go up and see what's going on at Mr. Bobby's." "Good night, Rupert," said Roger. "See you tomorrow."
Roger was feeling very low, and his left hand was swollen as big as a grapefruit. His right hand was puffed too, but not as badly. There was nothing else to show he had been in a fight except that the neck of his sweatshirt was ripped open and flapped down on his chest. The man had hit him once high up on his head, and there was a small bump there. John put some mercurochrome on the places where his knuckles were skinned and cut. Roger didn't even look at his hands.
"Let's go up to Bobby's place, see if there's any fun,"
Frank said.
"Don't worry about anything, Raj,"
Fred Wilson said and climbed up on the dock.
"Only suckers worry."
They went on along the dock, carrying their guitar and banjo toward where the light and the singing were coming out of the open door of the Ponce de Leon.
"Freddie is a pretty good Joe,"
John said to Thomas Hudson. He always was, Thomas Hudson said, but he and Frank are bad together. Roger did not say anything, and Thomas Hudson was worried about him and about other things. "Don't you think we might turn in?" he said to him. "I'm still spooked about that character," Roger said. He was sitting with his back toward the stern, looking glum and holding his left hand in his right. "Well, you don't have to be any more," John spoke very quietly. "He's walking around now." "Really?" "He's coming out now, and he's carrying a shotgun." "I'll be a sad son of a bitch," Roger said, but his voice was happy again. He sat with his back toward the stern and never turned around to look. The man came out to the stern this time wearing both a pajama top and trousers, but what you saw was the shotgun. Thomas Hudson looked away from it and to his face, and his face was very bad. Someone had worked on it, and there was gauze and tape over the cheeks, and a lot of mercurochrome had been used. They hadn't been able to do anything about his ear. Thomas Hudson imagined it must have hurt to have anything touch it, and it just stood out looking very taut and swollen, and it had become the dominant feature of his face. No one said anything, and the man just stood there with his spoiled face and his shotgun. He probably could not see anyone very clearly the way his eyes were puffed tight. He stood there, and he did not say anything, and neither did anyone else. Roger turned his head very slowly, saw him, and spoke over his shoulder. "Go put the gun away and go to bed." The man stood there with the gun. His swollen lips were working, but he did not say anything. "You're mean enough to shoot a man in the back, but you haven't got the guts," Roger spoke over his shoulder very quietly. "Go put the gun away and go to bed." Roger still sat there with his back toward the man. Then he took what Thomas Hudson thought was an awful chance. "Doesn't he remind you just a little bit of Lady Macbeth coming out there in his night clothes?" he asked the three others in the stern. Thomas Hudson waited for it then. But nothing happened, and after a while the man turned and went down into the cabin, taking the shotgun with him. "I feel very, very much better," Roger said. "I could feel that sweat run clean down from my armpit and onto my leg. Let's go home, Tom. Man's okay." "Not too awfully okay," Johnny said. "Okay enough," Roger said. "What a human being that is." "Come on, Roger," Thomas Hudson said. "Come on up to my place for a while." "All right." They said good night to John and walked up the King's Highway toward the house. There was still plenty of celebrating going on. "Do you want to go into the Ponce?" Thomas Hudson asked. "Hell no," Roger said. "I thought I'd tell Freddie the man's okay. You tell him. I'll go on to your house." When Thomas Hudson got home, Roger was lying face down on a bed in the far up-island end of the screen porch. It was dark, and you could just barely hear the noise of the celebrating. "Sleeping?" Thomas Hudson asked him. "No. Would you like a drink?" "I don't think so, thanks." "How's the hand?" "Just swelled and sore, it's nothing." "You feeling low again?" "Yes. Got it bad." "The kids will be here in the morning. That will be fine." "You sure you wouldn't like a drink?" "No, kid. Would you have one?" "I'll have a whiskey and soda to go to sleep on." Thomas Hudson went to the icebox, mixed the drink, and came back out to the screened porch and sat there in the dark with Roger lying on the bed. "You know, there's an awful lot of real bastards loose," Roger said. "That guy was no good, Tom." "You taught him something,"
No, I don't think so. I humiliated him, I ruined him a little. But he'll take it out on someone else. He brought it on. Sure, but I didn't finish it. You did everything but kill him. That's what I mean. It'd just be worse now. I think maybe you taught him a hell of a lesson. No, I don't think so. It was the same thing out on the coast. What really happened? You haven't told me anything since you got back. It was a fight. Sort of like this one. Who with? He named a man who was very high up in what is known as the industry. I didn't want any part of it, Roger said. It was out at the house where I was having some woman trouble, and I suppose, technically, I shouldn't have been there. But that night, I took it, and took it, and took it from this character, much worse than tonight. Finally, I just couldn't take it anymore, and I gave it to him. I really gave it to him without thinking about anything, and his head hit wrong on the marble steps going down to the pool. This was all by the pool. He came out of it at the Cedars of Lebanon finally about the third day, and so I missed manslaughter, but they had it all set. With the witnesses they had, I'd have been lucky to get that. So then what? So then, after he's back on the job, I get the real frame-a-roo, the full-sized one, complete with handles. What was it? Everything, in series? You want to tell me? No, it wouldn't be useful to you. Just take my word for it that it was a frame. It's so awful nobody mentions it. Haven't you noticed? Sort of. So I wasn't feeling so good about tonight. There's a lot of wickeds at large, really bads, and hitting them is no solution. I think that's one reason why they provoke you. He turned over on the bed and lay face up. You know, evil is a hell of a thing, Tommy, and it's smart as a pig. You know, they had something in the old days about good and evil. Plenty of people wouldn't classify you as a straight good, Thomas Hudson told him. No, nor do I claim to be. Nor even good, nor anywhere near good. I wish I were, though. Being against evil doesn't make you good. Tonight I was against it, and then I was evil myself. I could feel it coming in just like a tide. All fights are bad. I know it. But what are you going to do about them? You have to win them when they start. Sure, but I was taking pleasure in it from the minute it started. You would have taken more pleasure if you could have fought. I hope so, Roger said. Though I don't know now. I just want to destroy them. But when you start taking pleasure in it, you are awfully close to the thing you're fighting. He was an awful type, Thomas Hudson said. He couldn't have been any worse than the last one on the coast. The trouble is, Tommy, there are so many of them. They have them in all countries, and they are getting bigger all the time. Times aren't good, Tommy. When did you ever see them good? We always had good times. Sure, we had good times in all sorts of good places, but the times weren't good. I never knew, Roger said. Everybody claimed they were good, and then everybody was busted. I didn't have any money when they all had it. Then when I had some was when things were really bad, but people didn't always seem as goddamn mean and evil, though. You've been going around with awful people, too. I see some good ones once in a while. Not very many. Sure I do. You don't know all my friends. You run with a pretty seedy lot. Whose friends were those tonight? Your friends or my friends? Our friends. They're not so bad. They're worthless, but they're not really evil. No, said Roger. I guess not. Frank is pretty bad. Bad enough. I don't think he's evil, though. But there's a lot of stuff I can't take anymore, and he and Fred eviled up awfully fast. I know about good and evil. I'm not trying to misunderstand, nor play dumb. I don't know much about good, because I've always been a failure at it. That evil is my dish. I can recognize that old evil. I'm sorry tonight turned out so lousy. I'm just feeling low. Do you want to turn in? You better sleep here. Thanks, I will, if you don't mind. But I think I'll go in the library and read for a while. Where are those Australian stories you had the last time I was here? Henry Lawson's? Yes. I'll get them. Thomas Hudson went to bed, and when he woke in the night, the light was still on in the library.
Chapter 5. When Thomas Hudson woke, there was a light east breeze blowing, and out across the flats the sand was bone white under the blue sky, and the small high clouds that were traveling with the wind made dark moving patches on the green water. The wheel of the wind charger was turning in the breeze, and it was a fine, fresh-feeling morning. Roger was gone, and Thomas Hudson breakfasted by himself and read the Maryland paper that had come across yesterday. He had put it away without reading it to save it for breakfast.
"What time the boys coming in?"
Joseph asked. "Around noon."
"They'll be here for lunch, though?"
"Yes."
"Mr. Roger was gone when I came," Joseph said. "He didn't have any breakfast."
"Maybe he'll be in now."
"Boy said he see him go off sculling in a dinghy."
After Thomas Hudson had finished breakfast and the paper, he went out on the porch on the ocean side and went to work. He worked well and was nearly finished when he heard Roger come in and come up the stairs. Roger looked over his shoulder and said, "It's going to be good." "Maybe."
"Where did you see those waterspouts?"
"I never saw these. These are some I'm going to order. How's your hand?"
"Still puffy."
Roger watched him work, and he did not turn around.
"If it wasn't for the hand, that would all seem just like a nasty dream."
"Pretty nasty one."
"Do you suppose that guy really did come out with a shotgun?"
"I don't know," Thomas Hudson said, "and I don't care."
"Sorry," Roger said. "Want me to go?"
"No, stick around. I'm about through. I won't pay any attention to you."
"They got away at first light,"
Roger said. "I saw them go."
"What were you doing up then?"
"I couldn't sleep after I stopped reading, and I wasn't very good company for myself, so I went down to the docks and sat around with some of the boys. The ponds never did close up. I saw Joseph." "Joseph said you were out sculling."
"Right-hand sculling,
trying to exercise it out.
I did, too.
Feel fine now."
"That's about all I can do now," Thomas Hudson said, and started to clean up and put the gear away.
"The kids will be just taking off now." He looked at his watch. "Why don't we just have a quick one?"
"Fine, I could use one."
"It isn't quite 12.
"I don't think that makes any difference. You're through working and I'm on a vacation. But maybe we better wait till 12 if that's your rule."
"All right. I've been keeping that rule, too.
It's an awful nuisance some mornings when a drink would make you feel all right."
"Let's break it," Thomas Hudson said. "I get awfully excited when I know I'm going to see them," he explained.
"I know." "Joe," Roger called, "bring the shaker and rig for martinis." "Yes, sir, I got a rig now." "What did you rig so early for? Do you think we are rummies?" "No, sir, Mr. Roger, I figured that was what you were saving that empty stomach for."
"Here's to us and the kids," Roger said. "They ought to have fun this year. You better stay up here, too. You can always get away to the shack if they get on your nerves."
"I'll stay up here part of the time if I don't bother you."
"You don't bother me."
"It will be wonderful to have them."
It was, too. They were good kids, and now they had been at the house for a week. The tuna run was over, and there were few boats at the island now, and the life was slow and normal again, and the weather was early summer. The boys slept on cots on the screened porch, and it is much less lonely sleeping when you can hear children breathing when you wake in the night. The nights were cool from the breeze that came across the banks, and when the breeze fell, it would be cool from the sea. The boys had been a little shy when they first came, and much neater than they were later. But there was no great neatness problem if you had them rinse the sand from their feet before they came into the house, and hang their wet swimming shorts outside and put on dry ones in the house. Joseph aired their pajamas when he made up the cots in the morning, and after sunning them, folded the pajamas and put them away, and there were only the shirts and sweaters they wore in the evening to be scattered around. That, at least, was how it was in principle. Actually, every sort of gear they owned was scattered all over everywhere. Thomas Hudson did not mind it. When a man lives in a house by himself, he gets very precise habits, and they get to be a pleasure. But it felt good to have some of them broken up. He knew he would have his habits again long after he would no longer have the boys. Sitting on the sea porch working, he could see the biggest one and the middle-sized one and the small one lying on the beach with Roger. They were talking, and digging in the sand, and arguing, but he could not hear what they were saying. The biggest boy was long and dark, with Thomas Hudson's neck and shoulders and the long swimmer's legs and big feet. He had a rather Indian face, and was a happy boy, although in repose his face looked almost tragic. Thomas Hudson had looked at him when his face had that sad look and asked, "What are you thinking about, Schatz?" "Fly tying," the boy would say, his face lighting instantly. It was the eyes and the mouth that made it tragic-looking when he was thinking, and when he spoke, they brought it to life. The middle boy always reminded Thomas Hudson of an otter. He had the same color hair as an otter's fur, and it had almost the same texture as that of an underwater animal, and he browned all over in a strange dark gold tan. He always reminded his father of the sort of animal that has a sound and humorous life by itself. Otters and bears are the animals that joke most, and bears, of course, are very close to men. This boy would never be wide enough and strong enough to be a bear, and he would never be an athlete, nor did he want to be. But he had a lovely small animal quality, and he had a good mind and a life of his own. He was affectionate, and he had a sense of justice, and was good company. He was also a Cartesian doubter and an avid arguer, and he teased well and without meanness, although sometimes he teased toughly. He had other qualities no one knew about, and the other two boys respected him immensely, although they tried to tease him and tear him down on any point where he was vulnerable. Naturally, they had rows among themselves, and they teased each other with considerable malice, but they were well-mannered and respectful with grown-ups. The smallest boy was fair and was built like a pocket battleship. He was a copy of Thomas Hudson physically, reduced in scale and widened and shortened. His skin freckled when it tanned, and he had a humorous face and was born being very old. He was a devil, too, and deviled both his older brothers, and he had a dark side to him that nobody except Thomas Hudson could ever understand. Neither of them thought about this except that they recognized it in each other and knew it was bad, and the man respected it and understood the boys having it. They were very close to each other, although Thomas Hudson had never been as much with this boy as with the others. This youngest boy, Andrew, was a precocious, excellent athlete, and he had been marvelous with horses since he had first ridden. The other boys were very proud of him, but they did not want any nonsense from him either. He was a little unbelievable, and anyone could well have doubted his feats, except that many people had seen him ride and watched him jump and seen his cold, professional modesty. He was a boy born to be quite wicked, who was being very good, and he carried his wickedness around with him, transmuted into a sort of teasing gaiety. But he was a bad boy, and the others knew it, and he knew it. He was just being good while his badness grew inside him. There, below the sea porch, the four of them were lying on the sand, with the oldest boy, young Tom, on one side of Roger, and the smallest one, Andrew, next to him on the middle side, and the middle one, David, stretched out next to Tom on his back, with his eyes closed. Thomas Hudson cleaned up his gear and went down to join them. "Hi, Papa," the oldest boy said. "Did you work well?" "Are you going to swim, Papa?" asked the middle boy. "The water's pretty good, Papa," the youngest boy said. "How are you, Father?" Roger grinned. "How's the painting business, Mr. Hudson?" "Painting business is over for the day, gentlemen." "Oh, swell," said David, the middle boy. "Do you think we can go goggle fishing?" "Let's go after lunch." "That's wonderful," the big boy said. "Won't it maybe be too rough?" Andrew, the youngest boy, asked. "For you, maybe," his oldest brother Tom told him. "No, Tommy, for anyone." "They stay in the rocks when it's rough," David said. "They're afraid of the surge the same way we are. I think it makes them seasick, too. Papa, don't fish get seasick?" "Sure," Thomas Hudson said. "Sometimes in the live well of a smack in rough weather, the groupers will get so seasick that they die." "Didn't I tell you?" David asked his older brother. "They get sick, and they die," young Tom said. "But what proves that it's seasick?" "I think you could say they were really seasick," Thomas Hudson said. "I don't know whether they would be if they could swim freely, though." "But don't you see that in the reef they can't swim freely either, Papa?" David said. "They have their holes and certain places they move out in, but they have to stay in the holes for fear of bigger fish, and the surge bangs them around just the way it would if they were in the well of a smack." "Not quite as much," young Tom disagreed. "Maybe not quite as much," David admitted judiciously. "But enough," Andrew said. He whispered to his father, "If they keep it up, we won't have to go." "Don't you like it?" "I like it wonderful, but I'm scared of it." "What scares you?" "Everything under water. I'm scared as soon as I let my air out." Tommy can swim wonderfully, but he's scared underwater too. David's the only one of us that isn't scared underwater. I'm scared lots of times, Thomas Hudson told him. Are you really? Everybody is, I think. David isn't, no matter where it is. But David's scared now of horses because they threw him so many times. Listen, punk, David had heard him. How was I thrown? I don't know. It was so many times I don't remember. Well, let me tell you. I know how I was thrown so much. When I used to ride Old Paint that year, he used to swell himself up when they cinched him, and then later the saddle would slip with me. I never had that trouble with him, Andrew said smartly. Oh, the devil, David said. Probably he liked you like everybody does. Maybe somebody told him who you were. I used to read out loud to him about me out of the papers, Andrew said. I'll bet he went off on a dead run then, Thomas Hudson said. You know what happened to David was that he started to ride that old broken-down quarter horse that got sound on us, and there wasn't any place for the horse to run. Horses aren't supposed to go like that across that sort of country. I wasn't saying I could have ridden him, Papa, Andrew said. You better not, David said. Then, oh, hell, you probably could have. Sure, you could have. But honestly, Andy, you don't know how he used to be going before I would spook. I was spooked to the saddle horn. Oh, the hell with it. I was spooked. Papa, do we actually have to go goggle fishing? Andrew asked. Not if it's too rough. Who decides if it's too rough? I decide. Good, Andy said. It certainly looks too rough to me. Papa, have you still got Old Paint out at the ranch? Andy asked. I believe so, Thomas Hudson said. I rented the ranch, you know. Really? Yes, the end of last year. But we can still go there, can't we? David asked quickly. Oh, sure, we have the big cabin on the beach down by the river. The ranch is the best place I was ever at, Andy said. Outside of here, of course. I thought you used to like Rochester best, David teased him. That was where he used to be left with his nurse, when she stayed with her family in the summer months when the other boys went west. I did, too. Rochester was a wonderful place. Do you remember when we came home that fall, the time we killed the 3 grizzlies and you tried to tell him about it, Dave, and what he said? Thomas Hudson asked. No, Papa, I can't remember exactly that far back. It was in the butler's pantry where you guys ate, and you were having children's supper and telling him about it, and Anna was saying, oh, my gracious, David, that must have been exciting, and what did you do then? And this wicked old man, he must have been about 5 or 6 then, spoke up and said, well, that's probably very interesting, David, to people who are interested in that sort of thing, but we don't have grizzlies in Rochester. See, horseman, David said, how you were then? All right, Papa, Andrew said. Tell him about when he would read nothing but the funny papers and read funny papers on the trip through the Everglades and wouldn't look at anything after he went to that school the fall we were in New York and got to be a heel. I remember it, David said. Papa doesn't have to tell it. You came out of it all right, Thomas Hudson said. I had to, I guess. Certainly would have been something pretty bad to have stayed in. Tell them about when I was little, young Tom said, rolling over and taking hold of David's ankle. I'll never get to be as good in real life as the stories about me when I was little. I knew you when you were little, Thomas Hudson said. You were quite a strange character then. He was just strange because he lived in strange places, the smallest boy said. I could have been strange in Paris and Spain and Austria. He's strange now, horseman, David said. He doesn't need any exotic backgrounds. What's exotic backgrounds? What you haven't got. I bet I'll have them, then. Shut up and let Papa tell, young Tom said. Tell them about when you and I used to go around together in Paris. You weren't so strange then, Thomas Hudson said. As a baby, you were an awfully sound character. Mother and I used to leave you in the crib that was made out of a clothes basket in that flat where we lived over the sawmill, and F-Puss, the big cat, would curl up in the foot of the basket and wouldn't let anybody come near you. You said your name was Gning-Gning, and we used to call you Gning-Gning the Terrible. Where did I get a name like that? Off a streetcar or an autobus, I think, the sound the conductor made. Couldn't I speak French? Not too well, then. Tell me about a little later by the time I could speak French. Later on, I used to wheel you in the carriage. It was a cheap, very light, folding carriage, down the street to the Closerie des Lilas, where we'd have breakfast, and I'd read the paper, and you'd watch everything that went past on the boulevard. Then we'd finish breakfast. What would we have? Brioche and café au lait. Me too? You'd just have a taste of coffee in the milk. I can remember. Where would we go then? I'd wheel you across the street from the Closerie des Lilas and past the fountain with the bronze horses and the fish and the mermaids and down between the long allée of chestnut trees with the French children playing and their nurses on the benches beside the gravel paths and the École Alsacienne on the left, young Tom said, and apartment buildings on the right, and apartment buildings and apartments with glass roofs for studios all along the street that goes down to the left and quite traced from the darkness of the stone because that was the shady side, young Tom said. Is it fall or spring or winter? Thomas Hudson asked. Late fall. Then you were cold in the face, and your cheeks and your nose were red, and we would go into the Luxembourg through the iron gate at the upper end, and down toward the lake and around the lake once, and then turn right toward the Medici fountain and the statues and out of the gate in front of the Odeon, and down a couple of side streets to the Boulevard Saint-Michel, the Boule Miche, and down the Boule Miche past the Cluny, on our right, that was very dark and gloomy-looking, and across the Boulevard Saint-Germain. That was the most exciting street with the most traffic. It's strange how exciting and dangerous-seeming it was there. And down by the Rue des Reins, it always seemed perfectly safe, between the Deux Magots and Lips Crossing, I mean. Why was that, Papa? I don't know, Schatz. I wish something would happen beside the names of streets, Andrew said. I get tired of the names of streets in a place I've never been. Make something happen then, Papa, young Tom said. We can talk about the streets when we're alone. Nothing much happened then, Thomas Hudson said. We would go on down to the Place Saint-Michel, and we would sit on the terrace of the café, and Papa would sketch with a café crème on the table, and you'd have a beer. Did I like beer then? You were a big beer man, but you liked water with a little red wine in it at meals. I remember, Le Rougi. Exactement, Thomas Hudson said. You were a very strong Le Rougi man, but you liked an occasional bock. I can remember, in Austria, going on a luge, and our dog Schnauz and snow. Can you remember Christmas there? No. Just you and snow and our dog Schnauz and my nurse. She was beautiful. And I remember Mother on skis and how beautiful she was. I can remember seeing you and Mother coming down skiing through an orchard. I don't know where it was. But I can remember the Jardin de Luxembourg well. I can remember afternoons with the boats on the lake by the fountain in the big garden with the trees. The paths through the trees were all graveled, and men played bowling games off to the left, under the trees as we went down toward the palace, and there was a clock high up on the palace. In the fall, the leaves came down, and I can remember the trees bare and the leaves on the gravel. I like to remember the fall best. Why? David asked. Lots of things. The way everything smelled in the fall, and the carnivals, and the way the gravel was dry on top when everything was damp, and the wind on the lake to sail the boats, and the wind in the trees that brought the leaves down. I can remember feeling the pigeons by me warm under the blanket when you killed them just before it was dark, and how the feathers were smooth, and I would stroke them and hold them close and keep my hands warm going home until the pigeons got cold too. Where did you kill the pigeons, Papa? David asked. Mostly down by the Medici fountain, just before they shut the gardens. There's a high iron fence all around the gardens, and they shut the gates at dark, and everyone has to go out. Guards go through, warning people and locking up the gates. After the guards went ahead, I used to kill the pigeons with a slingshot when they were on the ground by the fountain. They make wonderful slingshots in France. Didn't you make your own if you were poor? Andrew asked. Sure. First one I had, I made from a forked branch of a sapling I cut down in the forest of Rambouillet when Tommy's mother and I were on a walking trip there. I whittled it out, and we bought the big rubber bands for it at a stationery store on the Place Saint-Michel and made the leather pouch out of leather from an old glove of Tommy's mother. What did you shoot in it? Pebbles. How close would you have to get? As close as you could, so you could pick them up and get them under the blanket as quick as you could. I remember the time one came alive, young Tom said, and I held him quiet and didn't say anything about it all the way home because I wanted to keep him. He was a very big pigeon, almost purple color, with a high neck and a wonderful head, and white on his wings. And you let me keep him in the kitchen until we could get a cage for him. You tied him by one leg. But that night, the big cat killed him and brought him into my bed. The big cat was so proud, and he carried him just as though he were a tiger carrying a native, and he jumped up to the bed with him. That was when I had a square bed after the basket. I can't remember the basket. You and Mother were gone to the cafe, and the big cat and I were alone, and I remember the windows were open, and there was a big moon over the sawmill, and it was winter, and I could smell the sawdust. I remember seeing the big cat coming across the floor with his head high up, so the pigeon barely dragged on the floor, and then he made one jump and just sailed right up and into the bed with him. I felt awfully that he had killed my pigeon, but he was so proud and so happy. And he was such a good friend of mine, I felt proud and happy too. I remember he played with the pigeon, and then he would push his paws up and down on my chest and purr, and then play with the pigeon again. Finally, I remember he and I and the pigeon all went to sleep together. I had one hand on the pigeon, and he had one paw on the pigeon, and then in the night I woke up and he was eating him and purring loud like a tiger. That's a lot better than names of streets, Andrew said. Were you scared, Tommy, when he was eating him? No, the big cat was the best friend I had then. I mean, the closest friend. I think he would have liked me to eat the pigeon, too. You ought to have tried it, Andrew said. Tell some more about slingshots. Mother gave you the other slingshot for Christmas, young Tom said. She saw it in a gun store, and she wanted to buy you a shotgun, but she never had enough money. She used to look at the shotguns in the window every day when she went past the store to the épicerie, and one day she saw the slingshot, and she bought it because she was afraid they would sell it to somebody else, and she kept it hid till Christmas. She had to falsify the accounts so you wouldn't know about it. She's told me about it lots of times. I can remember when you got it for Christmas, and you gave me the old one, but I wasn't strong enough to pull it then. Papa, weren't we ever poor? Andrew asked. No, I'd gotten over being poor by the time you guys were born. We were broke lots of times, but never really poor the way we were with Tom and his mother. Tell us some more about in Paris, David said. What else did you and Tommy do? What did we do, Schatz? In the fall, we used to buy roasted chestnuts from a roast chestnut man, and I used to keep my hands warm on them, too. We went to the circus and saw the crocodiles of Le Capitaine Wall. Can you remember that? Very well. The Capitaine Wall wrestled with a crocodile. He pronounced it crocodile. The crow is in the bird of that name. And a beautiful girl poked them with a trident. But the biggest crocodiles wouldn't move. The circus was beautiful and round and red with gold paint and smelled of horses. There was a place in the back where you went to drink with Mr. Crosby and the tamer of lions and his wife. Do you remember Mr. Crosby? He never wore a hat nor an overcoat no matter how cold it was, and his little girl had hair that hung down her back like Alice in Wonderland. In the illustrations, I mean. Mr. Crosby was always very, very nervous. Who else do you remember? Mr. Joyce. What was he like? He was tall and thin, and he had a mustache and a small beard that grew straight up and down on his chin, and he wore thick, thick glasses, and walked with his head held very high. I remember him passing us on the street and not speaking, and you spoke to him, and he stopped and saw us through the glasses like looking out of an aquarium, and he said, "Oh, Hudson, I was looking for you." And we three went to the cafe, and it was cold outside, but we sat in a corner with one of those, what do you call them, braziers. I thought that was what ladies wore, Andrew said. It's an iron can with holes in it. They burn coal or charcoal in it to heat any place outside, like a cafe terrace where you sit close to them to keep warm, or a racetrack where you stand around and get warm from them, young Tom explained. At this cafe, where Papa and I and Mr. Joyce used to go, they had them all along the outside, and you could be warm and comfortable in the coldest weather. I guess you've spent the biggest part of your life in cafes and saloons and hot spots, the youngest boy said. Quite a bit of it, Tom said. Haven't we, Papa? And sound asleep in the car outside while Papa has just a quick one, David said. Boy, I used to hate that word, quick one. I guess a quick one is about the slowest thing on earth. What did Mr. Joyce talk about? Roger asked young Tom. Gee, Mr. Davis, I can't remember much about that time. I think it was about Italian writers and about Mr. Ford. Mr. Joyce couldn't stand Mr. Ford. Mr. Pound had gotten on his nerves, too. Ezra's mad, Hudson, he said to Papa. I can remember that because I thought mad meant mad like a mad dog, and I remember sitting there and watching Mr. Joyce's face. It was sort of red, with awfully smooth skin, cold-weather skin, and his glasses that had one lens even thicker than the other, and thinking of Mr. Pound with his red hair and his pointed beard and his nice eyes with white stuff, sort of like lather, dripping out of his mouth. I thought it was terrible Mr. Pound was mad, and I hoped we wouldn't run into him. Then Mr. Joyce said, of course Ford's been mad for years, and I saw Mr. Ford with his big, pale, funny face and his pale eyes and his mouth with the teeth loose in it and always about half open and that awful lather dripping down his jaws, too. Don't say any more, Andrew said. I'll dream about it. Go on, please, David said. It's like werewolves. Mother locked up the werewolf book because Andrew had such bad dreams. Did Mr. Pound ever bite anybody? Andrew asked. No, horseman, David told him. It's just a way of talking. He means mad out of his head mad, not hydrophobia mad. Why did he think they were mad? I can't tell you, young Tom said. I wasn't as young then as when we used to shoot the pigeons in the gardens, but I was too young to remember everything, and the idea of Mr. Pound and Mr. Ford with that dreadful slaver coming out of their mouths all ready to bite drove everything out of my head. Did you know Mr. Joyce, Mr. Davis? Yes. He and your father and I were very good friends. Papa was much younger than Mr. Joyce. Papa was younger than anybody then. Not than me, young Tom said proudly. I figure I was probably about Mr. Joyce's youngest friend. I'll bet he misses you a lot, Andrew said. Certainly is a shame he never could have met you, David said to Andrew. If you hadn't been hanging around Rochester all the time, he could have had the privilege. Mr. Joyce was a great man, young Tom said. He wouldn't have wanted to have anything to do with you two punks. That's your opinion, Andrew said. Mr. Joyce and David might have been pals. David writes for the paper at school. Papa, tell us some more about when you and Tommy's mother were poor. How poor did you ever get? They were pretty poor, Roger said. I can remember when your father used to make up all young Tom's bottles in the morning and go to the market to buy the best and the cheapest vegetables. I'd meet him coming back from the market when I would be going out for breakfast. I was the finest judge of Poirot in the 6th arrondissement, Thomas Hudson told the boys. What's Poirot? Leeks. It looks like long, green, quite big onions, young Tom said. Only it's not bright shiny like onions. It's dull shiny. The leaves are green, and the ends are white. You boil it and eat it cold with olive oil and vinegar mixed with salt and pepper. You eat the whole thing, top and all. It's delicious. I believe I've eaten as much of it as maybe anyone in the world. What's the 6th, whatever it is? Andrew asked. You certainly hold up conversation, David told him. If I don't know French, I have to ask. Paris is divided into 20 arrondissements, or city districts. We lived in the 6th. Papa, can we skip the arrondissement and you tell us something else? Andrew asked. You can't stand to learn anything, you athlete, David said. I want to learn, Andrew said, but arrondissement is too old for me. You're always telling me things are too old for me. I admit, that is too old for me. I can't follow it. What's Ty Cobb's lifetime batting average? David asked him. 367. That's not too old for you. Cut it out, David. Some people like baseball, and you like arrondissement. I suppose we don't have arrondissement in Rochester. Oh, cut it out! I just thought Papa and Mr. Davis knew things that would be more interesting to everybody than those damn... Oh, hell, I can't even remember the name of them! You're not supposed to swear when we are around, Thomas Hudson corrected. I'm sorry, Papa, the small boy said. I can't help it that I'm so damn young. I'm sorry again. I mean so young. He was upset and hurt. David could tease him pretty successfully. You'll get over being young, Thomas Hudson told him. I know it's hard not to swear when your feelings get working. Only don't swear in front of grown people. I don't care what you say by yourselves. Please, Papa, I said I was sorry. I know, Thomas Hudson said. I wasn't bawling you out. I was just explaining. I see you guys so seldom it makes a lot of explaining. Not much, really, Papa, David said. No, Thomas Hudson said. It isn't much. Andrew never swears in front of Mother, David said. Leave me out, David. It's over, isn't it, Papa? If you boys want to really know how to swear, young Tom said, you ought to read Mr. Joyce. I can swear as much as I need, David said, at least for now. My friend Mr. Joyce has words and expressions I'd never even heard of. I'll bet nobody could outswear him in any language. And after that he made up a whole new language, Roger said. He was lying on his back on the beach with his eyes closed. I can't understand that new language, young Tom said. I guess I'm not old enough for it, but wait until you boys read Ulysses. That's not for boys, Thomas Hudson said. It isn't, really. You couldn't understand it, and you shouldn't try to, really. You have to wait till you're older. I read it all, young Tom said. I couldn't understand practically any of it when I first read it, Papa, just as you say. But I kept on reading it, and now there's part of it I really understand, and I can explain it to people. It certainly made me proud that I was one of Mr. Joyce's friends. Was he really a friend of Mr. Joyce, Papa? Andrew asked. Mr. Joyce always used to ask about him. You're damn right I was a friend of Mr. Joyce, young Tom said. He was one of the best friends I ever had. I don't think you better explain the book much yet, Thomas Hudson said. Not quite yet. What part is it that you explain? The last part. The part where the lady talks out loud to herself. The soliloquy, David said. Have you read it? Oh, sure, David said. Tommy read it to me. Did he explain it? As well as he could. Some of it's a little old for both of us. Where did you get hold of it? In the books at home. I borrowed it and took it to school. You what? I used to read passages of it out loud to the boys and tell them how Mr. Joyce was my friend and how much time we used to spend together. How did the boys like it? Some of the more devout boys thought it was a little strong. Did they find out about it at school? Sure. Didn't you hear, Papa? No. I guess that was when you were in Abyssinia. The headmaster was going to expel me, but I explained Mr. Joyce was a great writer and a personal friend of mine, so finally the headmaster said he'd keep the book and send it home, and I promised I'd consult him before I read anything else to the boys or attempted to explain any classics. First, when he was going to expel me, he thought I had a dirty mind, but I haven't got a dirty mind, Papa. That is, not any dirtier than anybody else's. Did he send the book home? Oh, yes. He was going to confiscate it, but I explained it was a first edition, and that Mr. Joyce had written in it for you, and that he couldn't confiscate it because it wasn't mine. I think he was very disappointed not to confiscate it. When can I read that book by Mr. Joyce, Papa? Andrew asked. Not for a long time. But Tommy read it. Tommy is a friend of Mr. Joyce. Boy, I'll say I am, said young Tom. Papa, we never knew Balzac, did we? No, he was before our time. Nor Gautier? I found 2 swell ones by them at home, too. The Droll Stories and Mademoiselle de Maupin. I don't understand Mademoiselle de Maupin at all yet, but I am reading it over to try to, and it's great. But if they weren't friends of ours, I think they would expel me sure if I read them to the boys. How are they, Tommy? David asked. Wonderful, you'll like them both. Why don't you consult the headmaster as to whether you can read them to the boys, Roger said. They're better than what the boys will dig up for themselves. No, Mr. Davis, I don't think I'd better. He might get that dirty mind idea again. Anyway, with the boys, it wouldn't be the same as though they were friends of mine, like Mr. Joyce. Anyway, I don't understand Mademoiselle de Maupin well enough to explain it, and I wouldn't have the same authority explaining it as when I had Mr. Joyce's friendship to back me up. I'd like to have heard that explanation, Roger said. Shucks, Mr. Davis. It was very rudimentary. It wouldn't have interested you. You understand that part perfectly well, don't you? Pretty well. I wish we could have known Balzac and Gautier, though, as friends the way we knew Mr. Joyce. So do I, said Thomas Hudson. We knew some good writers, though, didn't we? We certainly did, Thomas Hudson said. It was pleasant and hot on the sand, and he felt lazy after working, and happy, too. It made him very happy to hear the boys talk. Let's go in and swim and then have lunch, Roger said. It's getting hot. Thomas Hudson watched them. Swimming slowly, the four of them swam out in the green water, their bodies making shadows over the clear white sand. Bodies forging along. Shadows projected on the sand by the slight angle of the sun, the brown arms lifting and pushing forward, the hands slicing in, taking hold of the water and pulling it back, legs beating along steadily, heads turning for air, breathing easily and smoothly. Thomas Hudson stood there and watched them swimming out with the wind, and he was very fond of the four of them. He thought he ought to paint them swimming, although it would be very difficult. He would try it, though, during the summer. He was too lazy to swim, although he knew he should, and finally he walked out, feeling the breeze-cooled water fresh and cool on his sun-warmed legs, feeling it cool around his crotch, and then, slipping forward into the ocean river, he swam out to meet them as they came in. With his head on the same level theirs were on, it was a different picture now, changed too because they were swimming against the breeze coming in, and the chop was bothering both Andrew and David, who were swimming raggedly. The illusion of them being four sea animals was gone. They had gone out so smoothly and handsomely, but now the two younger boys were having difficulty against the wind and the sea. It was not real difficulty. It was just enough to take away any illusion of being at home in the water as they had looked going out. They made two different pictures, and perhaps the second was the better one. The five swimmers came out on the beach and walked up to the house. That's why I like it better under water, David said. You don't have to worry about breathing. Why don't you gogglefish with Papa and Tommy this aft? Andrew said to him. I'll stay ashore with Mr. Davis. Don't you want to go, Mr. Davis? I might stay ashore. Don't stay in on account of me, Andrew said. I've got plenty to do. I just thought maybe you were staying in. I think I'll stay in, Roger said. I may lie around and read. Don't let him maneuver you, Mr. Davis. Don't let him charm you. I feel like staying in, Roger said. They were up on the porch now, and everyone had changed to dry shorts. Joseph had brought out a bowl of conch salad, all the boys were eating it, and young Tom was drinking a bottle of beer. Thomas Hudson was sitting back in a chair, and Roger was standing with the shaker. I get sleepy after lunch, he said. Well, we'll miss you, young Tom said. I'd just as soon stay in, too. Come on, you stay in, too, Tom, Andrew said. Let Papa and David go. I won't catch you, young Tom told him. I don't want you to catch me. There's a Negro boy that will catch me. What do you want to be a pitcher for anyway, Tommy said. You'll never be big enough. I'll be as big as Dick Rudolph and Dick Kerr, whoever they were, young Tom said. What's some jockey's name? David whispered to Roger. Earl Sand. You'll be as big as Earl Sand, David told him. Oh, go and gogglefish, Andrew said. I'm going to be a friend of Mr. Davis like Tom was of Mr. Joyce. Can I, Mr. Davis? Then at school I can say, when Mr. Davis and I spent that summer together on that tropical island writing all those vicious stories, while my own father was painting those pictures you've all seen of ladies in the nude. You paint them in the nude, don't you, Papa? Sometimes. They're quite dark, though. Oh, boy, Andrew said. I don't care about the color. Tom can have Mr. Joyce. You'd be too shy to look at them, David said. Maybe I would, but I'd learn. A nude by Papa would be nothing like that chapter by Mr. Joyce, young Tom said. It's only because you're a little boy that there seems to be anything extraordinary about a nude at all. Okay, just the same, I'll take Mr. Davis with illustrations by Papa. Somebody said at school Mr. Davis's stories were truly vicious. All right, I'll take Mr. Davis too. I'm an old friend of Mr. Davis. And of Mr. Picasso and Mr. Braque and Mr. Miraut and Mr. Masson and Mr. Pasquin, Thomas Hudson said. You knew them all. And of Mr. Waldo Pierce, young Tom said. You see, Andy boy, you can't win. You started too late. You can't win. While you were up in Rochester and for years before you were born, Papa and I were out in the great world. I probably knew most of the greatest painters alive. Many of them were my very good friends. I have to start sometime, Andrew said, and I take Mr. Davis. You don't have to write vicious stories either, Mr. Davis. I'll make all that up the way Tommy does. You just tell me anything awful you ever did, and I'll say I was here when it happened. The hell I do make up things that way, young Tom said. Sometimes Papa and Mr. Davis refresh my memory for me, but I figured in and took part in a whole epoch in painting and in literature, and if I had to, I could write my memoirs right now as far as that goes. You're getting crazy, Tommy, Andrew said. You better watch yourself. Don't tell him a thing, Mr. Davis, young Tom said. Make him start from scratch like we did. You leave it to me and Mr. Davis, Andrew said. You stay out of this. Tell me some more about those friends of mine, Papa, young Tom said. I know I knew them, and I know we used to be around the cafes together, but I'd like to know some more definite things about them. The sort of things I know about Mr. Joyce, say. Can you remember Mr. Pasquin? No, not really. What was he like? You can't claim him as a friend if you don't even remember him, Andrew said. Do you think I won't be able to remember what Mr. Davis was like a few years from now? Shut up, young Tom said. Tell me about him, please, Papa. Mr. Pasquin used to make some drawings that could illustrate the parts you like of Mr. Joyce very well. Really? Gee, that would be something. You used to sit with him at the cafe, and he used to draw pictures of you sometimes on napkins. He was small and very tough and very strange. He used to wear a derby hat most of the time, and he was a beautiful painter. He always acted as though he knew a great secret, as though he'd just heard it, and it amused him. It made him very happy sometimes, and sometimes it made him sad. But you could always tell he knew it, and it amused him very much. What was the secret? Oh, drunkenness and drugs, and the secret Mr. Joyce knew all about in that last chapter, and how to paint beautifully. He could paint more beautifully than anybody then, and that was his secret, too. And he didn't care. He thought he didn't care about anything, but he did, really. Was he bad? Oh, yes. He was really bad, and that was part of his secret. He liked being bad, and he didn't have remorse. Were he and I good friends? Very. He used to call you the monster. Gee, said young Tom happily. The monster? Have we got any pictures of Mr. Pasquin's, Papa? David asked. A couple. Did he ever paint Tommy? No, he used to draw Tommy, mostly on napkins and on the marble top of cafe tables. He called him the horrible, beer-swilling monster of the left bank. Get that title down, Tom, David said. Did Mr. Pasquin have a dirty mind? Young Tom asked. I believe so. Don't you know? I believe you could say he had. I think that was part of his secret. But Mr. Joyce didn't. No. And you haven't. No, Thomas Hudson said. I don't think so. Do you have a dirty mind, Mr. Davis? Tommy asked. I don't think so. That's good, young Tom said. I told the headmaster neither Papa nor Mr. Joyce had dirty minds, and now I can tell him about Mr. Davis if he asks me. He was pretty set on it that I had a dirty mind. But I wasn't worried. There's a boy at school that really has one, and you can tell the difference all right. What was Mr. Pasquin's first name? Jules. How do you spell it? David asked. Thomas Hudson told him. Whatever became of Mr. Pasquin? Young Tom asked. He hanged himself, Thomas Hudson said. "Oh, gee," Andrew said. "Poor Mr. Pasquin," young Tom said in benediction. "I'll pray for him tonight." "I'm going to pray for Mr. Davis," Andrew said. "And do it often," Roger said. Chapter 6. That night, after the boys had gone to bed, Thomas Hudson and Roger Davis sat up in the big room talking. It had been too rough to do much goggle fishing, and after supper the boys had gone off with Joseph to go snapper fishing. They had come back tired and happy and said good night and gone to bed. The men had heard them talking for a while, and then they were asleep. Andrew was afraid of the dark, and the other boys knew it, but they never teased him about it. "Why do you think he's afraid of the dark?" Roger asked. "I don't know," Thomas Hudson said. "Weren't you?" "I don't think so." "I was," Thomas Hudson said. "Is it supposed to mean anything?" "I don't know," Roger said. "I was afraid of dying and that something would happen to my brother." "I didn't know you had a brother. Where is he?" "Dead," Roger said. "I'm sorry." "You don't need to be. It was when we were kids." "Was he older than you?" "A year younger." "What was it?" "A canoe turned over with us." "How old were you?" "About 12. "Don't talk about it if you don't want to." "I'm not sure it did me a lot of good," Roger said. "Didn't you know about it, really?" "Never. For a long time I thought everybody in the world knew about it. It's strange when you're a boy." The water was too cold, and he let go. But what it added up to was that I came back, and he didn't. Poor bloody Roger. "No," said Roger. "But it was early to learn about that stuff, and then I loved him very much, and I'd always been afraid something would happen to him. The water was cold for me, too, but I couldn't say that." "Where was it?" "Up in Maine. I don't think my father ever forgave me, although he tried to understand it. I've wished it was me every day since. But that's hardly a career." "What was your brother's name?" "Dave." "Hell. Was that why you wouldn't go goggle fishing today?" "I guess so, but I'm going every other day. You never work those things out, though." "You're grown up enough not to talk that way." "I tried to go down after him, but I couldn't find him," Roger said. "It was too deep, and it was really cold." "David Davis," Thomas Hudson said. "Yes. In our family the first one is called Roger, and the second one David." "Rog, you did get over it, though." "No," Roger said. "You never get over it, and sooner or later I have to tell it. I'm ashamed of that the way I'm ashamed of the fight on the dock." "You had nothing to be ashamed of there." "Yes, I did. I told you once. Let's not get into that." "All right. I'm not going to have any more fights. Ever. You never fight, and you can fight as well as I can. I can't fight as well as you, but I just made up my mind I wouldn't fight. I'm not going to fight, and I'm going to be some good and quit writing junk." "That's the best thing I've heard you say," Thomas Hudson said. "You think I could write something that would be worth a damn?" "You could try." "What did you quit painting for?" "Because I couldn't kid myself any longer. I can't kid myself any longer on the writing, either." "What are you going to do, practically?" "Go someplace and write a good straight novel as well as I can write it." "Why don't you stay here and write?" "You can stay on here after the boys are gone. It's too hot to write in your place." "I wouldn't bother you too much?" "No, Rog, I get lonely too, you know. You can't just run away from everything all the time." This sounds like a speech. I'll cut it out. "No, go on. I need it." "If you're going to start work, start here." "You don't think out west would be better?" "Any place is good. The thing is, not to run from it." "No, any place isn't good," Roger objected. "I know that. They're good, and then they go bad." "Sure, but this is a good place now. Maybe it won't always be, but it's fine now. You'd have company when you quit work, and so would I. We wouldn't interfere with each other, and you could really bite on the nail." "Do you truly think I could write a novel that would be any good?" "You never will if you don't try. You told me a hell of a good novel tonight if you wanted to write it. Just start with the canoe, and end it how? Make it up after the canoe." "Hell!"
Roger said. "I'm so corrupted that if I put in a canoe, it would have a beautiful Indian girl in it that young Jones, who is on his way to warn the settlers that Cecil B. DeMille is coming, would drop into, hanging by one hand to a tangle of vines that covers the river while he holds his trusty flintlock old Betsy in the other hand, and the beautiful Indian girl says, 'Jones, it is you. Now we can make love as our frail craft moves towards the falls that some day we'll be Niagara.'" "No," said Thomas Hudson. "You could just make the canoe and the cold lake and your kid brother, David Davis, 11, and afterwards, and then make up from there to the end." "I don't like the end," Roger said. "I don't think any of us do, really," Thomas Hudson said, "but there's always an end." "Maybe we better knock off talking," Roger said. "I'm liable to start thinking about the novel. Tommy, why is it fun to paint well and hell to write well? I never painted well, but it was fun, even the way I painted." "I don't know," Thomas Hudson said. "Maybe in painting the tradition and the line are clearer, and there are more people helping you. Even when you break from the straight line of great painting, it's always there to help you." "I think another thing is that better people do it," Roger said. "If I were a good enough guy, maybe I could have been a good painter. Maybe I'm just enough of a son of a bitch to be a good writer." "That's the worst oversimplification I've ever heard." "I always oversimplify," Roger maintained. "That's one reason I'm no damn good." "Let's go to bed." "I'll stay up and read a while," Roger said. They slept well, and Thomas Hudson did not wake when Roger came out to the sleeping porch late in the night. After breakfast, the wind was light, and there were no clouds in the sky, and they organized for a day of underwater fishing. "You're coming, aren't you, Mr. Davis?" Andrew asked. "I most certainly am." "That's good," said Andrew. "I'm glad." "How do you feel, Andy?" Thomas Hudson asked. "Scared," said Andrew, "like always. But I'm not so scared with Mr. Davis going." "Never be scared, Andy," Roger said. "It's worthless. Your father told me." "They tell you," Andrew said. "They always tell you. But David's the only young boy I ever knew with any brains that isn't scared." "Shut up," David said. "You're just a creature of your imagination." "Mr. Davis and I are always scared," Andrew said. "It's possibly our superior intelligence." "You're going to be careful, Davy, aren't you?" Thomas Hudson said. "Naturally." Andrew looked at Roger and shrugged his shoulders. Chapter 7. Down along the reef where they went for underwater fishing on that day, there was the old iron wreck of a steamer that had broken up, and at high tide the rusty iron of her boilers still showed above the sea. Today the wind was in the south, and Thomas Hudson anchored in the lee of a patch of reef not too close in, and Roger and the boys got their masks and spears ready. The spears were very primitive, and of all sorts, and these spears were made according to Thomas Hudson's and the boys' individual ideas. Joseph had come along to scull the dinghy. He took Andrew in with him, and they started for the reef while the others slipped over the side to swim. "Aren't you coming, Papa?" David called up to his father on the flying bridge of his fishing boat. The circle of glass over his eyes, nose, and forehead, with the rubber frame pressed under his nose into his cheeks and tight against his forehead, held tight into the flesh by a rubber strap around the back of his head, made him look like one of the characters in those pseudo-scientific comic strips. "I'll come over later on." "Don't wait too long until everything gets spooked." "There's plenty of reef. You won't work it all over." "But I know 2 holes that are out beyond the boilers that are wonderful. I found them the day we came alone. They were so untouched and full of fish I left them for when we would all be here." "I remember. I'll come over in about an hour." "I'll save them for when you come," David said, and started to swim after the others, his right hand holding the 6-foot ironwood shaft with the hand-forged, twin-pronged fish grains fitted to the end and made fast with a length of heavy fishing line. His face was down in the water, and he was studying the bottom through the glass of his mask as he swam. He was an undersea boy, and now that he was so brown, and that he was swimming with only the wet back of his head showing, he reminded Thomas Hudson more than ever of an otter. He watched him swim along, using his left arm and kicking with his long legs and feet in a slow, steady drive, and occasionally, and each time much, much longer than you thought it would be,
lifting his face a little to one side to breathe. Roger and his oldest boy had swum out with their masks up on their foreheads and were a long way ahead. Andrew and Joseph were over the reef in the dinghy, but Andrew had not gone overboard yet. There was only a light wind, and the water over the reef looked light and creaming, with the reef showing brown and the dark blue water beyond. Thomas Hudson went below to the galley where Eddie was peeling potatoes over a bucket held between his knees. He was looking out of the porthole of the galley toward the reef. "Boys oughtn't to scatter," he said. "Ought to keep close to the dinghy." "Do you think anything would come in over the reef?" "Tide's pretty well up. These are spring tides." "The water's awfully clear," Thomas Hudson said. "Bad things in the ocean," Eddie said. "This is a tough ocean around here if they get to smell that fish." "They haven't got any fish yet." "They'll get them soon. They want to get those fish right into that dinghy before any fish smell or any blood smell trails on that tide." "I'll swim out." "No, you holler at them to stay close together and keep the fish in the dinghy." Thomas Hudson went up on deck and shouted what Eddie had said to Roger. He held up his spear and waved that he had understood. Eddie came up into the cockpit with the pot full of potatoes in one hand and his knife in the other. "You take that good rifle, the little good one, and get up on the top side, Mr. Tom," he said. "I just don't like it. I don't like the boys out there in this tide. We're too close to the real ocean." "Let's get them in." "No, chances are I just get nervous. Bad night last night anyway. I'm fond of them like they're my boys, and I worry the hell about them." He put the pot of potatoes down. "Tell you what let's do. Start her up, and I'll get the anchor up, and we'll run in closer to the reef and anchor. She'll swing clear with this tide in the wind. Let's put her right in." Thomas Hudson started the big motor and went up to the flying bridge and the topside controls. Ahead, as Eddie got the anchor up, he could see them all in the water now, and as he watched, David came up from underwater with a fish flopping on his spear that he held high in the air, and Thomas Hudson heard him shout for the dinghy. "Put her nose right against the reef," Eddie called from the bow where he was holding the anchor. Thomas Hudson came up slowly to almost touch the reef, seeing the big brown coral heads, the black sea urchins on the sand, and the purple sea fans swaying toward him with the tide. Eddie heaved the anchor, and Thomas Hudson came astern on the engine. The boat swung off, and the reef slid away. Eddie paid out line until the rope came taut, and Thomas Hudson cut the motor, and they swung there. "Now we can keep an eye on them," Eddie said, standing in the bow. "I can't stand worrying about those kids. Ruins my damn digestion, bad enough the way it is now." "I'll stay up here and watch them." "I'll pass you up the rifle and get the hell back to those potatoes. The boys like potato salad, don't they, the way we fix it?" "Sure, Roger too. Put in plenty of hard-boiled egg and onion." "I'll keep the potatoes good and firm. Here's the rifle." As Thomas Hudson reached for the rifle, it was chunky and heavy in its clipped sheep-wool-lined case that he kept saturated with fiend oil to keep the sea air from rusting it. He pulled it out by the butt and slid the case under the decking on the flying bridge. It was a .256 Mannlicher Schunauer with the old 18-inch barrel they weren't allowed to sell anymore. The stock and forearm were browned like a walnut nut meat with oil and rubbing, and the barrel, rubbed from months of carrying in a saddle bucket, was oil-slick without a spot of rust. The cheek piece of the stock was worn smooth from his own cheek, and when he pulled back the bolt, the revolving magazine was full of heavy-bellied cartridges with a long, thin, pencil-shaped metal-cased bullet with only a tiny exposed lead tip. It was really too good a gun to keep on a boat, but Thomas Hudson was so fond of it, and it reminded him of so many things, so many people, and so many places that he liked to have it with him, and he had found that, in the sheepskin case, once the clipped wool was well impregnated with the fiend oil, the rifle was not harmed at all by the salt air. A gun is to shoot, anyway, he thought, not to be preserved in a case, and this was a really good rifle, easy to shoot, easy to teach anyone to shoot with, and handy on the boat. He had always had more confidence shooting it, as to being able to place his shots at close and moderate range than any other rifle he had ever owned, and it made him happy to pull it out of the case now and pull back the bolt and shove a shell into the breech. The boat lay almost steady in the tide and the breeze, and he slipped the sling of the rifle over one of the levers of the topside controls so that the rifle hung there handy, and lay down on the sunning mattress on the flying bridge. Lying on his belly to brown his back, he looked out to where Roger and the boys were spearfishing. They were all diving, staying down varying lengths of time, and coming up for air to disappear again, occasionally coming up with fish on the spears. Joseph was sculling from one to another to take the fish off the spear points and drop them into the dinghy. He could hear Joseph shouting and laughing and see the bright color of the fish, red or red with brown speckles or red and yellow or striped yellow, as Joseph shook them off the spears or pulled them loose and tossed them back into the shade under the stern of the dinghy. "Let me have a drink, Eddie, will you please?" Thomas Hudson called down over the side. "What's it to be?" Eddie stuck his head out of the forward cockpit. He was wearing his old felt hat and a white shirt, and in the bright sun his eyes were bloodshot, and Thomas Hudson noticed he had mercurochrome on his lips. "What did you do to your mouth?" he asked him. "Some sort of trouble last night. I just put that on. Does it show bad?" "It makes you look like some back island whore." "Ah, hell," said Eddie. "I just put it on without looking at it in the dark, just by the feel. Do you want a drink with coconut water? I got some water coconuts." "Very good. Want a green Isaac special?" "Fine, make it a special." Where Thomas Hudson lay on the mattress, his head was in the shade cast by the platform at the forward end of the flying bridge where the controls were, and when Eddie came aft with the tall, cold drink made of gin, lime juice, green coconut water, and chipped ice, with just enough Angostura bitters to give it a rusty rose color, he held the drink in the shadow so the ice would not melt while he looked out over the sea. "Boys seem to be doing all right," Eddie said. "We got fish for dinner already." "What else will we have?" "Mashed potatoes with the fish. Got some tomato salad, too. That potato salad to start with." "Sounds fine. How's that potato salad?" "It isn't cold yet, Tom." "Eddie, you like to cook, don't you?" "Damn right I like to cook. I like going in a boat, and I like to cook. What I don't like is rows and fights and trouble." "You used to be pretty good at trouble, though." "I always avoided it, Tom. Sometimes you can't avoid it, but I always tried to." "What was it last night?" "Nothing." He didn't want to talk about it. He never talked about the old days, either, when there'd been plenty of trouble. "All right, what else is there to eat? We have to feed them up. They're growing boys." "I made a cake at the house and brought her, and there's a couple of fresh pineapples cold in the ice. I'll slice them up." "Good. How will we have the fish?" "Any way you want it. Let's see what the best is of what they get, then cook it how they and you and Roger want it. David just got a good yellow tail. He had another one, but he lost it. This one's a bit flaggy. He's getting far out, though. He's still got the fish, and Joe's to hell over toward Andy with the dinghy." Thomas Hudson put the drink down in the shade and stood up. "Jesus Christ," Eddie said. "There it comes." Out across the blue water, showing like a brown dinghy sail and slicing through the water with heavy, tail-propelled, lunging thrusts, the high, triangular fin was coming in toward the hole at the edge of the reef where the boy with the mask on his face held his fish up out of the water. "Oh, Jesus," Eddie said. "What a son of a bitch in Hammerhead. Jesus, Tom, oh, Jesus." Thomas Hudson remembered, afterwards. The main impression he had was the great height of the fin, the way it turned and swung like a hound on a scent, and the way it knifed forward and still seemed to wobble. He had the .256 up and shot just ahead of the fin. The shot was over and through a spurt of water, and he remembered the barrel was sticky with oil. The fin went right on weaving in. "Throw him the goddamn fish!" Eddie yelled to David and jumped off the back of the house down into the cockpit. Thomas Hudson shot again and was behind with another spurt of water. He felt sick at his stomach, as though something had hold of him inside and was gripping him there. And he shot again, as carefully and steady as he could, knowing fully what the shot meant. And the spurt of water was ahead of the fin. The fin kept right on with the same awful motion. He had one shot now, no extra shells, and the shark was about 30 yards from the boy, coming in with the same slicing motion. David had the fish off the spear and in his hand. The mask was up on his forehead, and he was looking steadily toward the shark coming. Thomas Hudson was trying to be loose but steady, trying to hold his breath and not to think of anything but the shot, to squeeze and keep just a touch ahead and at the base of the fin, which was wobbling more now than it had at the start. When he heard the submachine gun start firing from the stern and saw water start to spout all around the fin. Then it clattered again in a short burst, and the water jumped in a tighter patch right at the base of the fin. As he shot, the clatter came again, short and tight, and the fin went under, and there was a boil in the water, and then the biggest hammerhead he had ever seen rose white-bellied out of the sea and began to plane off over the water crazily on his back, throwing water like an aquaplane. His belly was shining an obscene white, his yard-wide mouth like a turned-up grin, the great horns of his head with the eyes on the end spread wide out as he bounced and slid over the water. Eddie's gun rapping and ripping into the white of his belly, making black spots that were red before he turned and went down, and Thomas Hudson could see him rolling over and over as he sank.
"Get those goddamn kids in here!" he heard Eddie shouting. "I can't stand this sort of thing!"
Roger had swum fast toward David, and Joseph was pulling Andy into the dinghy and then sculling out toward the other two.
"God damn," Eddie said. "Did you ever see such a hammerhead? Thank God they show on the surface when they hook up. Thank God for that. The bastards always get on top. Did you see him go?"
"Give me a box of shells," Thomas Hudson said. He was shaky and hollow, sick feeling inside.
"Come on in here," he shouted.
They were swimming alongside of the dinghy, and Roger was pushing David up over the gunwale.
"They might as well fish," Eddie said. "Any shark in the ocean will go for him now. He'll cow the whole ocean up. Did you see him go on his back, Tom? And then that damned roll. Jesus, what a hammerhead. Did you see the kid with the fish ready to throw him? That's my Davy boy. Oh, what a old Davy boy."
"They better come in."
"Sure they better. I was just talking. They'll come in. Don't worry, they won't come in."
God, it was a terrible thing. "Where did you have that gun?"
"Commissioner made some trouble about me having it ashore, so I've been keeping it in the locker under my bunk."
"You certainly can shoot it."
"Hell, who couldn't shoot it with that shark going toward that old Davy boy waiting there quiet with that fish to throw, looking straight out where the shark was coming? Hell, I don't care if I never see anything else in my goddamn life."
They came up over the side, out of the dinghy. The kids were wet and very excited, and Roger was very shaken. He went over and shook hands with Eddie, and Eddie said,
"We never should have let them get out like that on this tide."
Roger shook his head and put his arm around Eddie.
"My fault," Eddie said. "I was born here. You're a stranger. It wasn't your fault. I'm the one that's responsible."
"You lived up to your responsibilities all right," Roger said.
"Hell," Eddie said, "nobody could miss him at that range."
"Could you see him, Dave?" Andrew asked very politely. "Only his fin till just at the end. Then I could see him before Eddie hit him and he went down and then came out on his back." Eddie was rubbing him with a towel, and Thomas Hudson could see the goose pimples still over his legs and back and shoulders. "I never saw anything like when he came out of the water and started to go on his back," young Tom said. "I never saw anything in the world like that." "You won't see a lot of things like that," his father told him.
"He must have weighed 1,100 pounds, Eddie said. "I don't think they make a bigger hammerhead. Jesus, Roger, did you see that fin on him?"
"I saw it," Roger said. "Do you think we can get him?" David asked.
"Hell no," Eddie said. "He went down rolling over and over to hell knows where. He's down in 80 fathoms, and the whole ocean will eat on him. He's calling them up now."
"I wish we could have got him," David said.
"Take it easy, Davy boy. You got the goose flesh on you still."
"Were you very scared, Dave?" Andrew asked.
"Yes," David told him.
"What were you going to do?" Tom asked very respectfully.
"I was going to throw the fish to him,"
David said, and as Thomas Hudson watched him, the little sharp wave of pimples spread over his shoulders. "Then I was going to hit him in the middle of his face with the grains."
"Oh, hell," Eddie said, and he turned away with the towel. "What do you want to drink, Roger?"
"Have you got any hemlock?" Roger asked him.
"Cut it out, Roger," Thomas Hudson said. "We were all responsible." "Irresponsible. It's over." "All right." "I'll make some gin drinks," Eddie said. "Tom had a gin drink when it happened."
"It's still up there."
"It won't be any damn good now," Eddie said. "I'll make you a fresh one."
"You're pretty good, Davy," young Tom told him very proudly.
"Wait till I tell the boys about this at school."
"They wouldn't believe it," David said. "Don't tell them if I'm going there."
"Why?" young Tom asked.
"I don't know," David said. Then he started to cry like a little boy.
"Oh, shit. I couldn't stand it if they didn't believe it."
Thomas Hudson picked him up and held him in his arms with his head against his chest, and the other kids turned away, and Roger looked away, and then Eddie came out with 3 drinks with his thumb in one of them. Thomas Hudson could tell he'd had another one below. "What's the matter with you, Davy?" he asked. "Nothing." "Good," Eddie said. "That's the way I like to hear you talk, you damn old son of a bitch. Get down and quit blubbering and let your old man drink." David stood there standing very straight. "Is it okay to fish that part in low tide?" he asked Eddie. "Nothing will bother you," Eddie said. "There's more rays, but nothing big will come in. They can't make it at low tide." "Can we go at low tide, Papa?" "If Eddie says so. Eddie's a boss man." "Hell, Tom," Eddie said, and he was very happy. His mercurichromed lips were happy, and his bloodshot eyes as happy as eyes could be. "Anybody couldn't hit that damn no-good hammerhead with one of those things. Ought to throw the damn thing away before he'd get in trouble with it." "You hit him plenty," Thomas Hudson said. "You hit him wonderfully. I wish I could tell you how you hit him." "You don't have to tell me," Eddie said. "I'll see that old evil son of a bitch going on his back the rest of my life. Did you ever see anything look more evil?" They sat there, waiting for the lunch, and Thomas Hudson was looking out to sea, where Joseph had sculled out to where the shark had gone down. Joseph was looking over the side of the dinghy into a water glass. "Can you see anything?" Thomas Hudson called to him. "Too deep, Mr. Tom. Went right down over the shelf. He's laying on the bottom now." "I wish we could have gotten his jaws," young Tom said. "Wouldn't you like to have them all bleached and hanging up, Papa?" "I think they would give me bad dreams," Andrew said. "I'm just as glad we haven't got them." "They'd be a wonderful trophy," young Tom said. "That would be something to take to school." "They'd belong to Dave if we had them," Andrew said. "No, they'd belong to Eddie," young Tom said. "I believe he'd give them to me if I asked him for them." "He'd give them to Dave," Andrew said. "I don't think maybe you should go out again so soon, Dave," Thomas Hudson said. "It won't be till plenty of time after lunch," David said. "We have to wait for the low tide. I mean, gogglefish so soon." Eddie said it was all right. "I know, but I'm still pretty spooked." "But Eddie knows." "You wouldn't like to just not go as a present to me?" "Certainly, Papa, if you want. But I love it underwater. I guess I love it more than anything, and if Eddie says—" "Okay," said Thomas Hudson. "People aren't supposed to ask for presents anyway." "Papa, I didn't mean it like that. I won't go, if you don't want me to. Only Eddie said—" "What about a moray? Eddie mentioned morays." "Papa, there's always morays. You taught me not to be afraid of morays and how to handle them and how to watch out for them and the kind of holes they live in." "I know, and I let you go out there where that shark came." "Papa, we were all out there. Don't make yourself some sort of special guilt about it. I just went out too far, and I lost that good yellowtail after I'd speared him, and he bloodied the water, and that called the shark." "Didn't he come just like a hound, though?" Thomas Hudson said. He was trying to get rid of the emotion. "I've seen them come at really great speed like that before. There was one that used to live off Signal Rock that used to come that way on the smell of a bait. I'm very ashamed I couldn't hit him." "You were shooting awfully close to him, Papa," young Tom said. "I was doing everything but hit him." "He wasn't coming for me, Papa," David said. "He was coming for the fish." "He'd have taken you, though," Eddie said. He was setting the table. "Don't ever fool yourself he wouldn't with that fish smell on you and the blood in the water. He'd have hit a horse. He'd have hit anything. Good God, don't talk about it. I'll have to have another drink." "Eddie," David said, "will it really be safe on the low tide?" "Sure, didn't I tell you so before?" "You aren't making some sort of a point, are you?" Thomas Hudson asked David. He had stopped looking out across the water, and he was all right again. He knew that what David was doing was what he should do, no matter why he was doing it, and he knew he had been selfish about it. "Papa, all I mean is that I love it better than anything else, and it's such a wonderful day for it, and we never know when it might blow." "And Eddie says," Thomas Hudson interrupted. "And Eddie says," David grinned at him. "Eddie says to hell with all of you. Come on and eat it up now before I throw it to hell overboard." He stood there with the bowl of salad, the platter of brown fish, and the mashed potatoes. "Where's that Joe?" "He went out to look for the shark." "He's crazy." When Eddie went below and young Tom was passing the food, Andrew whispered to his father, "Papa, is Eddie a rummy?" Thomas Hudson was serving the cold, marinated potato salad, covered with rough ground black pepper. He had shown Eddie how to make it the way they used to make it at the Brasserie Lippe in Paris, and it was one of the best things Eddie made on the boat. "Did you see him shoot the shark?" "I certainly did." "That isn't the way rummies shoot." He put some salad on Andrew's plate and took some for himself. "The only reason I asked is because from where I'm sitting I can see in the galley, and I've watched him take about 8 drinks out of a bottle since we've been sitting here." "That's his bottle," Thomas Hudson explained, and helped Andrew to some more salad. Andrew was the fastest eater he had ever seen. He said he'd learned it at school. "Try and eat a little slower, Andy. Eddie always brings his own bottle on board. Nearly all good cooks drink a little. Some drink quite a lot." "I know he had 8. Wait, he's taking 9 now." "Damn you, Andrew," David said. "Cut it out," Thomas Hudson said to both of them. Young Tom broke in. "Here's a fine, wonderful man saves your brother's life, and he just takes a drink, or a few drinks, and you call him a rummy. You aren't fit to associate with human beings." "I didn't call him one. I just asked Papa to know if he is one. I'm not against rummies. I just like to know if a man is or not." "I'm going to buy Eddie a bottle of whatever it is he drinks with the very first money I get, and I'm going to drink it with him," young Tom said grandly. "What's that?" Eddie's head showed in the companionway, with the old felt hat pushed onto the back of it, showing the white above the sunburnt part of his face and a cigar sticking out of the corner of his mercurochromed mouth. "Let me catch you drink anything but beer, I beat the hell out of you, all 3 of you. Don't you talk about drinking. Do you want more mashed potatoes?" "Please, Eddie," young Tom said, and Eddie went below. "That makes 10, Andrew said, looking down through the companionway. "Oh, shut up, horseman," young Tom said to him. "Can't you respect a great man?" "Eat some more fish, David," Thomas Hudson said. "Which is that big yellowtail?" "I don't believe he's cooked yet." "I'll take a yellow grunt, then. They're awfully sweet. I think spearing makes them even better if you eat them right away, 'cause it bleeds them." "Papa, can I ask Eddie to have a drink with us?" young Tom asked. "Sure," Thomas Hudson said. "He had one, don't you remember?" Andrew interrupted. "When we first came in he had one, you remember." "Papa, can I ask him to have another one with us now and to eat with us?" "Of course," Thomas Hudson said. Young Tom went down below, and Thomas Hudson heard him say, "Eddie, Papa says, would you please make a drink for yourself and come up and have it with us and eat with us?" "Hell, Tommy," Eddie said. "I never eat at noon. I just eat breakfast and at night." "What about having a drink with us?" "I had a couple, Tommy." "Will you take one with me now and let me drink a bottle of beer with you?" "Hell, yes," said Eddie. Thomas Hudson heard the icebox open and close. "Here's to you, Tommy." Thomas Hudson heard the 2 bottles clink. He looked at Roger, but Roger was looking out at the ocean. "Here's to you, Eddie," he heard young Tom say. "It's a great honor to drink with you." "Yeah, Tommy," Eddie told him. "It's an honor to drink with you. I feel wonderful, Tommy. You see me shoot that old shark?" "I certainly did, Eddie. Don't you want to eat just a little something with us?" "No, Tommy, true." "Would you like me to stay down here with you so you wouldn't have to drink alone?" "Hell no, Tommy. You aren't getting mixed up on anything, are you? I don't have to drink. I don't have to do anything except cook a little and earn my goddamn living. I just feel good, Tommy. Did you see me shooting? True." "Eddie, it was the greatest thing I ever saw. I just asked if you wanted somebody so as not to be lonesome." "I never been lonesome in my life," Eddie told him. "I'm happy, and I got here what makes me happier." "Eddie, I'd like to stay with you anyway." "No, Tommy. Take this other platter of fish up and go up there where you belong." "I'd like to come back and stay." "I ain't sick, Tommy. If I was ever sick, I'd be happy to have you sit up with me. I'm just feeling about the goddamn best I ever felt ever." "Eddie, are you sure you've got enough of that bottle?" "Hell, yes. If I ever run out, I'll borrow some of Roger's and your old man's." "Well, then I'll take the fish up," young Tom said. "I'm awfully glad you feel so good, Eddie. I think it's wonderful." Young Tom brought the platter of yellowtail, yellow and white grunts, and rock hind up into the cockpit. They were scored deep in triangular cuts across their flanks so the white meat showed, and fried crisp and brown, and he started to pass them around the table. Eddie said to thank you very much, but he'd had a drink, he said. And he doesn't eat lunch. Is this fish all right? It's excellent, Thomas Hudson told him. Please eat, he said to Roger. All right, Roger said. I'll try. Haven't you eaten anything, Mr. Davis? Andrew asked. No, Andy. But I'm going to eat now. Chapter 8. In the night, Thomas Hudson would wake and hear the boys asleep and breathing quietly, and in the moonlight he could see them all and see Roger sleeping, too. He slept well now, and almost without stirring. Thomas Hudson was happy to have them there, and he did not want to think about them ever going away. He had been happy before they came, and for a long time he had learned how to live and do his work without ever being more lonely than he could bear. But the boys' coming had broken up all the protective routine of life he had built, and now he was used to its being broken. It had been a pleasant routine of working hard, of hours for doing things, places where things were kept and well cared for, of meals and drinks to look forward to, and new books to read and many old books to reread. It was a routine where the daily paper was an event when it arrived, but where it did not come so regularly that its non-arrival was a disappointment. It had many of the inventions that lonely people use to save themselves and even achieve unloneliness with, and he had made the rules and kept the customs and used them consciously and unconsciously. But since the boys were here, it had come as a great relief not to have to use them. It would be bad, though, he thought, when he started all that again. He knew very well how it would be. For a part of a day it would be pleasant to have the house neat and to think alone and read without hearing other people talk, and to look at things without speaking of them and work properly without interruption. And then he knew the loneliness would start. The three boys had moved into a big part of him again that, when they moved out, would be empty, and it would be very bad for a while. His life was built solidly on work and on living by the Gulf Stream and on the island, and it would stand up all right. The aids and the habits and the customs were all to handle the loneliness, and by now he knew he had opened up a whole new country for the loneliness to move into once the boys were gone. There was nothing to do about that, though. That would all come later, and if it was coming, there was no good derived from any fearing of it now. The summer, so far, had been a very lucky and good one. Everything had turned out well that could have turned out badly. He did not mean just spectacular things like Roger and the man on the dock, which could have come out very badly, nor David and the shark, but all sorts of small things had come out well. Happiness is often presented as being very dull, but, he thought, lying awake, that is because dull people are sometimes very happy, and intelligent people can and do go around making themselves and everyone else miserable. He had never found happiness dull. It always seemed more exciting than any other thing, and capable of as great intensity as sorrow to those people who were capable of having it. This may not be true, but he had believed it to be true for a long time, and this summer they had experienced happiness for a month now, and already in the nights he was lonely for it before it had ever gone away. He knew almost what there is to know about living alone, and he had known what it is to live with someone that you loved and that loved you. He had always loved his children, but he had never before realized how much he loved them and how bad it was that he did not live with them. He wished that he had had them always and that he was married to Tom's mother. Then he thought that was as silly as wishing you had the wealth of the world to use as intelligently as you could, to be able to draw like Leonardo, or paint as well as Peter Bruegel, to have an absolute veto power against all wickedness, and be able to detect it infallibly and always justly when it starts, and to stop it with something as simple as pressing a button, and while doing all this to always be healthy, and to live forever, and to not decay in mind nor body. That was what he thought tonight would be some good things to have. But you could not have them any more than you could have the children, nor that who you loved could be alive if who you loved was dead or gone out from your life. Out of all the things you could not have, there were some that you could have, and one of those was to know when you were happy, and to enjoy all of it while it was there, and it was good. There were many things that made it for him when he had it, but just now, in this month, 4 people made it something that was as good, in some ways, as what the one person had once been able to make, and so far there had been no sorrow. There had been no sorrow at all. He did not even mind being awake now, and remembered how it had been once when he had not been able to sleep, and had lain in the night thinking about how he had lost the 3 boys and the fool he had been. He had thought how he had done things because he could not help them, or thought he could not help them, and had moved from one disastrous error of judgment to another that was worse. Now he accepted that as past, and he was through with remorse. He had been a fool, and he did not like fools, but that was over now, and the boys were here, and they loved him, and he loved them. He would let it go at that for now. They would go away at the end of their stay, and he would have the loneliness again, but it would only be a stage on the way until they came back. If Roger would stay and work and keep him company, it would be much easier, but he never knew about Roger nor what he would do. He smiled in the night, thinking about Roger. Then he pitied him until he thought how disloyal it was and how Roger would hate pity, and he stopped it, and, hearing them all breathing quietly, he went to sleep. But he woke again when the moonlight came on his face, and he started to think about Roger and the women he had been in trouble with. He and Roger had both behaved stupidly and badly with women. He did not want to think of his own stupidities, so he would think of Roger's. I won't pity him, he thought, so it is not disloyal. I have been in enough trouble myself, so that it is not disloyal to think about Roger's trouble. My own is different because I only really loved one woman and then lost her. I know well enough why. But I am through with thinking about that, and it would probably be well not to think about Roger either. But tonight, because of the moonlight, which, as always, would not let him sleep, he thought about him and his serious and comic troubles. He thought about the last girl Roger had been in love with in Paris when they had both lived there, and how very handsome and how very false he thought she was when Roger had brought her to the studio. For Roger, there was nothing false about her. She was another of his illusions, and all his great talent for being faithful was at her service until they were both free to marry. Then, in a month, everything that had always been clear about her to everyone who knew her well was suddenly clear to Roger. It must have been a difficult day when it first happened, but the process of seeing her clearly had been going on for some time when Roger had come up to the studio. He had looked at the canvases for a while and spoken critically and very intelligently about them. Then he said, "I told that Ayres I wouldn't marry her." "Good," Thomas Hudson had said. "Was it a surprise?" "Not too much. There had been some talk about it. She's a phony." "No," Thomas Hudson had said. "How?" "Right through, any way you slice her." "I thought you liked her." "No, I tried to like her. But I couldn't make it except at the start. I was in love with her." "What's in love?" "Well, you ought to know." "Yes," Thomas Hudson had said. "I ought to know." "Didn't you like her?" "No, I couldn't stand her." "Why didn't you say anything?" "She was your girl, and you didn't ask me." "I told her, but now I have to make it stick." "You better pull out." "No," he said, "let her pull out." "I only thought it might be simpler." "This is my town as much as it is hers." "I know," Thomas Hudson had said. "You fought that one out too, didn't you?" Roger had asked. "Yes, you can't win on any of them, but you can fight them out. Why don't you just move your quartier?" "I'm all right where I am," Roger had said. "I remember the formula. Je me trouve très bien ici et je vous prie de me laisser tranquille." "It starts with je refuse de recevoir ma femme," Roger had said, "and you say it to a huissier. But this isn't a divorce, it's just breaking up." "But isn't it going to be hard on you seeing her?" "No, it's going to cure me. That and hearing her talk." "What about her?" "She can figure that out for herself. She's figured plenty out in the last 4 years. 5, Thomas Hudson had said. "I don't think she was doing so much figuring the first year." "You better clear out," Thomas Hudson had said. "If you don't think she was figuring the first year, you better go a long way away. She writes very powerful letters. Going away would be worse. No. I'm going to stay here and go on the town. I'm going to cure it for keeps." After he and this girl split up in Paris, Roger was on the town, really on the town. He joked about it and made fun of himself, but he was very angry inside for having made such a profound fool of himself, and he took his talent for being faithful to people, which was the best one he had, next to the ones for painting and writing and his various good human and animal traits, and beat and belabored that talent miserably. He was no good to anyone when he was on the town, especially to himself, and he knew it and hated it, and he took pleasure in pulling down the pillars of the temple. It was a very good and strongly built temple, and when it is constructed inside yourself, it is not so easy to pull down, but he did as good a job as he could. He had 3 girls in a row, no one of whom Thomas Hudson could be more than civil to, and the only excuse for the last 2 might have been that they reminded him of the first one. The first one came right after the one he had just broken up with, and she was sort of a world low for Roger, although she went on to have a very successful career both in and out of bed, and got herself a good piece of one of the 3rd or 4th biggest fortunes in America, and then married into another. She was named Tanis, and Thomas Hudson remembered how Roger could never hear it without wincing, and he wouldn't say it. No one ever heard him say the name. He used to call her Bitchy the Great. She was dark, with a lovely skin, and she looked like a very young, well-groomed, fastidiously vicious member of the Cenci family. She had the morals of a vacuum cleaner and the soul of a parimutuel machine, a good figure, and that lovely, vicious face, and she only stayed with Roger long enough to get ready for her first good step upwards in life. She was the first girl that had ever left him, and that impressed Roger so that he had 2 more that looked almost enough like her to be members of the same family. He left both of them, though, really left them, and Thomas Hudson thought that made him feel better, though not a hell of a lot better. There are probably politer ways and more endearing ways of leaving a girl than simply, with no unpleasantness and never having been in any row, excusing yourself to go to the men's room at 21 and never coming back. But, as Roger said, he did settle the check downstairs, and he loved to think of his last glimpse of her, sitting alone at the corner table in that decor that suited her so and that she loved so well. He planned to leave the other one at the Stork, which was the place she really loved, but he was afraid Mr. Billingsley might not like it, and he needed to borrow some money from Mr. Billingsley. "So where did you leave her?" Thomas Hudson had asked him. "At El Morocco, so I could always remember her sitting there among those zebras. She loved El Morocco, too," he said, "but I think it was the cub room that was graven on her heart." After that, he got mixed up with one of the most deceptive women Thomas Hudson had ever known. She was a complete change from his last 3 Cenci or Park Avenue Borgia types in looks. She looked really healthy and had tawny hair and long, good legs, a very good figure, and an intelligent, lively face. Though it was not beautiful, it was much better looking than most faces, and she had beautiful eyes. She was intelligent and very kindly and charming when you first knew her, and she was a complete rummy. She was not a lush, and her alcoholism had not showed yet, but she was just at it all the time. Usually you can tell someone who is really drinking by their eyes, and it always showed in Roger's immediately, but this girl, Kathleen, had really beautiful tawny eyes that went with her hair and the little pleasant freckles of health and good nature around her nose and her cheeks, and you never saw anything in them of what was going on. She looked like a girl who was sailing regularly or living some sort of very healthy outdoor life, and she looked like a girl who was very happy. Instead, she was just a girl who was drinking. She was on a very strange voyage to somewhere, and for a while she took Roger with her. But he came up to the studio Thomas Hudson had rented in New York one morning with the back of his left hand covered with cigarette burns. It looked as though someone had been putting butts out by rubbing them against a tabletop, only the tabletop was the back of his hand. "That's what she wanted to do last night," he said. "Have you got any iodine? I didn't like to take those things into a drugstore." "Who's she?" "Kathleen, the fresh outdoor type." "You had to participate. It seemed to amuse her, and we're supposed to amuse them. You're burned pretty badly." "Not really, but I'm going to get out of this town for a while." "You'll be taking yourself along wherever you go." "Yes, but I won't be taking a lot of other people I know with me." "Where are you going to go?" "Out west for a while." "Geography isn't any cure for what's the matter with you." "No, but a healthy life and plenty of work won't hurt. Not drinking may not cure me, but drinking sure as hell isn't helping any now." "Well, get the hell out, then. Do you want to go to the ranch? Do you still own it?" "Part of it." "Is it all right if I go out there?" "Sure," Thomas Hudson had told him. "But it's rugged from now on until spring, and spring isn't easy." "I want it to be rugged," Roger had said. "I'm going to start new again." "How many times is it now you've started new?" "Too many," Roger had said, and you don't have to rub it in. So now he was going to start new again, and how would it turn out this time? How could he think that wasting his talent and writing to order and following a formula that made money could fit him to write well and truly? Everything that a painter did or that a writer wrote was a part of his training and preparation for what he was to do. Roger had thrown away and abused and spent his talent. But perhaps he had enough animal strength and detached intelligence so that he could make another start. Any writer of talent should be able to write one good novel if he were honest, Thomas Hudson thought. But all the time that he should be training for it, Roger had been misusing his talent, and how could you know if his talent still was there, to say nothing of his métier, he thought. How can anyone think that you can neglect and despise or have contempt for craftsmanship, however feigned the contempt may be, and then expect it to be at the service of your hands and of your brain when the time comes when you must have it? There is no substitute for it, Thomas Hudson thought. There is no substitute for talent either, and you don't have to keep them in a chalice. The one is inside you. It is in your heart and in your head and in every part of you. So is the other, he thought. It is not just a set of tools that you have learned to work with. It is luckier to be a painter, he thought, because you have more things to work with. We have the advantage of working with our hands, and the métier we have mastered is an actual, tangible thing. But Roger must start now to use what he has blunted and perverted and cheapened, and all of it is in his head. But, au fond, he has something fine and sound and beautiful. That is a word I would need to be very careful of if I were a writer, he thought. But he has the thing that is the way he is, and if he could write the way he fought on the dock, it could be cruel, but it would be very good. Then if he could think as soundly as he thought after that fight, he would be very good. The moonlight did not shine on the head of Thomas Hudson's bed any more, and gradually he stopped thinking about Roger. Thinking about him doesn't do any good. Either he can do it or he can't. But it would be wonderful if he could do it. I wish that I could help him. Maybe I can, he thought, and then he was asleep. Chapter 9. When the sun woke Thomas Hudson, he went down to the beach and swam, and then had breakfast before the rest of them were up. Eddie said he did not think they would have much of a breeze, and it might even be a calm. He said the gear was all in good shape on the boat, and he had a buoy out after bait. Thomas Hudson asked him if he had tested the lines, since the boat had not been out for big fish in quite a while, and Eddie said he had tested them and taken off all the line that was rotten. He said they were going to have to get some more 36-thread line and plenty more 24-thread, and Thomas Hudson promised to send for it. In the meantime, Eddie had spliced enough good line on to replace the discarded line, and both the big reels had all they would hold. He had cleaned and sharpened all of the big hooks, and checked all the leaders and swivels. "When did you do all this?" "I sat up last night splicing," he said. "Then I worked on a new cast net. Couldn't sleep with the goddamn moon." "Does a full moon bother you for sleeping too?" "Gives me hell," Eddie said. "Eddie, do you think it's really bad for you to sleep with it shining on you?" "That's what the old heads say, I don't know. Always makes me feel bad anyway." "Do you think we'll do anything today?" "Never know. There's some awfully big fish out there this time of year." "Are you going clean up to the Isaacs?" "The boys want to go up there." "We ought to get going right after breakfast. I'm not figuring to cook lunch. I've got conch salad and potato salad and beer, and I'll make up sandwiches. We've got a ham that came over in the last run boat, and I've got some lettuce, and we can use mustard in that chutney. Mustard doesn't hurt kids, does it?" "I don't think so." "We never had it when I was a kid. Say, that chutney's good, too. You ever eat it in a sandwich?" "No." "I didn't know what it was for when you first got it, and I tried some of it like a marmalade. It's damn good. I use it sometimes on grits." "Why don't we have some curry pretty soon?" "I got a leg of lamb coming on the next run boat. Wait till we eat off it a couple of times, once, I guess, with that young Tom and Andrew eating, and we'll have a curry." "Fine. What do you want me to do about getting off?" "Nothing, Tom. Just get them going. Want me to make you a drink? You aren't working today. Might as well have one." "I'll drink a cold bottle of beer with breakfast." "Good thing. Cut that damn phlegm." "Is Joe here yet?" "No, he went after the boy that's gone for bait. I'll put your breakfast out there." "Now let me take her." "No, go on in there and drink a cold bottle of beer and read the paper.
I got her all ironed out for you. I'll bring the breakfast.
Breakfast was corned beef hash, browned, with an egg on top of it, coffee and milk, and a big glass of chilled grapefruit juice. Thomas Hudson skipped the coffee and the grapefruit juice and drank a very cold bottle of Heineken beer with the hash.
I'll keep the juice cold for the kids, Eddie said. That's some beer, isn't it, for early in the morning?
It would be pretty easy to be a rummy, wouldn't it, Eddie?
You'd never make a rummy. You like to work too well.
Drinking in the morning feels awfully good, though.
You're damned right it does, especially something like that beer.
I couldn't do it in work, though.
Well, you're not working today, so what's the goddamn problem? Drink that one up and I'll get you another.
No, one's all I want. They got off by 9 o'clock and went down the channel with the tide. Thomas Hudson was steering on the topside, and he headed her out over the bar and ran straight out toward where he could see the dark line of the Gulf. The water was so calm and so very clear that they could see the bottom clearly in 30 fathoms, see that sea fans bent with the tide current, still see it, but cloudily, at 40 fathoms, and then it deepened and was dark, and they were out in the dark water of the stream.
It looks like a wonderful day, Papa, Tom said. It looks like a good stream.
It's a fine stream. Look at the little curl of the whirlpools along the edge.
Isn't this the same water that we have in on the beach in front of the house?
Sometimes, Tommy. Now the tide is out, and it has pushed the stream out from in front of the mouth of the harbor. See in there along the beach, where there's no opening? It's made in again.
It looks almost as blue in there as it is out here. What makes the Gulf water so blue?
It's a different density of water. It's an altogether different type of water.
The depth makes it darker, though.
Only when you look down into it. Sometimes the plankton in it make it almost purple.
Why?
Because they add red to the blue, I think. I know they call the Red Sea red because the plankton make it look really red. They have terrific concentrations of them there.
Did you like the Red Sea, Papa?
I loved it. It was awfully hot, but you never saw such wonderful reefs, and it's full of fish on the 2 monsoons. You'd like it, Tom.
I read 2 books about it in French by Mr. de Montfort. They were very good. He was in the slave trade. Not the white slave trade, the olden-day slave trade. He's a friend of Mr. Davis.
I know, Thomas Hudson said. I know him, too.
Mr. Davis told me that Mr. de Montfort came back to Paris one time from the slave trade, and when he would take a lady out anywhere, he would have the taxi driver put down the top of the taxi, and he would steer the taxi driver wherever he wanted to go by the stars. Say, Mr. Montfort was on the Pont de la Concorde, and he wanted to go to the Madeleine. He wouldn't just tell the taxi driver to take him to the Madeleine, or to cross the Place de la Concorde, and go up the Rue Royale the way you or I would do it, Papa. Mr. de Montfort would steer himself to the Madeleine by the North Star.
I never heard that one about Mr. de Montfort, Thomas Hudson said. I've heard quite a lot of others.
It's quite a complicated way to get around in Paris, don't you think? Mr. Davis wanted to go into the slave trade at one time with Mr. de Montfort, but there was some sort of hitch. I don't remember what it was. Yes, now I do. Mr. de Montfort had left the slave trade and gone into the opium trade. That was it.
Didn't Mr. Davis want to go into the opium trade?
No, I remember he said he thought he'd leave the opium trade to Mr. De Quincey and Mr. Cocteau. He said they'd done so well in it that he didn't think it was right to disturb them. That was one of those remarks that I couldn't understand. Papa, you explain anything to me that I ask, but it used to slow the conversation up so much to be asking all the time that I would just remember certain things that I didn't understand to ask about sometime, and that's one of those things.
You must have quite a backlog of those things.
I've got hundreds of them, possibly thousands. But I get rid of a lot of them every year by getting to understand them myself, but some I know I'll have to ask you about. At school this year, I may write a list of them for an English composition. I've got some awfully good ones for a composition of that sort.
Do you like school, Tom?
It's just one of those things you have to take. I don't think anyone likes school, do they, that has ever done anything else?
I don't know, I hated it.
Didn't you like art school either?
No. I liked to learn to draw, but I didn't like the school part.
I don't really mind it, Tom said. But after you've spent your life with men like Mr. Joyce and Mr. Pasquin and you and Mr. Davis, being with boys seems sort of juvenile.
You have fun, though, don't you? "Oh, yes, I have lots of friends, and I like any of the sports that aren't built around throwing or catching balls, and I study quite hard. But, Papa, it isn't much of a life." "That was the way I always felt about it," Thomas Hudson said. "You liven it up as much as you can, though." "I do. I liven it up all I can and still stay in it. Sometimes it's a pretty close thing, though." Thomas Hudson looked astern where the wake ran crisply in the calm sea, and the two baits from the outriggers were dragging, dipping and leaping in the curl of the waves the wake raised as it cut the calm. David and Andrew sat in the two fishing chairs holding rods. Thomas Hudson saw their backs. Their faces were astern, watching the baits. He looked ahead at some bonito jumping, not working and threshing the water, but coming out and dropping back into the water singly and in pairs, making hardly any disturbance of the surface as they rose, shining in the sun and returning heavy heads down to enter the water almost without splash.
"Fish!" Thomas Hudson heard young Tom shout. "Fish! Fish! There he comes up! Behind you, Dave! Watch him!"
Thomas Hudson saw a huge boil in the water, but could not see the fish. David had the rod butt in the gimbal and was looking up at the clothespin on the outrigger line. Thomas Hudson saw the line fall from the outrigger in a long, slow loop that tightened as it hit the water and now was racing out at a slant, slicing the water as it went.
"Hit him, Dave! Hit him hard!" Eddie called from the companionway. "Hit him, Dave! For God's sake, hit him!" Andrew begged. "Shut up," David said. "I'm handling him."
He hadn't struck yet, and the line was steadily going out at that angle the rod bowed, the boy holding back on it as the line moved out. Thomas Hudson had throttled the motors down so they were barely turning over.
"Oh, for God's sake, hit him!" Andrew pleaded. "Or let me hit him!"
David just held back on the rod and watched the line moving out at that same steady angle. He had loosened the drag.
"He's a broadbill, Papa," he said without looking up. "I saw his sword when he took it."
"Honest to God?" Andrew asked. "Oh, boy." "I think you ought to hit him now." Roger was standing with the boy now. He had the back out of the chair, and he was buckling the harness on the reel. "Hit him now, Dave, and really hit him." "Do you think he's had it long enough?" David asked. "You don't think he's just carrying it in his mouth and swimming with it?" "I think you better hit him before he spits it out." David braced his feet, tightened the drag well down with his right hand, and struck back hard against the great weight. He struck again and again, bending the rod like a bow. The line moved out steadily. He had made no impression on the fish.
"Hit him again, Dave," Roger said. "Really put it into him."
David struck again with all his strength, and the line started zizzing out. The rod bent so that he could hardly hold it. "Oh, God," he said devoutly, "I think I've got it into him."
"Ease up on your drag," Roger told him. "Turn with him, Tom, and watch the line." "Turn with him and watch the line," Thomas Hudson repeated. "You all right, Dave?"
"I'm wonderful, Papa," Dave said. "Oh, God, if I can catch this fish." Thomas Hudson swung the boat around almost on her stern. Dave's line was fading off the reel, and Thomas Hudson moved up on the fish.
"Tighten up and get that line in now," Roger said. "Work on him, Dave."
David was lifting and reeling as he lowered, lifting and reeling as he lowered as regularly as a machine, and was getting back a good quantity of line onto his reel.
"Nobody in our family's ever caught a broadbill," Andrew said.
"Oh, keep your mouth off him, please," David said. "Don't put your mouth on him."
"I won't," Andrew said. "I've been doing nothing but pray ever since you hooked him."
"Do you think his mouth will hold?" young Tom whispered to his father, who was holding the wheel and looking down into the stern and watching the slant of the white line in the dark water. "I hope so. Dave isn't strong enough to be rough with him."
"I'll do anything if we can get him," young Tom said. "Anything. I'll give up anything. I'll promise anything. Get him some water, Andy."
"I've got some," Eddie said. "Stay with him, old Dave boy."
"I don't want him any closer,"
Roger called up. He was a great fisherman, and he and Thomas Hudson understood each other perfectly in a boat.
"I'll put him astern,"
Thomas Hudson called, and swung the boat around very softly and easily, so the stern hardly disturbed the calm sea. The fish was sounding now, and Thomas Hudson backed the boat very slowly to ease the pressure on the line all that he could. But with only a touch of reverse, with the stern moving slowly toward the fish, the angle was all gone from the line, and the rod tip was pointing straight down, and the line kept going out in a series of steady jerks, the rod bucking each time in David's hands. Thomas Hudson slipped the boat ahead just a thought so that the boy would not have the line so straight up and down in the water. He knew how it was pulling on his back in that position, but he had to save all the line he could. "I can't put any more drag on it or it will break," David said. "What will he do, Mr. Davis?" "He'll just keep on going down until you stop him," Roger said, "or until he stops. Then you've got to try to get him up." The line kept going out and down, out and down, out and down. The rod was bent so far it looked as though it must break, and the line was taut as a tuned cello string, and there was not much more of it on the reel. "What can I do, Papa?" "Nothing. You're doing what there is to do." "Won't he hit the bottom?" Andrew asked. "There isn't any bottom," Roger told him. "You hold him, Davy," Eddie said. "He'll get sick of it and come up." "These damn straps are killing me," David said. "They cut my shoulders off." "Do you want me to take him?" Andrew asked. "No, you fool," David said. "I just said what they were doing to me. I don't care about it." "See if you can rig him the kidney harness," Thomas Hudson called down to Eddie. "You can tie it on with line if the straps are too long." Eddie wrapped the broad quilted pad across the small of the boy's back and fastened the rings on the web straps that ran across it to the reel with heavy line. "That's much better," David said. "Thank you very much, Eddie." "Now you can hold him with your back as well as your shoulders," Eddie told him. "But there isn't going to be any line," David said. "Oh, God damn him, why does he have to keep on sounding?" "Tom," Eddie called up. "Ease her a little northwest. I think he's moving." Thomas Hudson turned the wheel and moved her softly, slowly, softly out to sea. There was a big patch of yellow gulfweed ahead with a bird on it, and the water was calm and so blue and clear that as you looked down into it, there were lights in it like the reflections from a prism. "You see," Eddie told David, "you're not losing any now." The boy could not raise the rod, but the line was no longer jerking down into the water. It was as taut as ever, and there weren't 50 yards left on the reel. But it was not going out. David was holding him, and the boat was on his course. Thomas Hudson could see the just perceptible slant of the white line deep down in the blue water as the boat barely moved, its engines turning so quietly he could not hear them. "You see, Davy, he went down to where he liked it, and now he's moving out to where he wants to go. Pretty soon you'll get some line on him." The boy's brown back was arched, the rod bent, the line moved slowly through the water, and the boat moved slowly on the surface, and a quarter of a mile below the great fish was swimming. The gull left the patch of weed and flew toward the boat. He flew around Thomas Hudson's head while he steered, and then headed off toward another patch of yellow weed on the water. "Try to get some on him now," Roger told the boy. "If you can hold him, you can get some." "Put her just ahead a touch more," Eddie called to the bridge, and Thomas Hudson eased her ahead as softly as he could. David lifted and lifted, but the rod only bent, and the line only tightened. It was as though he were hooked to a moving anchor. "Never mind," Roger told him. "You'll get it later. How are you, Davy?" "I'm fine," David said. "With that harness across my back, I'm fine." "Do you think you can stay with him?" Andrew asked. "Oh, shut up," David said. "Eddie, can I have a drink of water?" "Where'd I put it?" Eddie asked. "I guess I spilled it." "I'll get one." Andrew went below. "Can I do anything, Dave?" young Tom asked. "I'm going up so I won't be in the way." "No, Tom, God damn it, why can't I lift on him?" "He's an awfully big fish, Dave," Roger told him. "You can't bull him around. You've got to lead him and try to convince him where he has to come." "You tell me what to do, and I'll do it until I die," David said. "I trust you." "Don't talk about dying," Roger said. "That's no way to talk." "I mean it," David said. "I mean it really." Young Tom came back up on the flying bridge with his father. They were looking down at David, bent and harnessed to his fish, with Roger standing by him and Eddie holding the chair. Andrew was putting the glass of water to Dave's mouth. He took some in and spat it out. "Pour some on my wrists, will you, Andy?" he asked. "Papa, do you think he can really stay with this fish?" Tom said to his father very softly. "It's an awful lot of fish for him." "It scares me," Tom said. "I love David, and I don't want any damn fish to kill him." "Neither do I, and neither does Roger, and neither does Eddie." "Well, we've got to look after him. If he gets in really bad shape, Mr. Davis ought to take the fish, or you take him." "He's a long way from bad shape yet." But you don't know him like we do. He would kill himself to get the fish. Don't worry, Tom. I can't help it, young Tom said. I'm the one in the family that always worries. I hope I'll get over it. I wouldn't worry about this now, Thomas Hudson said. But, Papa, how is a boy like David going to catch a fish like that? He's never caught anything bigger than sailfish and amberjack. The fish will get tired. It's the fish that has the hook in his mouth. But he's monstrous, Tom said, and Dave's fastened to him just as much as he is to Dave. It's so wonderful I can't believe it if Dave catches him, but I wish you or Mr. Davis had him. Dave's doing all right. They were getting further out to sea all the time, but it was still a flat calm. There were many patches of gulfweed now, sunburned so that they were yellow on the purple water, and sometimes the slow-moving, taut white line ran through a patch of weed, and Eddie reached down and cleared any weed that clung to the line. As he leaned over the combing and pulled the yellow weed off the line and tossed it away, Thomas Hudson saw his wrinkled red-brown neck and old felt hat, and heard him say to Dave, "He's practically towing the boat, Davy. He's way down there tiring himself, and tiring himself all the time." "He's tiring me, too," David said. "You got a headache?" Eddie asked. "No." "Get a cap for him," Roger said. "I don't want it, Mr. Davis. I'd rather have some water on my head." Eddie dipped a bucket of seawater and wet the boy's head carefully with his cupped hand, soaking his head and pushing the hair back out of his eyes. "You say if you get a headache," he told him. "I'm fine," David said. "You tell me what to do, Mr. Davis." "See if you can get any line on him," Roger said. David tried and tried and tried again, but could not raise the fish an inch. "All right, save your strength," Roger told him. Then to Eddie, "Soak a cap and put it on him. This is a hell of a hot day with the calm." Eddie dipped a long-visored cap in the bucket of salt water and put it on Dave's head. "The salt water gets in my eyes, Mr. Davis. Really, I'm sorry." "I'll wipe it out with some fresh," Eddie said. "Give me a handkerchief, Roger. You go get some ice water, Andy." While the boy hung there, his legs braced, his body arched against the strain, the boat kept moving slowly out to sea. To the westward, a school of either bonito or albacore were troubling the calm of the surface, and terns commenced to come flying, calling to each other as they flew. But the school of fish went down, and the terns lit on the calm water to wait for the fish to come up again. Eddie had wiped the boy's face, and now was dipping the handkerchief in the glass of ice water and laying it across David's neck. Then he cooled his wrists with it, and then, with the handkerchief soaked in ice water again, wrung it out while he pressed it against the back of David's neck. "You say if you have a headache," Eddie told him. "That ain't quitting, that's just sense. This is a hell of a goddamn hot sun when it's a calm." "I'm all right," David told him. "I hurt bad in the shoulders and arms was all." "That's natural," Eddie said. "That'll make a man out of you. What we don't want is for you to get no sunstroke nor bust any gut." "What will he do now, Mr. Davis?" David asked. His voice sounded dry. "Maybe just what he's doing. Or he might start to circle, or he may come up. It's a damn shame he sounded so deep at the start, so we haven't any line to maneuver him with," Thomas Hudson said to Roger. "Dave stopped him is the main thing," Roger said. "Pretty soon the fish will change his mind, then we'll work on him. See if you can get any just once, Dave." David tried, but he could not raise him at all. "He'll come up," Eddie said. "You'll see. All of a sudden there won't be anything to it, Davy. Want to rinse your mouth out?" David nodded his head. He had reached the breath-saving stage. "Spit it out," Eddie said. "Swallow just a little." He turned to Roger. 1 hour even, he said. "Is your head all right, Davy?" The boy nodded. "What do you think, Papa?" young Tom said to his father. "Truly." "He looks pretty good to me," his father said. "Eddie wouldn't let anything happen to him." "No, I guess not," Tom agreed. "I wish I could do something useful. I'm going to get Eddie a drink." "Get me one, too, please." "Oh, good. I'll make one for Mr. Davis, too." "I don't think he wants one." "Well, I'll ask him." "Try him once more, Davy," Roger said very quietly, and the boy lifted with all his strength, holding the sides of the spool of the reel with his hands. "You got an inch," Roger said. "Take it in and see if you can get some more." Now the real fight began. Before, David had only been holding him while the fish moved out to sea and the boat moved with him. But now he had to lift, let the rod straighten with the line he had gained, and then lower the rod slowly while he took in the line by reeling. "Don't try to do it too fast," Roger told him. "Don't rush yourself, just keep it steady." The boy was bending forward and pulling up from the soles of his feet, using all the leverage of his body and all of what weight he had on each lift, then reeling fast with his right hand as he lowered. "David fishes awfully pretty," young Tom said. "He's fished since he was a little boy, but I didn't know he could fish this well. He always makes fun of himself because he can't play games, but look at him now." "The hell with games," Thomas Hudson said. "What did you say, Roger?" "Go ahead on him just a touch," Roger called up. "Ahead on him just a touch," Thomas Hudson repeated, and on the next lift, as they nudged slowly forward, David recovered more line. "Don't you like games either, Papa?" Tom asked. "I used to, very much, but not any more." "I like tennis and fencing," Tom said. "The throw and catch ball games are the ones I don't like. That's from being brought up in Europe, I guess. I'll bet David could be a fine fencer if he wanted to learn because he has so much brains, but he doesn't want to learn. All he wants to do is read and fish and shoot and tie flies. He shoots better than Andy does in the field. He can tie beautiful flies, too. Am I bothering you, Papa, talking so much?" "Of course not, Tom." He was holding to the rail of the flying bridge and looking aft as his father was, and his father put one hand on his shoulder. It was salty from the buckets of seawater the boys had thrown over each other on the stern before the fish struck. The salt was very fine and felt faintly sandy under his hand. "You see, I get so nervous watching David I talk to take my mind off it. I'd rather have David catch that fish than anything on earth." "He's a hell of a fish. Wait till we see him." "I saw one time when I was fishing with you years ago. He hit a big mackerel bait with his sword, and he jumped and threw the hook. He was enormous, and I used to dream about him. I'll go down and make the drinks." "There's no hurry," his father told him. Down in the backless fighting chair, set in its swivel base, David braced his feet against the stern and lifted with his arms, back, withers, and thighs, then lowered and reeled and lifted again. Steadily, an inch, 2 inches, 3 inches at a time, he was getting more and more line on the reel. "Is your head all right?" Eddie, who was holding the arms of the chair to steady it, asked him. David nodded. Eddie put his hand on the top of the boy's head and felt his cap. "Cap's still wet," he said. "You're giving him hell, Davy, just like a machine." "It's easier now than holding him," David said, his voice still dry. "Sure," Eddie told him. "Something gives now. Other way it was just pulling your back out by the roots." "Don't work him any faster than you can," Roger said. "You're doing wonderfully, Dave." "Will we gaff him when he comes up this time?" Andrew asked. "Oh, keep your mouth off him, please," David said. "I wasn't trying to mouth him." "Oh, just shut up, Andy, please. I'm sorry." Andrew came climbing up topside. He had on one of the long peaked caps, but under it his father could see his eyes were wet, and the boy turned his head away because his lips trembled. "You didn't say anything bad," Thomas Hudson told him. Andrew spoke with his head turned away. "Now if he loses him, he'll think I mouthed him," he said bitterly. "All I wanted to do was help get everything ready." "It's natural for Dave to be nervous," his father told him. "He's trying to be polite." "I know it," Andrew said. "He's fighting him just as good as Mr. Davis could. I just felt bad that he could think that." "Lots of people are irritable with a big fish. This is the first one Dave's ever had." "You're always polite, and Mr. Davis is always polite." "We didn't used to be. When we were learning to fish big fish together, we used to be excited and rude and sarcastic. We both used to be terrible." "Truly?" "Sure, truly. We used to suffer and act as though everybody was against us. That's the natural way to be. The other's discipline or good sense when you learn. We started to be polite because we found we couldn't catch big fish being rude and excited. And if we did, it wasn't any fun. We were both really awful, though, excited and sore and misunderstood, and it wasn't any fun. So now we always fight them politely. We talked it over and decided we'd be polite no matter what." "I'll be polite," Andrew said, "but it's hard sometimes with Dave. Papa, do you think he can really get him? That it isn't just like a dream or something?" "Let's not talk about it." "Have I said something wrong again?" "No. Only it always seems bad luck to talk that way. We got it from the old fisherman. I don't know what started it. I'll be careful. Here's your drink, Papa, Tom said, handing it up from below. The glass was wrapped in a triple thickness of paper towel with a rubber band around to hold the paper tight against the glass and keep the ice from melting. I put lime, bitters, and no sugar in it. Is that how you want it? Or can I change it? That's fine. Did you make it with coconut water? Yes, and I made Eddie a whiskey. Mr. Davis didn't want anything. Are you staying up there, Andy? No, I'm coming down. Tom climbed up and Andrew went down. Looking back over the stern, Thomas Hudson noticed the line starting to slant up in the water. Watch it, Roger, he called. It looks like he's coming up. He's coming up, Eddie yelled. He had seen the slant in the line, too. Watch your wheel! Thomas Hudson looked down at the spool of the reel to see how much line there was to maneuver with. It was not yet a quarter full, and as he watched, it started to whiz off, and Thomas Hudson started backing, turning sharp toward the slant of the line, well underway as Eddie yelled, Back on him, Tom! The son of a bitch is coming up! We ain't got no line to turn! Keep your rod up, Roger said to David. Don't let him get it down. Then to Thomas Hudson, Back on him all you can, Tom. You're going right. Give her all she'll take. Then, astern of the boat and off to starboard, the calm of the ocean broke open and the great fish rose out of it, rising, shining dark blue and silver, seeming to come endlessly out of the water, unbelievable as his length and bulk rose out of the sea into the air and seemed to hang there until he fell with a splash that drove the water up high and white. "Oh, God," David said. "Did you see him?" "His sword's as long as I am," Andrew said in awe. "He's so beautiful," Tom said. "He's much better than the one I had in the dream." "Keep backing on him," Roger said to Thomas Hudson. Then to David, "Try and get some line out of that belly. He came up from way down, and there's a big belly of line, and you can get some of it." Thomas Hudson, backing fast onto the fish, had stopped the line going out, and now David was lifting, lowering, and reeling, and the line was coming onto the reel in sweeps as fast as he could turn the reel handle. "Slow her down," Roger said. "We don't want to get over him." "Son of a bitch will weigh 1,000 pounds, Eddie said. "Get that easy line in, Davy boy." The ocean was flat and empty where he had jumped, but the circle made where the water had been broken was still widening. "Did you see the water he threw when he jumped, Papa?" young Tom asked his father. "It was like the whole sea bursting open." "Did you see the way he seemed to climb up and up, Tom? Did you ever see such a blue and that wonderful silver on him?" "His sword is blue, too," young Tom said. "The whole back of it is blue." "Will he really weigh 1,000 pounds, Eddie?" he called down. "I think he will, nobody can say, but he'll weigh something awful." "Get all the line you can, Davy, now, while it's cheap," Roger told him. "You're getting it fine." The boy was working like a machine again, recovering line from the great bulge of line in the water, and the boat was backing so slowly that the movement was barely perceptible. "What will he do now, Papa?" Tom asked his father. Thomas Hudson was watching the slant of the line in the water and thinking it would be safer to go ahead just a little, but he knew how Roger had suffered with so much line out. The fish had only needed to make one steady rush to strip all the line from the reel and break off, and now Roger was taking chances to get a reserve of line. As Thomas Hudson watched the line, he saw that David had the reel nearly half full and that he was still gaining. "What did you say?" Thomas Hudson asked his boy, Tom. "What do you think he'll do now?" "Wait a minute, Tom," his father said and called down to Roger. "I'm afraid we're going to get over him, kid." "Then put her ahead easy," Roger said. "Ahead easy," Thomas Hudson repeated. David stopped getting in so much line, but the fish was in a safer position. Then the line started to go out again, and Roger called up, "Throw her out!" and Thomas Hudson threw out the clutches and let the motors idle. "She's out," he said. Roger was bending over David, and the boy was braced and holding back on the rod, and the line was slipping steadily away. "Tighten on him a little bit, Davy," Roger said. "We'll make him work for it." "I don't want him to break," David said, but he tightened the drag. "He won't break," Roger told him, "not with that drag." The line kept going out, but the rod was bent heavier, and the boy was braced back, holding against the pressure with his bare feet against the wood of the stern. Then the line stopped going out. "Now you can get some," Roger told the boy. "He's circling, and this is the in turn. Get back all you can." The boy lowered and reeled, then lifted, let the rod straighten, lowered, and reeled. He was getting line beautifully again. "Am I doing all right?" he asked. "You're doing wonderful," Eddie told him. "He's hooked deep, Davy. I could see when he jumped." Then, while the boy was lifting, the line started to go out again. "Hell," David said. "That's okay," Roger told him. "That's what's supposed to happen. He's on the out turn now. He's circled in toward you, and you got line. Now he's taking it back." Steadily, slowly, with David holding him with all the strain the line would take, the fish took out all the line the boy had just recovered and a little more. Then the boy held him. "All right, get to work on him," Roger said quietly. "He widened his circle a little bit, but he's on the inswing now." Thomas Hudson was using the engines only occasionally now to keep the fish astern. He was trying to do everything for the boy that the boat could do, and he was trusting the boy in the fight to Roger. As he saw it, there was no other thing to do. On the next circle, the fish gained a little line again. On the circle after that, he gained, too. But the boy still had almost half the line on the reel. He was still working the fish exactly as he should, and delivering each time Roger asked him to do something, but he was getting very tired, and the sweat and salt water had made salty blotches on his brown back and shoulders. 2 hours even, Eddie said to Roger. "How's your head, Davy?" "All right. Not ache." The boy shook his head. "You better drink some water this time," Eddie said. David nodded and drank when Andrew put the glass to his lips. "How do you feel, Davy, really?" Roger asked him, bending close over him. "Fine, all except my back and legs and arms." He shut his eyes for an instant and held to the bucking of the rod as the line went out against the heavy drag. "I don't want to talk," he said. "You can get some on him now," Roger told him, and the boy went back to work. "David's a saint and a martyr," Tom said to his father. "Boys don't have brothers like David. Do you mind if I talk, Papa? I'm awfully nervous about this." "Go ahead and talk, Tommy. We're both worried." "He's always been wonderful, you know," Tom said. "He's not a damn genius nor an athlete like Andy. He's just wonderful. I know you love him the most, and that's right, because he's the best of us, and I know this must be good for him or you wouldn't let him do it, but it certainly makes me nervous." Thomas Hudson put an arm around his shoulder and steered, looking astern with only one hand on the wheel. "The trouble is, Tommy, what it would do to him if we made him give it up. Roger and Eddie know everything about what they're doing, and I know they love him and wouldn't have him do what he can't do." "But there is no limit with him, Papa, truly. He'll always do what he can't do." "You trust me, and I'll trust Roger and Eddie." "All right, but I'm going to pray for him now." "You do," said Thomas Hudson. "Why did you say I loved him the best?" "You ought to." "I've loved you the longest." "Let's not think about me nor you. Let's both of us pray for Davy." "Good," said Thomas Hudson. "Now, look, we hooked him right at noon. There's going to be some shade now. I think we've got some already. I'm going to work her around very softly and put Davy in the shade." Thomas Hudson called down to Roger. "If it's okay with you, Rog, I'd like to work her around slow and put Dave in the shade. I don't think it will make any difference with the fish the way he's circling, and will be on his real course." "Fine," Roger said. "I should have thought of it." "There hasn't been any shade till now," Thomas Hudson said. He worked the boat around so slowly, just swinging her on her stern, that they lost almost no line by the maneuver. David's head and shoulders were now shaded by the aft part of the house. Eddie was wiping the boy's neck and shoulders with a towel and putting alcohol on his back and on the back of his neck. "How's that, Dave?" young Tom called down to him. "Wonderful," David said. "I feel better about him now," young Tom said. "You know, at school somebody said David was my half-brother, not my real brother, and I told him we didn't have half-brothers in our family. I wish I didn't worry so much, though, Papa." "You'll get over it." "In a family like ours, somebody has to worry," young Tom said. "But I never worry about you anymore. It's David now. I guess I better make a couple of more drinks. I can pray while I make them. Do you want one, Papa?" "I'd love one." "Eddie probably needs one pretty badly," the boy said. "It must be nearly 3 hours. Eddie's only had one drink in 3 hours. I've certainly been remiss about things. Why do you suppose Mr. Davis wouldn't take one, Papa? I didn't think he would take one while David was going through all that. Maybe he will now. Dave's in the shade. I'll try him now anyway. He went below. I don't think so, Tommy, Thomas Hudson heard Roger say. You haven't had one all day, Mr. Davis, Tom urged. Thanks, Tommy, Roger said. You drink a bottle of beer for me. Then he called up to the wheel. Put her head a little easy, Tom. He's coming better on this tack. Ahead a little easy, Thomas Hudson repeated. The fish was still circling deep, but in the direction the boat was headed now he was shortening the circle. It was the direction he wanted to move in. Now, too, it was easier to see the slant of the line. It was easier to see its true slant much deeper in the dark water with the sun behind the boat, and Thomas Hudson felt safer steering with the fish. He thought how fortunate it was that the day was calm, for he knew David could never have taken the punishment that he would have had if it were hooked to such a fish in even a moderate sea. Now that David was in the shade and the sea stayed calm, he began to feel better about it all. Thanks, Tommy, he heard Eddie say, and then the boy climbed up with his paper-wrapped glass, and Thomas Hudson tasted, took a swallow, and felt the cold that had the sharpness of the lime, the aromatic varnishy taste of the angostura, and the gin stiffening the lightness of the ice-cold coconut water. Is it all right, Papa? The boy asked. He had a bottle of beer from the icebox that was perspiring cold drops in the sun. It's excellent, his father told him. You put in plenty of gin, too. I have to, young Tom said, because the ice melts so fast. We ought to have some sort of insulated holders for the glasses so the ice wouldn't melt. I'm going to work out something at school. I think I could make them out of cork blocks. Maybe I can make them for you for Christmas. Look at Dave now, his father said. David was working on the fish as though he had just started the fight. Look how sort of slab-sided he is, young Tom said. His chest and his back are all the same. He looks sort of like he was glued together. But he's got the longest arm muscles you could ever see. They're just as long on the back of his arms as on the front. The biceps and the triceps, I mean. He's certainly built strangely, Papa. He's a strange boy, and he's the best damn brother you could have. Down in the cockpit, Eddie had drained his glass and was wiping David's back with a towel again. Then he wiped his chest and his long arms. You all right, Davy? David nodded. Listen, Eddie told him. I've seen a grown man, strong, shoulders like a bull, yellow out and quit on half the work you've put in on that fish already. David kept on working. Big man. Your dad and Roger both know him. Trained for it, fishing all the time. Hooked the biggest goddamn fish a man ever hooked, and yellowed out and quit on him just because he hurt. Fish made him hurt, so he quit. You just keep it steady, Davy. David did not say anything. He was saving his breath, and pumping, lowering, raising, and reeling. This damn fish is so strong because he's a he, Eddie told him. If it was a she, it would have quit long ago. It would have bust its insides or its heart or burst its roe. In this kind of fish, the he is the strongest. In lots of other fish, it's the she that is strongest, but not with the broad bill. He's awfully strong, Davy, but you'll get him. The line started to go out again, and David shut his eyes a moment, braced his bare feet against the wood, hung back against the rod, and rested. That's right, Davy, Eddie said. Only work when you're working. He's just circling, but the drag makes him work for it, and it's tiring him all the time. Eddie turned his head and looked below, and Thomas Hudson knew from the way he squinted his eyes that he was looking at the big brass clock on the cabin wall. It's 3:05, Roger, he said. You've been with him 3 hours and 5 minutes, Davy, old boy. They were at the point where David should have started to gain line, but instead the line was going out steadily. He's sounding again, Roger said. Watch yourself, Davy. Can you see the line okay, Tom? I can see it okay, Thomas Hudson told him. It was not yet at a very steep slant, and he could see it a long way down in the water from the top of the house. He may want to go down to die, Thomas Hudson told his oldest boy, speaking very low. That would ruin Dave. Young Tom shook his head and bit his lips. Hold him all you can, Dave, Thomas Hudson heard Roger say. Tighten up on him. Give it all it will take. The boy tightened up the drag almost to the breaking point of the rod and line and then hung on, bracing himself to take the punishment as best he could, while the line went out and out and down and down. "When you stop him this time, I think you will have whipped him," Roger told David. "Throw her out, Tom." "She's cut," Thomas Hudson said. "But I think I could save a little backing." "Okay, try it." "Backing now," Thomas Hudson said. They saved a little line by backing, but not much, and the line was getting terribly straight up and down. There was less on the reel now than at the worst time before. "You'll have to get out on the stern, Davy," Roger said. "You'll have to loosen the drag up a little bit to get the butt out." David loosened the drag. "Now get the butt into your butt rest. You hold him around the waist, Eddie." "Oh, God, Papa," young Tom said. "He's taking it all to the bottom right now." David was on his knees on the low stern now, the rod bent so that its tip was under water, its butt in the leather socket of the butt rest that was strapped around his waist. Andrew was holding on to David's feet, and Roger knelt beside him, watching the line in the water and the little there was on the reel. He shook his head at Thomas Hudson. There was not 20 yards more on the reel, and David was pulled down with half the rod under water now. Then there was barely 15 yards on the reel. Now there was not 10 yards. Then the line stopped going out. The boy was still bent far over the stern, and most of the rod was in the water. But no line was going out. "Get him back in the chair, Eddie. Easy, easy," Roger said. "When you can, I mean." He stopped him. Eddie helped David back into the fighting chair, holding him around the waist so that a sudden lurch by the fish would not pull the boy overboard. Eddie eased him into the chair, and David got the rod butt into the gimbal socket and braced with his feet and pulled back on the rod. The fish lifted a little. "Only pull when you're going to get some line," Roger told David. "Let him pull the rest of the time. Try and rest inside the action, except when you're working on him." "You've got him, Davy," Eddie said. "You're getting it on him all the time. Just take it slow and easy and you'll kill him." Thomas Hudson eased the boat a little forward to put the fish further astern. There was good shadow now over all the stern. The boat was working steadily further out to sea, and no wind troubled the surface. "Papa," young Tom said to his father, "I was looking at his feet when I made the drinks. They're bleeding." "He's chafed them pulling against the wood." "Do you think I could put a pillow there, a cushion for him to pull against?" "Go down and ask Eddie," Thomas Hudson said, "but don't interrupt Dave." It was well into the 4th hour of the fight now. The boat was still working out to sea, and David, with Roger holding the back of his chair now, was raising the fish steadily. David looked stronger now than he had an hour before, but Thomas Hudson could see where his heels showed the blood that had run down from the soles of his feet. It looked varnished in the sun. "How's your feet, Davy?" Eddie asked. "They don't hurt," David said. "What hurts is my hands and arms and my back." "I could put a cushion under them." David shook his head. "I think they'd stick," he said. "They're sticky. They don't hurt, really." Young Tom came up to the topside and said, "He's wearing the bottoms of his feet right off. He's getting his hands bad, too. He's had blisters, and now they're all open. Gee, Papa, I don't know." "It's the same as if he had to paddle against a stiff current, Tommy, or if he had to keep going up a mountain or stick with a horse after he was awfully tired." "I know it, but just watching it and not doing it seems so sort of awful when it's your brother." "I know it, Tommy, but there is a time boys have to do things if they are ever going to be men. That's where Dave is now." "I know it, but when I see his feet and his hands, I don't know, Papa." "If you had the fish, would you want Roger or me to take him away from you?" "No. I'd want to stay with him till I died, but to see it with Davy is different." "We have to think about how he feels," his father told him, "and what's important to him." "I know," young Tom said hopelessly, "but to me it's just Davy. I wish the world wasn't the way it is and that things didn't have to happen to brothers." "I do too," Thomas Hudson said. "You're an awfully good boy, Tommy. But please know I would have stopped this long ago, except that I know that if David catches this fish, he'll have something inside him for all his life, and it will make everything else easier." Just then Eddie spoke. He had been looking behind him into the cabin again. "4 hours even, Roger," he said. "You better take some water, Davy. How do you feel?" "Fine," David said. "I know what I'll do that is practical," young Tom said. "I'll make a drink for Eddie. Do you want one, Papa?" "No, I'll skip this one," Thomas Hudson said. Young Tom went below, and Thomas Hudson watched David working slowly, tiredly but steadily, Roger bending over him and speaking to him in a low voice, Eddie out on the stern watching the slant of the line in the water. Thomas Hudson tried to picture how it would be down where the swordfish was swimming. It was dark, of course, but probably the fish could see as a horse can see. It would be very cold. He wondered if the fish was alone, or if there could be another fish swimming with him. They had seen no other fish, but that did not prove that this fish was alone. There might be another one with him in the dark and the cold. Thomas Hudson wondered why the fish had stopped when he had gone so deep the last time. Did the fish reach his maximum possible depth the way a plane reached its ceiling? Or had the pulling against the bend of the rod, the heavy drag on the line, and the resistance of its friction in the water discouraged him so that now he swam quietly in the direction he wished to go? Was he only rising a little, steadily, as David lifted on him, rising docilely to ease the unpleasant tension that held him? Thomas Hudson thought that was probably the way it was, and that David might have great trouble with him yet if the fish was still strong. Young Tom had brought Eddie's own bottle to him, and Eddie had taken a long pull out of it and then asked Tom to put it in the bait box to keep it cool. "And handy," he added. "If I see Davy fight this fish much longer, it'll make a damned rummy out of me." "I'll bring it any time you want it," Andrew said. "Don't bring it when I want it," Eddie told him. "Bring it when I ask for it." The oldest boy had come up with Thomas Hudson, and together they watched Eddie bend over David and look carefully into his eyes. Roger was holding the chair and watching the line. "Now listen, Davy," Eddie told the boy, looking close into his face. "Your hands and feet don't mean a damn thing. They hurt and they look bad, but they are all right. That's the way a fisherman's hands and feet are supposed to get, and next time they'll be tougher. But is your bloody head all right?" "Fine," David said. "Then God bless you and stay with the son of a bitch, because we're going to have him up here soon." "Davy," Roger spoke to the boy, "do you want me to take him?" David shook his head. "It wouldn't be quitting now," Roger said. "It would just make sense. I could take him, or your father could take him." "Am I doing anything wrong?" David asked bitterly. "No, you're doing perfectly." "Then why should I quit on him?" "He's giving you an awful beating, Davy," Roger said. "I don't want him to hurt you." "He's the one that has the hook in his goddamn mouth." David's voice was unsteady. "He isn't giving me a beating, I'm giving him a beating, the son of a bitch." "Say anything you want, Dave," Roger told him. "The damn son of a bitch. The big son of a bitch." "He's crying," Andrew, who had come up topside and was standing with young Tom and his father, said. "He's talking that way to get rid of it." "Shut up, horseman," young Tom said. "I don't care if he kills me, the big son of a bitch," David said. "Oh, hell, I don't hate him, I love him." "You shut up now," Eddie said to David. "You save your wind." He looked at Roger, and Roger lifted his shoulders to show he did not know. "If I see you getting excited like that, I'll take him away from you," Eddie said. "I'm always excited," David said. "Just because I never say it, nobody knows. I'm no worse now, it's only the talking." "Well, you shut up now and take it easy," Eddie said. "You stay calm and quiet, and we'll go with him forever." "I'll stay with him," David said. "I'm sorry I called him the names. I don't want to say anything against him. I think he's the finest thing in the world." "Andy, get me that bottle of pure alcohol," Eddie said. "I'm going to loosen up his arms and shoulders and his legs," he said to Roger. "I don't want to use any more of that ice water for fear I'd cramp him up." He looked into the cabin and said, 5.5 even, Roger. He turned to David. "You don't feel too heated up now, do you, Davy?" The boy shook his head. "That straight up-and-down sun in the middle of the day was what I was afraid of," Eddie said. "Nothing could happen to you now, Davy. Just take it easy and whip this old fish. We want to whip him before dark." David nodded. "Papa, did you ever see a fish fight like this one?" young Tom asked. Yes, Thomas Hudson told him. Very many? I don't know, Tommy. There are some terrible fish in this gulf. Then there are huge big fish that are easy to catch. Why are some easier? I think because they get old and fat. Some, I think, are almost old enough to die. Then, of course, some of the biggest jump themselves to death. There had been no boats in sight for a long time, and it was getting late in the afternoon, and they were a long way out between the island and the Great Isaac's Light. Try 'em once more, Davy, Roger said. The boy bent his back, pulled back against his braced feet, and the rod, instead of staying solid, lifted slowly. You got 'em coming, Roger said. Get that line on and try 'em again. The boy lifted and again recovered line. He's coming up, Roger told David. Keep on him steady and good. David went to work like a machine, or like a very tired boy performing as a machine. This is the time, Roger said. He's really coming up. Put her ahead just a touch, Tom. We want to take him on the port side if we can. Ahead just a touch, Thomas Hudson said. Use your own judgment on it, Roger said. We want to bring him up easy where Eddie can gaff him, and we can get a noose over him. I'll handle the leader. Tommy, you come down here to handle the chair, and see the line doesn't foul on the rod when I take the leader. Keep the line clear all the time in case I have to turn him loose. Andy, you help Eddie with anything he asks for, and give him the noose and the club when he asks for them. The fish was coming up steadily now, and David was not breaking the rhythm of his pumping. Tom, you better come down and take the wheel below, Roger called up. I was just coming down, Thomas Hudson told him. Sorry, he said. Davy, remember if he runs and I have to turn him loose, keep your rod up and everything clear. Slack off your drag as soon as I take hold of the leader. Keep her spooled even, Eddie said. Don't let it jam up now, Davy. Thomas Hudson swung down from the flying bridge into the cockpit and took the wheel and the controls there. It was not as easy to see into the water as it was on the flying bridge, but it was handier in case of any emergency, and communication was easier. It was strange to be on the same level as the action after having looked down on it for so many hours, he thought. It was like moving down from a box seat onto the stage or to the ringside or close against the railing of the track. Everyone looked bigger and closer, and they were all taller and not foreshortened. He could see David's bloody hands and lacquered-looking, oozing feet, and he saw the welts the harness had made across his back, and the almost hopeless expression on his face as he turned his head at the last finish of a pull. He looked in the cabin, and the brass clock showed that it was 10 minutes to 6. The sea looked different to him now that he was so close to it, and looking at it from the shade and from David's bent rod, the white line slanted into the dark water, and the rod lowered and rose steadily. Eddie knelt on the stern with the gaff in his sun-spotted, freckled hands, and looked down into the almost purple water, trying to see the fish. Thomas Hudson noticed the rope hitches around the haft of the gaff, and the rope made fast to the Samson post in the stern, and then he looked again at David's back, his outstretched legs, and his long arms holding the rod. "Can you see him, Eddie?" Roger asked from where he was holding the chair. "Not yet. Stay on him, Davy. Steady and good." David kept on his same raising, lowering, and reeling, the reel heavy with line now, bringing in a sweep of line each time he swung it around. Once the fish held steady for a moment, and the rod doubled toward the water, and the line started to go out. "No, he can't be," David said. "He might," Eddie said. "You can't ever know." But then David lifted slowly, suffering against the weight, and, after the first slow lift, the line started to come again as easily and as steadily as before. "He just held for a minute," Eddie said. His old felt hat on the back of his head, he was peering down into the clear, dark, purple water. "There he is," he said. Thomas Hudson slipped back quickly from the wheel to look over the stern. The fish showed, deep astern, looking tiny and foreshortened in the depth, but in the small time Thomas Hudson looked at him, he grew steadily in size. It was not as rapidly as a plane grows as it comes toward you, but it was as steady. Thomas Hudson put his arm on David's shoulder and went back to the wheel. Then he heard Andrew say, "Oh, look at him!" And this time he could see him from the wheel, deep in the water and well astern, showing brown now and grown greatly in length and bulk. "Keep her just as she is," Roger said without looking back, and Thomas Hudson answered, "Just as she is." "Oh, God, look at him," young Tom said. Now he was really huge, bigger than any swordfish Thomas Hudson had ever seen. All the great length of him was purple-blue now instead of brown, and he was swimming slowly and steadily in the same direction the boat was going, astern of the boat and on David's right. "Keep him coming all the time, Davy," Roger said. "He's coming in just right." "Go ahead just a touch," Roger said, watching the fish. "Ahead just a touch," Thomas Hudson answered. "Keep it spooled," Eddie told David. Thomas Hudson could see the swivel of the leader now out of the water. "Ahead just a little more," Roger said. "Going ahead just a little more," Thomas Hudson repeated. He was watching the fish and easing the stern onto the course that he was swimming. He could see the whole great purple length of him now, the great broad sword forward, the slicing dorsal fin set in his wide shoulders, and his huge tail that drove him almost without emotion. "Just a touch more ahead," Roger said. "Going ahead a touch more." David had the leader within reach now. "Are you ready for him, Eddie?" Roger asked. "Sure," Eddie said. "Watch him, Tom," Roger said, and leaned over and took hold of the cable leader. "Slack off on your drag," he said to David, and began slowly raising the fish, holding and lifting on the heavy cable to bring him within reach of the gaff. The fish was coming up and looking as long and as broad as a big log in the water. David was watching him and glancing up at his rod tip to make sure it was not fouled. For the first time in 6 hours he had no strain on his back and his arms and legs, and Thomas Hudson saw the muscles in his legs twitching and quivering. Eddie was bending over the side with the gaff, and Roger was lifting slowly and steadily. "He'd go over 1,000, Eddie said. Then he said very quietly, "Roger, hook's only holding by a thread." "Can you reach him?" Roger asked. "Not yet," Eddie said. "Keep him coming easy, easy." Roger kept lifting on the wire cable, and the great fish rose steadily toward the boat. "It's been cut in," Eddie said. "It's just holding by nothing." "Can you reach him now?" Roger asked. His tone had not changed. "Not quite yet," Eddie said as quietly. Roger was lifting as gently and as softly as he could. Then, from lifting, he straightened, all strain gone, holding the slack leader in his 2 hands. "No, no, no, please God, no," young Tom said. Eddie lunged down into the water with the gaff and then went overboard trying to get the gaff into the fish if he could reach him. It was no good. The great fish hung there in the depth of water where he was like a huge, dark, purple bird, and then settled slowly. They all watched him go down, getting smaller and smaller, until he was out of sight. Eddie's hat was floating on the calm sea, and he was holding on to the gaff handle. The gaff was on the line that was fast to the Samson post in the stern. Roger put his arms around David, and Thomas Hudson could see David's shoulders shaking. But he left David to Roger. "Get the ladder out for Eddie to come aboard," he said to young Tom. "Take Davy's rod, Andy. Unhook it." Roger lifted the boy out of the chair and carried him over to the bunk at the starboard side of the cockpit and laid him down in it. Roger's arms were around David, and the boy lay flat on his face on the bunk. Eddie came aboard soaked and dripping, and started to undress. Andrew fished out his hat with the gaff, and Thomas Hudson went below to get Eddie a shirt and a pair of dungarees and a shirt and shorts for David. He was surprised that he had no feeling at all except pity and love for David. All other feeling had been drained out of him in the fight. When he came up, David was lying naked, face down on the bunk, and Roger was rubbing him down with alcohol. "It hurts across the shoulders and my tail," David said. "Watch out, Mr. Davis, please." "It's where it's chafed," Eddie told him. "Your father's going to fix your hands and feet with mercurochrome. That won't hurt." "Get this shirt on, Davy," Thomas Hudson said, "so he won't get cold. Go get one of the lightest blankets for him, Tom." Thomas Hudson touched the places where the harness had chafed the boy's back with mercurochrome and helped him into the shirt. "I'm all right," David said in a toneless voice. "Can I have a Coke, Papa?" "Sure," Thomas Hudson told him. "Eddie will get you some soup in a little while." "I'm not hungry," David said. "I couldn't eat yet." "We'll wait a while," Thomas Hudson said. "I know how you feel, Dave," Andrew said when he brought the Coke. "Nobody knows how I feel," David said. Thomas Hudson gave his oldest boy a compass course to steer back to the island. "Synchronize your motors at 300, Tommy," he said. "We'll be in sight of the light by dark, and then I'll give you a correction. You check me every once in a while, will you please, Papa? Do you feel as awful as I do?" "There's nothing to do about it." "Eddie certainly tried," young Tom said. "Not everybody would jump in this ocean after a fish." "Eddie nearly made it," his father told him. "It could have been a hell of a thing with him in the water with a gaff in that fish." "Eddie would have got out all right," young Tom said. "Are they synchronized all right?" "Listen for it," his father told him. "Don't just watch the tachometers." Thomas Hudson went over to the bunk and sat down by David. He was rolled up in the light blanket, and Eddie was fixing his hands and Roger his feet. "Aye, Papa," he said, and looked at Thomas Hudson and then looked away. "I'm awfully sorry, Davy," his father said. "You made the best fight on him I ever saw anyone make. Roger or any man ever." "Thank you very much, Papa. Please don't talk about it." "Can I get you anything, Davy?" "I'd like another Coke, please," David said. Thomas Hudson found a cold bottle of Coca-Cola in the ice of the bait box and opened it. He sat by David, and the boy drank the Coke with the hand Eddie had fixed. "I'll have some soup ready right away. It's heating now," Eddie said. "Should I heat some chili, Tom? We got some conch salad." "Let's heat some chili," Thomas Hudson said. "We haven't eaten since breakfast. Roger hasn't had a drink all day." "I had a bottle of beer just now," Roger said. "Eddie," David said, "what would he really weigh?" "Over 1,000, Eddie told him. "Thank you very much for going overboard," David said. "Thank you very much, Eddie." "Hell," Eddie said. "What else was it to do?" "Would he really have weighed 1,000, Papa?" David asked. "I'm sure of it," Thomas Hudson answered. "I've never seen a bigger fish, either broadbill or marlin, ever." The sun had gone down, and the boat was driving through the calm sea, the boat alive with the engines, pushing fast through the same water they had moved so slowly through for all those hours. Andrew was sitting on the edge of the wide bunk now, too. "Hello, horseman," David said to him. "If you'd have caught him," Andrew said, "you'd have been probably the most famous young boy in the world." "I don't want to be famous," David said. "You can be famous." "We'd have been famous as your brothers," Andrew said. "I mean, really." "I'd have been famous as your friend," Roger told him. "I'd have been famous because I steered," Thomas Hudson said, "and Eddie because he gaffed him." "Eddie ought to be famous anyway," Andrew said. "Tommy would be famous because he brought so many drinks. All through the terrific battle, Tommy kept them supplied." "What about the fish? Wouldn't he be famous?" David asked. He was all right now, or at least he was talking all right. "He'd be the most famous of all," Andrew said. "He'd be immortal." "I hope nothing happened to him," David said. "I hope he's all right." "I know he's all right," Roger told him. "The way he was hooked and the way he fought, I know he was all right." "I'll tell you sometime how it was," David said. "Tell now," Andy urged him. "I'm tired now, and besides it sounds crazy." "Tell now, tell a little bit," Andrew said. "I don't know whether I better. Should I, Papa?" "Go ahead," Thomas Hudson said. "Well," David said with his eyes tight shut, "in the worst parts, when I was the tiredest, I couldn't tell which was him and which was me." "I understand," Roger said. "Then I began to love him more than anything on earth." "You mean really love him?" Andrew asked. "Yeah, really love him." "Gee," said Andrew, "I can't understand that." "I loved him so much when I saw him coming up that I couldn't stand it," David said, his eyes still shut. All I wanted was to see him closer." "I know," Roger said. "Now I don't give a shit I lost him," David said. "I don't care about records. I just thought I did. I'm glad that he's all right and that I'm all right. We aren't enemies." "I'm glad you told us," Thomas Hudson said. "Thank you very much, Mr. Davis, for what you said when I first lost him," David said with his eyes still shut. Thomas Hudson never knew what it was that Roger had said to him. Chapter 10. That night, in the heavy calm before the wind rose, Thomas Hudson sat in his chair and tried to read. The others were all in bed, but he knew he could not sleep, and he wanted to read until he was sleepy. He could not read, and he thought about the day. He thought about it from the beginning until the end, and it seemed as though all of his children except Tom had gone a long way away from him, or he had gone away from them. David had gone with Roger. He wanted David to get everything he could from Roger, who was as beautiful and sound in action as he was unbeautiful and unsound in his life and in his work. David was always a mystery to Thomas Hudson. He was a well-loved mystery, but Roger understood him better than his own father did. He was happy they did understand each other so well, but tonight he felt lonely in some way about it. Then he had not liked the way Andrew had behaved, although he knew Andrew was Andrew and a little boy, and that it was unfair to judge him. He had done nothing bad, and he had really behaved very well, but there was something about him that you could not trust. What a miserable, selfish way to be thinking about the people that you love, he thought. Why don't you remember the day and not analyze it and tear it to pieces? Go to bed now, he told himself, and make yourself sleep. The hell with anything else. And pick up the rhythm of your life in the morning. You don't have the boys for much longer. See how happy a time you can make for them. I've tried, he said to himself. I've tried truly, and for Roger, too. And you have been very happy yourself, he told himself. Yes, of course. But something about today frightened me. Then he told himself, truly, there is something about every day to frighten you. Go on to bed, and maybe you'll sleep well. Remember, you want them to be happy tomorrow. A big southwest wind came up in the night, and by daylight it was slowing with almost the force of a gale. The palms were bent with it, and shutters slammed, and papers blew, and a surf was piling on the beach. Roger was gone when Thomas Hudson came down to breakfast alone. The boys were still sleeping, and he read his mail that had come from the mainland on the runboat that brought ice, meat, fresh vegetables, gas, and other supplies once a week. It was blowing so hard he put a coffee cup on a letter to hold it when he laid it down on the table. "Want me to shut the doors?" Joseph asked. "No, only if things start to break." "Mr. Roger gone walking on the beach," Joseph said. "Headed up toward the end of the island." Thomas Hudson kept on reading his mail. "Here's the paper," Joseph said. "I ironed her out." "Thank you, Joseph." "Mr. Tom, is it true about the fish? What Eddie was telling me?" "What did he say?" "About how big he was and having him right up to the gaff." "It's true." "God almighty. If that runboat hadn't come so I had to stay in to carry ice and groceries, I'd have been along. I'd have dove right in after him and gaffed him." "Eddie dove in," Thomas Hudson said. "He didn't tell me," Joseph said, subdued. "I'd like some more coffee, please, Joseph, and another piece of pawpaw," Thomas Hudson said. He was hungry, and the wind gave him even more appetite. "Didn't the runboat bring any bacon?" "I believe I can find some," Joseph said. "You're eating good this morning." "Ask Eddie to come in, please." "Eddie went home to fix his eye." "What happened to his eye?" "Somebody balled their fist in it." Thomas Hudson believed he knew why this might have happened. "Is he hurt anywhere else?" "He's beat pretty bad," Joseph said, "on account of people not believing him in different bars. People ain't never going to believe him that story he tells. Certainly is a pity." "Where'd he fight?" "Everywhere. Everywhere where they wouldn't believe him. Nobody believe him yet. People took to not believing him late at night that didn't know what it was about even just to get him to fight. He must have fought all the fighting men on the island.
Tonight, sure as you eatin' breakfast, men'll come up from Middle Key just to doubt his word. Couple real bad fighting men down at Middle Key now at that construction.
Mr. Roger better go out with him, Thomas Hudson said.
Oh, boy.
Joseph's face lighted up.
Tonight's the night we got fun.
Thomas Hudson drank the coffee and ate the cold pawpaw with fresh lime squeezed over it and 4 more strips of bacon that Joseph brought in.
I see you were in an eating mood, Joseph said. When I see you like that, I want to make something out of it.
I eat plenty.
Sometimes, Joseph said.
He came in with another cup of coffee, and Thomas Hudson took it up to his desk to answer the 2 letters he needed to get off in the mailboat.
Go up to Eddie's house and get him to make out the list of what we need to order by the runboat, he said to Joseph. Then bring it to me to check. Is there coffee for Mr. Roger? He had his, Joseph said. Thomas Hudson finished the 2 letters at the work desk upstairs, and Eddie came over with the list of supplies for the next week's runboat. Eddie looked bad enough. His eye had not responded to treatment, and his mouth and cheeks were swollen. One ear was swollen, too. He had put mercurochrome on his mouth where it was cut, and the bright color made him look very untragic. I didn't do any good last night, he said. I think everything is on here, Tom.
Why don't you lay off today and go home and take it easy?
I feel worse at home, he said. I'll go to bed early tonight.
Don't get in any more fights about that, Thomas Hudson said. It doesn't do any good.
You're talking to the right man, Eddie said through the scarlet of his split and swollen lips. I kept waiting for truth and right to win, and then somebody new would knock truth and right on its ass.
Joseph said you had a lot of them.
Till somebody took me home, Eddie said. Big-hearted Benny, I guess it was. He and Constable probably saved me from getting hurt.
You aren't hurt?
I hurt, but I ain't hurt. Hell, you ought to been there, Tom.
I'm glad I wasn't. Did anybody try to really hurt you?
I don't think so. They were just proving to me I was wrong. Constable believed me.
Did he?
Yes, sir, him and Bobby. Only people believe me, all right. Constable said any man who hit me first, he'd lock him up. Asked me this morning if there was anybody hit me first. I told him yes, but I hit at them first. It was a bad night for truth and right, Tom. Bad night, all right.
Do you really want to cook lunch?
Why not? Eddie said. We got steaks on the runboat, real sirloin steak. You ought to see her. I figured to have it with mashed potatoes and gravy and some lima beans. We got that cabbage lettuce and fresh grapefruit for a salad. The boys would like a pie, and we got canned loganberries makes a hell of a pie. We got ice cream from the runboat to put on top of it. How's that? I want to feed that goddamn David up.
What did you figure to do when you dove overboard with the gaff?
I was going to get the gaff hook into him right underneath his fin where it would kill him when he came taut on the rope, and then get the hell away from there and back on board.
What did he look like underwater?
He was as wide as a dinghy, Tom. All purple, and his eye looked as big as your hand is long. It was black, and he was silver underneath, and his sword was terrible to see. He just kept on going down, settling slow, and I couldn't get down to him because that big haft on the gaff was too buoyant. I couldn't sink with it, so it wasn't any use.
Did he look at you?
I couldn't tell. He just looked like he was there, and nothing made any difference to him.
Do you think he was tired?
I think he was through. I think he decided to give up.
We'll never see anything like that again.
No, not in our lifetimes. And I know enough now not to try to make people believe it.
I'm going to paint a picture of it for David.
You make it just like it was, then. Don't make it comic like some of those comic ones you paint.
I'm going to paint it truer than a photograph.
That's the way I like it when you paint.
It's going to be awfully hard to paint the underwater part.
Will it be like that waterspout picture down at Bobby's?
No. This will be different, but I hope it will be better. I'm going to make sketches for it today.
I like that waterspout picture, Eddie said. Bobby, he's crazy about it, and he can make anybody believe there was that many waterspouts that time when they see the picture. But this will be a hell of a one to paint with the fish in the water.
I think I can do it, Thomas Hudson said.
You couldn't paint him jumping, could you?
I think I can.
Paint him the two of them, Tom. Paint him jumping, and then with Roger bringing him up on the leader and Davy in the chair and me on the stern. We can get photographs took of it. I'll start the sketches. Anything you want to ask me, Eddie said. I'll be in the kitchen. The boy's still asleep. All three of them. Hell, Eddie said. I don't give a damn about anything since that fish. But we've got to have a good meal. I wish I had a leech for that eye. Hell, I don't give a damn about the eye. I can see out of it fine. I'm going to let the boys sleep as long as they can. Joe, he'll tell me when they're up, and I'll give them breakfast. If they wake up too late, I won't give them too much so as not to spoil lunch. You didn't see that piece of meat we got? No. God damn, she sure costs money, but it's beautiful meat, Tom. Nobody on this island has eaten meat like that in their whole lives. I wonder what those beef cattle look like that meat comes from. They're built right down close to the ground, Thomas Hudson said, and they're almost as wide as they are long. God, they must be fat, Eddie said. I'd like to see them alive sometime. Here nobody ever butchers a cow till just before it's going to die from starving. The meat's bitter. People here go crazy with meat like that we got. They wouldn't know what it was, probably make them sick. I have to finish these letters, Thomas Hudson said. I'm sorry, Tom. After he finished the mail, answering 2 other business letters that he had intended to put off until the next week's boat, checking the list for the next week's needs, and writing a check for the week's supplies, plus the flat 10% the government charged on all imports from the mainland, Thomas Hudson walked down to the runboat that was loading at the government wharf. The captain was taking orders from the islanders for supplies, dry goods, medicines, hardware, spare parts, and all the things that came into the island from the mainland. The runboat was loading live crawfish and conchs and a deck of conch shells and empty gasoline and diesel oil drums, and the islanders stood in line in the heavy wind waiting their turn in the cabin. Was everything all right, Tom? Captain Ralph called out the cabin window to Thomas Hudson. Hey, get back out of this cabin, you boy, and come in your turn, he said to a big Negro in a straw hat. I had to substitute on a few things. How's the meat? Eddie says it's wonderful. Good. Let me have those letters and the list. Blowing a gale outside. I want to get out over the bar on this next tide. Sorry I'm so busy. See you next week, Ralph. Don't let me hold you up. Thanks very much, boy. I'll try to have everything next week. Need any money? No, I'm all right from last week. Got plenty of it here if you want it. Okay, now, you, Lucius, what's your trouble? What you spending money on now? Thomas Hudson walked back along the dock where the Negroes were laughing at what the wind was doing to the girls in the women's cotton dresses, and then up the Coral Road to the Ponce de Leon. Tom, Mr. Bobby said, come in and sit down. By God, where you been? We're just swept out and she's officially open. Come on and have the best one of the day. It's pretty early. Nonsense, that's good imported beer. We got Dog's Head Ale, too. He reached into a tub of ice, opened a bottle of Pilsner, and handed it to Thomas Hudson. You don't want a glass, do you? Put that down and then decide if you want a drink or not. I won't work then. Who gives a damn? You work too much as it is. You got a duty to yourself, Tom. Your one and only life. You can't just paint all the time. We were in the boat yesterday and I didn't work. Thomas Hudson was looking at the big canvas of the waterspouts that hung on the wall at the end of the bar. It was a good painting, Thomas Hudson thought. As good as he could do as of today, he thought. I got to hang her higher, Bobby said. Some gentleman got excited last night and tried to climb into the skiff. I told him it would cost him $10,000 if he put his foot through her. Constable told him the same. Constable's got an idea for one he wants you to paint to hang in his home. What is it? Constable wouldn't say, just that he had a very valuable idea, and he had intention to discuss with you. Thomas Hudson was looking at the canvas closely. It showed certain signs of wear. By God, she sure stands up, Bobby said proudly. The other night, a gentleman let out a shout and threw a full mug of beer at the column of one of the waterspouts trying to break it down. You wouldn't have known she'd ever been hit, never dented her. Beer run off her like water. By God, Tom, you sure painted her solid. She'll only take about so much, though. By God, said Bobby, I ain't seen nothing faze her yet, but I'm going to hang her higher just the same. That gentleman last night worried me. He handed Thomas Hudson another bottle of the ice-cold Pilsner. Tom, I want to tell you how sorry I am about the fish. I know Eddie since we were boys, and I never heard him lie. About anything important, I mean. If you asked him to tell you something true.
It was a hell of a thing. I'm not going to tell anybody about it.
That's the right way, Bobby said. I just wanted you to know how sorry I was. Why don't you finish that beer and have a drink? We don't want to start feeling sad this early. What would make you feel good?
I feel good enough. I'm going to work this afternoon, and I don't want to get logy.
Ah, well, if I can't break you out, maybe somebody will come in that I can. Look at that damn yacht. She must have taken a beating coming across with that shallow draft.
Thomas Hudson looked out the open door and saw the handsome white houseboat-type craft coming up the channel. She was one of the type that chartered out of a mainland port to go down through the Florida Keys, and on a day such as yesterday, calm and flat, she could have crossed the Gulf Stream without incident, but today she must have taken a beating with her shallow draft and so much superstructure. Thomas Hudson wondered that she'd been able to come in over the bar with the sea that was running. The houseboat ran up the harbor a little further to anchor, and Thomas Hudson and Bobby watched her from the doorway, all white and brass, and everyone that showed on her in whites.
"Customers," Mr. Bobby said. "Hope they're nice people. We haven't had a full-sized yacht in here since the tuna run was over."
"Who is she?"
"I never seen her before. Pretty boat, all right. Certainly not built for the Gulf, though."
"She probably left at midnight when it was calm, and this hit her on the way over."
"That's about it," Bobby said. "Must have been some rolling and some crashing. It's really blowing. Well, we'll see who they are shortly. Tom, let me make you something, boy. You make me nervous not drinking."
"All right, I'll have a gin and tonic."
"No tonic water. Joe took the last case up to the house."
"A whiskey sour, then."
"With Irish whiskey and no sugar," Bobby said. "3 of them. Here comes Roger."
Thomas Hudson saw him come through the open door. Roger came in. He was barefooted, wore a faded pair of dungarees, and an old striped fisherman's shirt that was shrunken from washings. You could see the back muscles move under it as he leaned forward and put his arms on the bar. In the dim light of Bobby's, his skin showed very dark, and his hair was salt and sun-streaked. "They're still sleeping," he said to Thomas Hudson. "Somebody beat up Eddie, did you see?"
"He was having fights all last night," Bobby told him. "They didn't amount to anything."
"I don't like things to happen to Eddie," Roger said.
"Wasn't anything bad, Roger," Bobby assured him. "He was drinking and fighting people who wouldn't believe him. Nobody did anything wrong to him."
"I feel bad about David," Roger said to Thomas Hudson. "We shouldn't have ever let him do it." "He's probably all right," Thomas Hudson said. "He was sleeping well. But it was my responsibility. I was the one to call it off. No, you trusted me." "The father has the responsibility," Thomas Hudson said, "and I turned it over to you when I had no right to. It isn't anything to delegate."
"But I took it," Roger said. "I didn't think it was harming him, neither did Eddie."
"I know," Thomas Hudson said. "I didn't think it was either. I thought something else was at stake."
"So did I," Roger said. "But now I feel selfish and guilty as hell."
"I'm his father," Thomas Hudson said. "It was my fault."
"Damn bad thing about that fish," Bobby said, handing them the whiskey sours and taking one himself. "Let's drink to a bigger one."
"No," Roger said. "I don't want to ever see a bigger one."
"What's the matter with you, Roger?" Bobby asked.
"Nothing," Roger said. "I'm going to paint a couple of pictures for David." "That's wonderful. Do you think you can get it?" "With luck, maybe. I can see it, and I think I know how to do it."
"You can do it, all right. You can do anything."
"I wonder who's on the yacht." "Look, Roger, you've been walking your remorse all over the island," Thomas Hudson said. "Barefooted," he said. "I just brought mine down here by way of Captain Ralph's runboat. I couldn't walk mine out, and I'm certainly not going to try and drink it out," Roger said. "This is a mighty nice drink, though, Bobby."
"Yes, sir," Bobby said. "I'll make you another one. Get that old remorse on the run."
"I had no business gambling with a kid," Roger said. "Somebody else's boy." "It depends on what you were gambling for." "No, it doesn't. You shouldn't gamble with kids." "I know. I know what I was gambling for. It wasn't a fish, either." "Sure," Roger said. "But it was the one you didn't need to do it to. The one you didn't need to ever let anything like that happen to." "He'll be fine when he wakes up. You'll see. He's a very intact boy." "He's my goddamned hero," Roger said. "That's a damn sight better than when you used to be your own goddamned hero." Isn't it? Roger said. He's yours, too. I know it, Thomas Hudson said. He's good for both of us.
Roger, Mr. Bobby said. Are you and Tom any sort of kin?
Why?
I thought you were. You don't look too different.
Thanks, Thomas Hudson said. Thank him yourself, Roger.
Thank you very much, Bobby, Roger said.
Do you really think I look like this combination man and painter?
You look like quarter brothers and the boys look like both of you.
We're no kin, Thomas Hudson said. We just used to live in the same town and make some of the same mistakes.
Well, the hell with it, Mr. Bobby said. Drink up and quit all this remorse talk. It don't sound good this time of day in a bar. I got remorse from Negroes, mates on charter boats, cooks off yachts, millionaires and their wives, big rum runners, grocery store people, one-eyed men off turtle boats, sons of bitches, anybody. Don't let's have no morning remorse. A big wind is the time to drink. We're through with remorse. That remorse is old stuff, anyway. Since they got the radio, everybody just listens to the BBC. There ain't no time and no room for remorse.
Do you listen to it, Bobby?
Just to Big Ben. The rest of it makes me restless.
Bobby, Roger said, you're a great and good man.
Neither, but I'm certainly pleased to see you looking more cheerful.
I am, said Roger. What sort of people do you think we'll get off that yacht?
Customers, said Bobby. Let's drink one more so I'll feel like serving them, however they are.
While Bobby was squeezing the limes and making the drinks, Roger said to Thomas Hudson, I didn't mean to be wet about Davy. You weren't. What I meant was, oh, hell. I'll try to work it out simply. That was a sound crack you made about when I was my own hero. I've got no business making cracks. You have, as far as I'm concerned. The trouble is there hasn't been anything in life that was simple for such a damn long time, and I try to make it simple all the time. You're going to write straight and simple and good now. That's the start. What if I'm not straight and simple and good? Do you think I can write that way? Write how you are, but make it straight. I've got to try to understand it better, Tom. You are. Remember the last time I saw you before this summer was in New York with that cigarette butt bitch. She killed herself, Roger said. When? While I was up in the hills, before I went on to the coast and wrote that picture. I'm sorry, Thomas Hudson said. She was headed for it all the time, Roger said. I'm glad I stepped out in time. You wouldn't ever do that. I don't know, Roger said. I've seen it look very logical. One reason you wouldn't do it is because it would be a hell of an example for the boys. How would Dave feel? He'd probably understand. Anyway, when you get into that business that far, you don't think much about examples. Now you are talking wet. Bobby pushed over the drinks.
Roger, you talk that kind of stuff, you get even me depressed. I'm paid to listen to anything people say. But I don't want to hear my friends talk that way. Roger, you stop it.
I've stopped it.
Good, Bobby said. Drink up. We had a gentleman here from New York, lived down at the inn, and he used to come here and drink most of the day. All he used to talk about was how he was going to kill himself. Made everybody nervous half the winter. Constable warned him it was an illegal act. I tried to get Constable to warn him that talking about it was an illegal act, but Constable said he'd have to get an opinion on that from Nassau. After a while, people sort of got used to his project, and then a lot of drinkers started siding with him. Especially one day he was talking to Big Harry, and he told Big Harry he was thinking of killing himself, and he wanted to take somebody with him. I'm your man, Big Harry told him. I'm who you've been looking for. So then Big Harry tries to encourage him that they should go to New York City and really pitch one and stay drunk until they couldn't stand it, and then jump off the highest part of the city straight into oblivion. I think Big Harry figured Oblivion was some sort of a suburb, probably an Irish neighborhood. Well, the suicide gentleman took kindly to this idea, and they'd talk it over every day. Others tried to get in on it and proposed they form an excursion of death-seekers and just go as far as Nassau for the preliminaries. But Big Harry, he held out for New York City, and finally he confided to the suicide gentleman that he couldn't stand this life no longer, and he was ready to go. Big Harry, he had to go out for a couple of days crawfishing on an order he had from Captain Ralph, and while he was gone, the suicide gentleman took to drinking too much. Then he'd take some kind of ammonia from up north that would seem to sober him up, and he'd come down here to drink again, but it was accumulating in him some way. We all called him suicides by then, so I said to him, "Suicides, you better lay off. You'll never live to reach oblivion." "I'm bound for it now," he says. "I'm en route. I'm headed for it. Take the money for these drinks. I've made my dread decision." "Here's your change," I said to him. "I don't want no change. Keep it for Big Harry so he can have a drink before he joins me." So he goes out in a rush, and he dives off Johnny Black's dock into the channel with the tide going out, and it's dark and no moon, and nobody sees him any more until he washes up on the point in 2 days. Everybody looked for him good that night, too. I figured he must have struck his head on some old concrete and went out with the tide. Big Harry come in, and he mourned him until the change was all drunk up. It was changed from a $20 bill, too. Then Big Harry says to me, "You know, Bobby, I think old Suicides was crazy." He was right, too, because when his family sent for him, the man who came explained to Commissioner old Suicides had suffered from a thing called mechanic's depressive. You never had that, did you, Roger?
"No," said Roger, "and now I think I never will."
"That's the stuff," Mr. Bobby said. "And don't you ever fool with that old oblivion stuff."
"Fuck oblivion," said Roger. Chapter 11. Lunch was excellent. The steak was browned outside and striped by the grill. A knife slipped through the outer part, and inside the meat was tender and juicy. They all dipped up juice from their plates and put it on the mashed potatoes, and the juice made a lake in their creamy whiteness. The lima beans, cooked in butter, were firm, the cabbage lettuce was crisp and cold, and the grapefruit was chilly cold. Everyone was hungry with the wind, and Eddie came up and looked in while they were eating. His face looked very bad, and he said,
"What the hell you think of meat like that?"
"It's wonderful," young Tom said.
"Chew it good," Eddie said. "Don't waste that eating it fast."
"You can't chew it much or it's gone," young Tom told him. "Have we got dessert, Eddie?" David asked.
"Sure, pie and ice cream."
"Oh, boy," Andrew said. "2 pieces?"
"Enough to founder you. Ice cream's as hard as a rock."
"What kind of pie?"
"Loganberry pie."
"What kind of ice cream?"
"Coconut."
"Where'd we get it?"
"Runboat brought it."
They drank iced tea with the meal, and Roger and Thomas Hudson had coffee after the dessert.
"Eddie's a wonderful cook," Roger said.
"Some of it's appetite."
"That steak wasn't appetite, nor that salad, nor that pie."
"He is a fine cook," Thomas Hudson agreed. "Is the coffee all right?"
"Excellent."
"Papa," young Tom asked, "if the people on the yacht go to Mr. Bobby's, can we go down and practice Andy being a rummy on them?"
"Mr. Bobby might not like it. He might get in bad with the constable."
"I'll go down and tell Mr. Bobby, and I'll speak to Constable. He's a friend of ours."
"All right. You tell Mr. Bobby and keep a lookout for when the yacht people show up."
"What will we do about Dave?"
"Can't we carry him? He'd look good that way."
"I'll put on Tom's sneakers and walk," David said. "Have you got it worked out, Tommy?"
"We can make it up as we go along," young Tom said.
"Can you still turn your eyelids inside out?"
"Oh, sure," said David.
"Don't do it now, please," Andrew said. "I don't want to be sick right after lunch."
"For a dime I'd make you throw up now, horseman."
"No, please don't. Later on I won't mind."
"Do you want me to go with you?" Roger asked young Tom.
"I'd love it," young Tom said. "We can work it out together."
"Let's go, then," Roger said. "Why don't you take a nap, Davy?"
"I might," said David. "I'll read till I go to sleep. What are you going to do, Papa?"
"I'm going to work in the lee out on the porch."
"I'll lie out there on the cot and watch you work. Will you mind?"
"No, make me work better." "We'll be back," Roger said. "What about you, Andy?"
"I'd like to come and study it, but I think I better not because the people might be there."
"That's smart," young Tom said. "You're smart, horseman." They went off, and Thomas Hudson worked all afternoon. Andy watched for a while, and then went out somewhere, and David watched and read, and did not talk. Thomas Hudson wanted to paint the leap of the fish first, because painting him in the water was going to be much more difficult, and he made 2 sketches, neither of which he liked, and finally a third one that he did like. "Do you think that gets it, Davy?"
"Gee, Papa, it looks wonderful." But water comes up with him when he comes out, doesn't it? I mean, not just when he splashed back. It must, his father agreed, because he has to burst the surface. He came up so long. A lot must have come up. I suppose it really drips off him or pours off him if you could see it fast enough. Is he on his way up or on his way down? This is just a sketch. I thought of him as just at the top. I know it's just a sketch, Papa. You forgive me if I butt in. I don't mean to act as though I knew. I'd like you to tell me. You know who'd know would be Eddie. He sees faster than a camera, and he remembers. Don't you think Eddie is a great man? Of course he is. Practically nobody knows about Eddie. Tommy does, of course. I like Eddie better than anybody except you and Mr. Davis. He cooks just like he loved it, and he knows so much, and he can do anything. Look what he did with the shark, and look how he went overboard yesterday after the fish. And last night people beating him up because they didn't believe him. But, Papa, Eddie isn't tragic. No, he's happy. Even today, after he was all beaten up, he was happy. And I'm sure he was happy that he went in after him. Of course. I wish Mr. Davis was happy the way Eddie is. Mr. Davis is more complicated than Eddie. I know it. But I can remember when he used to be careless happy. I know Mr. Davis very well, Papa. He's pretty happy now. I know he's lost the carelessness, though. I didn't mean a bad carelessness. I didn't either. But there is some sort of a sureness that he's lost. I know it, David said. I wish he'd find it. Maybe he will when he writes again. You see, Eddie's happy because he does something well and does it every day. I guess Mr. Davis can't do his every day the way you do and Eddie does. No, and there are other things. I know. I know too much for a kid, Papa. Tommy knows 20 times as much as I do, and knows the damnedest things, and they don't hurt him, but everything I know hurts me. I don't know why it should, either. You mean that you feel it? I feel it, and it does something to me. It's like a vicarious sin, if there is any such thing. I see. Papa, you excuse me for talking seriously. I know it isn't polite. But I like to sometimes because there's so much we don't know, and then when we do know, it comes so fast it goes over you like a wave, the way the waves are today. You can always ask me anything, Davy. I know. Thank you very much. I'll wait, I guess, on some things. There's some, I guess, you can only learn for yourself, probably. Do you think we'd better do this rummy business with Tom and Andy at Bobby's? Remember, I got in trouble about the man saying you were always drunk. I remember, when he'd seen me drunk on wine twice in 3 years, but let's not talk about it. This at Mr. Bobby's will be a good alibi in case I ever did drink. If I did it twice with that man, I might do it 3 times. No, I think this is a good thing to do, Papa. Have you done it lately, the pretend rummy scene? Tom and I do some pretty good ones, but with Andy they're much better. Andy's sort of a genius on them. He can do horrible ones. Mine are sort of special. What have you done lately? Thomas Hudson went on drawing. Did you ever see me do the idiot brother, the Mongolian idiot? Never. How do you like it now, Davy? Thomas Hudson showed him the sketch. It's fine, David said. Now I see what you were after. It's when he hangs in the air just before he falls. Can I really have the painting, Papa? Sure. I'll take care of it. There'll be 2. I'll only take 1 to school, and I'll keep 1 at home at Mother's. Or would you rather keep it here? No, she might like it. Tell me about some others that you did, Thomas Hudson said. We used to have some awful ones on trains. Trains are the best because of the sort of people, I guess. You don't get those sort of people concentrated almost anywhere except on trains, and then they can't get away. Thomas Hudson heard Roger talking in the other room and started to clean up and put away his gear. Young Tom came in and said, "How are you, Papa? Did you work well? May I see it?" Thomas Hudson showed him the 2 sketches, and he said, "I like them both." "Do you like one better than the other?" David asked him. "No, they're both fine," he said. Thomas Hudson could see he was in a hurry and that his mind was on something. "How's it coming?" David asked him. "It's terrific. young Tom said. "It will be wonderful if we do it right. They're all down there now, and we've been working on them all afternoon. We saw Mr. Bobby and Constable before they came. The way it's been so far is that Mr. Davis is sodden, and I've been trying to dissuade him." "You didn't overdo it?" "Hell no," young Tom said. "You ought to have seen Mr. Davis. Every drink made a difference in him, but only imperceptibly." "What was he drinking?" "Tea. Bobby's got it in a rum bottle. He's got a gin bottle fixed with water for Andy." "How did you try to dissuade Mr. Davis?" "I pled with him, but so that they couldn't hear me. Mr. Bobby's in it too, but he's using real liquor." "We better get down there," David said, "before Mr. Bobby gets too far ahead." "How's Mr. Davis feeling?" "Wonderful. He's a great, great artist, Dave." "Where's Andy?" "Downstairs, practicing part of it in front of a mirror." "Is Eddie going to be in it?" "Eddie and Joseph are both going to be in it." "They'll never remember." "They only have one line." "Eddie can remember one line, but I don't know about Joseph. He just repeats it after Eddie." "Is Constable in it?" "Sure." "How many of them are there?" 7, with 2 girls, one nice-looking and one wonderful. She's sorry for Mr. Davis already. "Oh, boy," said David, "let's go." "How are you going to get down there?" young Tom asked David. "I'll carry him," Thomas Hudson said. "Please, Papa, let me wear sneakers," David said. "Let me wear Tommy's sneakers. I'll walk on the side of my feet, and it won't hurt them, and it will look good." "All right. We might as well go. Where's Roger?" "He's having a quick one with Eddie for his art," young Tom said. "He was at bat a long time on that tee, Papa." The wind was still blowing hard outside when they went into the Ponce de Leon. The people from the yacht were at the bar drinking rum swizzles. They were a nice-looking lot of people, tanned and dressed in whites, and they were polite and made room at the bar. 2 men and a girl were at one end, where the slot machine was, and 3 men and the other girl were at the other end nearest the door. It was the lovely-looking girl who was at the slot machine end. But the other girl was awfully nice-looking, too. Roger, Thomas Hudson, and the boys came in straight. David even tried not to limp. Mr. Bobby looked at Roger and said, "You back?" Roger nodded hopelessly, and Bobby put the rum bottle and a glass on the bar in front of him. Roger reached for it and didn't say anything. "You drinking, Hudson?" Bobby said to Thomas Hudson. His face was stern and righteous. Thomas Hudson nodded. "You ought to cut it out," Bobby said. "There's a goddamn limit to everything." "I just want a little rum, Bobby." "That stuff he's drinking?" "No, Bacardi." Mr. Bobby poured a glass and handed it to Thomas Hudson. "Take it," he said, "though you know I shouldn't serve you." Thomas Hudson drank the glass at a gulp, and it was warming and inspiring. "Give me another," Thomas Hudson said. "In 20 minutes, Hudson," Bobby said. He looked at the clock behind the bar. By now, the people were paying a little attention, but politely. "What are you drinking, sport?" Mr. Bobby asked David. "You know damn well I'm off the stuff," David said to him severely. "Since when?" "Since last night, you know damn well." "Excuse me," Mr. Bobby said. He took a quick one himself. "How the hell am I to keep track of you goddamn delinquents? All I ask is you get that Hudson out of here when I've got decent trade." "I'm drinking quietly," Thomas Hudson said. "You better." Mr. Bobby corked the bottle in front of Roger and put it back on the shelf. Young Tom nodded to him approvingly and whispered to Roger. Roger lowered his head on his hands. Then he raised his head and pointed at the bottle. Young Tom shook his head. Bobby picked up the bottle, uncorked it, and set it down in front of Roger. "Drink yourself to death," he said. "I won't lose any sleep." By now the 2 groups were watching this pretty closely, but still politely. They were slumming all right, but they were polite, and they seemed nice people. Then Roger spoke for the first time. "Give the little rat a drink," he said to Bobby. "What will you have, son?" Mr. Bobby asked Andy. "Gin," Andy said. Thomas Hudson was careful not to watch the people, but he could feel them. Bobby put the bottle in front of Andy and set a glass by it. Andy poured the glass full and lifted it to Bobby. "Here's to you, Mr. Bobby," he said. "The first one all day." "Drink up," said Bobby. "You come in late."
Papa had his money, David said, his birthday money from Mother.
Young Tom looked up in his father's face and started to cry. He kept himself from actually crying, but it was sad to see, and it was not overdone. Nobody spoke until Andy said,
"I'd like another gin, please, Mr. Bobby."
"Pour your own," said Bobby, "you poor unfortunate child."
Then he turned to Thomas Hudson.
"Hudson," he said, "have another and get out."
"I can stay as long as I'm quiet," Thomas Hudson said.
"If I know you, you won't be quiet for long," Bobby said vindictively.
Roger pointed toward the bottle, and young Tom hung onto his sleeve. He'd controlled his tears, and he was being brave and good.
"Mr. Davis," he said, "you don't have to."
Roger did not say anything, and Mr. Bobby put the bottle in front of him again.
"Mr. Davis, you have to write tonight," young Tom said. "You know you promised to write tonight."
"What do you think I'm drinking for?" Roger said to him.
"But, Mr. Davis, you didn't have to drink this much when you wrote The Storm."
"Why don't you shut up?" Roger said to him.
Young Tom was patient and brave and long-suffering.
"I will, Mr. Davis. I only do it because you asked me to. Can't we go back to the house?"
"You're a good kid, Tom," Roger said, "but we're staying here."
"For very long, Mr. Davis?"
"To the goddamn end."
"I don't think we need to, Mr. Davis," young Tom said. "Really, I don't. And you know if you get so you can't see, you won't be able to write."
"I'll dictate," Roger said, "like Milton."
"I know you dictate beautifully," young Tom said, "but this morning when Miss Phelps tried to take it off the machine, it was mostly music."
"I'm writing an opera," Roger said.
"I know you'll write a wonderful opera, Mr. Davis, but don't you think we ought to finish the novel first? You took a big advance on the novel."
"Finish it yourself," Roger said. "You ought to know the plot by now."
"I know the plot, Mr. Davis, and it's a lovely plot, but it has that same girl in it that you had die in that other book, and people may be confused."
"Dumas did the same thing."
"Don't badger him," Thomas Hudson said to young Tom. "How can he write if you badger him all the time?" "Mr. Davis, couldn't you just get a really good secretary to write it for you? I've heard that novelists did that."
"No, too expensive."
"You want me to help you, Roger?" Thomas Hudson asked.
"Yes, you can paint it."
"That's wonderful," young Tom said. "Will you truly, Papa?"
"I'll paint it in a day," Thomas Hudson said.
"Paint it upside down like Michelangelo," Roger said. "Paint it big enough so King George can read it without his spectacles."
"Are you going to paint it, Papa?" David asked.
"Yes."
"Good," David said. "That's the first sensible thing I've heard." "It won't be too difficult, Papa?"
"Hell no, it's probably too simple. Who's the girl?"
"That girl Mr. Davis always has."
"Paint her in half a day," Thomas Hudson said.
"Paint her upside down," Roger said.
"Keep it clean," Thomas Hudson told him.
"Mr. Bobby, may I have another slug?" Andy asked.
"How many have you had, son?" Bobby asked him.
"Only 2.
"Go ahead," Bobby told him, and handed him the bottle. "Listen, Hudson, when are you going to get that picture out of here?"
"Haven't you had any offers on it?"
"No," Bobby said, "and it clutters the place up. Besides, it makes me goddamn nervous. I want it out of here."
"Pardon me," one of the men from the yacht spoke to Roger. "Is that canvas for sale?"
"Who spoke to you?" Roger looked at him.
"No one," the man said. "You're Roger Davis, aren't you?"
"You're damn right I am."
"If your friend painted that canvas and it is for sale, I'd like to discuss the price with him," the man said, turning. "You're Thomas Hudson, aren't you?"
"Hudson is the name."
"Is the canvas for sale?"
"No," Thomas Hudson told him. "I'm sorry."
"But the bartender said—"
"He's crazy," Thomas Hudson told him. "He's an awfully good fellow, but he's crazy."
"Mr. Bobby, may I please have another gin?"
Andrew asked very politely.
"Certainly, my little man," Bobby said, and served it. "Do you know what they ought to do? They ought to put your healthy, charming face on the label of those gin bottles instead of that idiotic collection of berries. Hudson, why don't you design a suitable label for a gin bottle that would reproduce the childish charm of young Andy's face?"
"We could launch a brand," Roger said. "They've got Old Tom gin. Why shouldn't we put out Merry Andrew?"
"I'll put up the money," said Bobby. "We can make the gin here on the island. The little lads can bottle it and affix the labels. We can sell it wholesale and in retail."
"It would be a return to craftsmanship," Roger said. "Like William Morris."
"What would we make the gin from, Mr. Bobby?" Andrew asked.
"From bonefish," Bobby said, "and from conchas."
The yacht people did not look at Roger or Thomas Hudson nor at the boys now. They were watching Bobby, and they looked worried. "About that canvas," the one man said.
"What canvas are you referring to, my good man?" Bobby asked him, downing another quick one.
"The very big canvas with the 3 waterspouts and the man in a dinghy."
"Where?"
asked Bobby. "There," said the man.
"Begging your pardon, sir, I think you've had enough. This is a respectable place. We don't run to waterspouts and men in dinghies here."
"I mean the picture there."
"Don't provoke me, sir. There's no picture there. If there was a painting in here, it would be above the bar where paintings belong, and it would be a nude reclining full length in a proper ship-shape manner."
"I mean that picture there."
"What picture? Where?"
"There."
"I'd be happy to fix your bromo seltzer, sir, or call you a rickshaw," Bobby said.
"A rickshaw?"
"Yes, a goddamn rickshaw, if you want it straight to your face. You're a rickshaw, and you've had enough."
"Mr. Bobby," Andy asked very politely, "do you think I've had enough?"
"No, my dear boy, of course not. Serve yourself."
"Thank you, Mr. Bobby," Andy said. "This is 4.
"I wish it was 100, Bobby said. "You're the pride of my heart."
"What do you say we get out of here, Hal?" one of the men said to the man who wanted to buy the picture. "I'd like to pick up that canvas," the other told him, "if I can get it for a decent price."
"I'd like to get out of here," the first man insisted. "Fun's fun and all that, but watching children drink is a little too much."
"Are you really serving that little boy gin?"
the nice-looking blonde girl at the end of the bar toward the door asked Bobby. She was a tall girl with very fair hair and pleasant freckles. They were not redhead freckles, but were the sort blondes get when they have skins that tan instead of burn.
"Yes, ma'am."
"I think it's shameful," the girl said. "It's disgusting, and it's shameful, and it's criminal."
Roger avoided looking at the girl, and Thomas Hudson kept his eyes down.
"What would you like him to drink, ma'am?" Bobby asked.
"Nothing. He shouldn't have anything to drink."
"Hardly seems fair," Bobby said.
"What do you mean, fair? Do you think it's fair to poison a child with alcohol?"
"See, Papa," young Tom said, "I thought it was wrong for Andy to drink."
"He's the only one of the 3 who drinks, ma'am, since Sport here stopped it."
Bobby tried to reason with her.
"Do you think it's fair to deprive the only one in a family of 3 boys of what little pleasure he gets?"
"Fair," the girl said. "I think you're a monster. And you're another monster," she said to Roger. "And you're another monster, too," she said to Thomas Hudson. "You're all horrible, and I hate you."
There were tears in her eyes, and she turned her back on the boys and Mr. Bobby and said to the men with her,
"Won't any of you do anything about it?"
"I think it's a joke," one of the men said to her, "like that rude waiter they hired at a party, or like double talk."
"No, it's not a joke. That dreadful man gives him gin. It's horrible, and it's tragic."
"Mr. Bobby," Tom asked, "is 5 my limit?"
"For today," Bobby said. "I wouldn't want you to do anything to shock the lady."
"Oh, get me out of here," the girl said. "I won't watch it."
She started to cry, and 2 of the men went out with her, and Thomas Hudson and Roger and the boys all felt quite bad. The other girl, the really lovely-looking one, came over. She had a beautiful face and clear brown skin and tawny hair. She wore slacks, but she was built wonderfully as far as Thomas Hudson could see, and her hair was silky and it swung when she walked. He knew he had seen her before. "It isn't really gin, is it?" she said to Roger. "No, of course not." "I'll go out and tell her," she said. "She really feels awfully badly." She went out the door, and she smiled at them as she went out. She was a wonderful-looking girl.
"Now it's over, Papa," Andy said. "Can we have Cokes?"
"I'd like a beer, Papa, if it wouldn't make that lady feel bad," young Tom said. "I don't think she'd feel badly about a beer," Thomas Hudson said. "Can I buy you a drink?" he asked the man who wanted to buy the picture. I'm sorry if we were too stupid." "No, no," the man said. "Very interesting. The whole thing was very interesting to me. Fascinating. I've always been interested in writers and artists. Were you all improvising?" "Yes," said Thomas Hudson. "Now, about that canvas. It belongs to Mr. Saunders," Thomas Hudson explained to him. "I painted it for him as a present. I don't think he wants to sell it, but it's his and he can do whatever he likes with it."
"I want to keep her," Bobby said. "Don't offer me a lot of money for her because it would just make me feel bad."
"I would really like to have it."
"So would I, goddammit," said Bobby, "and I've got it."
"But, Mr. Saunders, that is a valuable canvas to have in a place like this." Bobby was getting angry.
"Leave me alone, will you?" he said to the man. "We were having a wonderful time, as good a time as I ever had, and women have to cry and ball up everything. I know she meant right, but what the hell? Meant right gets you quicker than anything else. My old woman means right and does right, and it beats the hell out of me every day. The hell with means right. Now you're here and you think you can take my picture just because you want it?"
"But, Mr. Saunders, you said yourself you wanted the picture out of here and that it was for sale."
"That was all balls," Bobby said. "That was when we were having fun."
"Then the picture is not for sale."
"No, the picture is not for sale, rent, nor charter."
"Well," said the man, "here's my card in case it ever is for sale."
"That's fine," said Bobby. "Tom may have some up at his place he wants to sell. What about it, Tom?"
"I don't think so," Thomas Hudson said. "I'd like to come up and see them," the man told him. "I'm not showing anything now," Thomas Hudson answered. "I'll give you the address of the gallery in New York if you'd like it." "Thank you. Will you write it here?" The man had a fountain pen with him, and he wrote the address on the back of one of his cards and gave another card to Thomas Hudson. Then the man thanked Thomas Hudson again and asked if he might offer him a drink. "Can you give me any idea about the prices of the larger canvases?" "No," Thomas Hudson said, "but the dealer will be able to." "I'll see him as soon as I'm back in town. This canvas is extremely interesting." "Thank you," Thomas Hudson said. "You're quite sure it can't be sold?"
"Jesus," Bobby said. "Stop it, will you? That's my picture. I had the idea for it, and Tom painted it for me."
The man looked as though what he had thought of as the charades were beginning again, so he smiled with much good fellowship. "I don't like to be insistent."
"You're just about as insistent as a goddamn loggerhead," Bobby told him. "Come on, have a drink on me and forget it."
The boys were talking with Roger. "It was pretty good while it lasted, wasn't it, Mr. Davis?" young Tom asked. "I didn't overdo it too badly, did I?" "It was fine," Roger said. "Dave didn't have much, though." "I was just getting ready to be a monster," David said. "You'd have killed her, I think," young Tom said. "She was hurt pretty badly already." "Were you going to come up as a monster?" "I had my eyelids inside out and all ready to come up," David told them. "I was bent down fixing myself to come up when we stopped." "It was bad luck she was such a nice woman," Andy said. "I hadn't started to let it have any effect on me yet. I guess now we won't have any chance to do another one." "Wasn't Mr. Bobby wonderful?" young Tom asked. "Boy, you were swell, Mr. Bobby."
"Sure was a pity to stop," Bobby said. "And Constable hadn't even come in yet. I was just beginning to get worked up. I know just how those great actors must feel."
The girl came in through the door. As she came in, the wind blew her sweater against her and blew her hair as she turned to Roger. "She wouldn't come back, but it's all right, she's fine now." "Will you have a drink with us?" Roger asked her. "I'd love to." Roger told her all of their names, and she said she was Audrey Bruce. "Can I come up and see your pictures?" "Of course," Thomas Hudson said. "I'd like to come with Miss Bruce," the man of persistence said. "Are you her father?" Roger asked him. "No, but I'm a very old friend." "You can't come," Roger said. "You have to wait for Very Old Friends Day or get a card from the committee." "Please don't be rude to him," she said to Roger. "I'm afraid I have been." "Don't be anymore." "Fine. Let's be pleasant." "Good. I like Tom's line about that same girl that is in all your books." "Did you really like it?" young Tom asked her. "It isn't really accurate. I was teasing Mr. Davis." "I thought it was a little bit accurate." "You come up to the house," Roger told her. "Do I bring my friends?" "No." "None of them." Do you want them very much?
No.
Good.
Around what time of day do I come up to the house?
Any time, Thomas Hudson said.
Do I stay for lunch?
Naturally, Roger said.
This sounds like a splendid island, she said. I'm so glad we're all pleasant.
David can show you how he was going to be a monster when we called it off, Andy said to her.
Oh, dear, she said. We'll have absolutely everything.
How long are you staying? Young Tom asked her.
I don't know.
How long is the yacht staying? Roger asked.
I don't know.
What do you know? Roger asked.
I mean it pleasantly. Not very much. What about you?
I think you're lovely, Roger said.
Oh, she said. Thank you very much.
Will you stay for a while?
I don't know. I might.
Will you come up to the house now and have a drink instead of having it here? Roger asked her.
Let's have one here, she said. It's awfully nice here.
Chapter 12. The next day the wind had dropped off, and Roger and the boys were swimming on the beach, and Thomas Hudson was on the upper porch working. Eddie had said he thought it would do David's feet no harm to swim in the salt water if he put a new dressing on them afterwards. So they had all gone in, and Thomas Hudson had looked down and watched them from time to time, while he painted. He was wondering about Roger and the girl, and that distracted him, so he stopped thinking about it. He could not help thinking of how much the girl reminded him of young Tom's mother when he had first met her. But so many girls had managed to look in such a way that they reminded him of her, and he went on working. He was sure that he would see this girl in time, and he was quite sure they would see much of her. That had been clear enough. Well, she was decorative, and she seemed very nice. If she reminded him of Tommy's mother, that was too damn bad, but there was nothing to do about it. He had been through that one enough times before. He kept on working. This picture would be good, he knew. The next one, with the fish in the water, was going to be the really difficult one. Maybe I should have tried it first, he thought. No, it's better to get this one done. I can always work on the other one after they're gone.
Let me carry you up, Davy, he heard Roger say, so you won't get dry sand in them.
All right, David said. Let me get them both clean here in the ocean first. Roger carried him up the beach and onto a chair by the doorway that faced the ocean. As they passed under the porch on the way to the chair, Thomas Hudson heard David ask, "Do you think she'll turn up, Mr. Davis?"
I don't know, Roger said. I hope so.
Don't you think she's beautiful, Mr. Davis?
Lovely.
She likes us, I think. Mr. Davis, what does a girl like that do?
I don't know. I didn't ask her.
Tommy's in love with her. So is Andy.
Are you?
I don't know. I don't get in love with people like they do. Anyway, I want to see her some more. Mr. Davis, she isn't a bitch, is she?
I don't know. She doesn't look like one. Why?
Tommy said he was in love with her, but that she was probably just a bitch. Andy said he didn't care if she was a bitch.
She doesn't look like one, Roger told him.
Mr. Davis, aren't those men with her a strange, quiet lot?
They certainly are.
What do men like that do?
We'll ask her when she comes.
Do you think she'll come?
Yes, Roger said. I wouldn't worry if I were you.
It's Tommy and Andy that are worried. I'm in love with someone else. You know, I told you.
I remember. This girl looks like her, too, Roger told him.
Maybe she saw her in the cinema and tried to look like her, David said. Thomas Hudson went on working. Roger was dressing David's feet when she came in sight walking up the beach. She was barefooted and wore a bathing suit with a skirt of the same material over it, and she carried a beach bag. Thomas Hudson was glad to see that her legs were as good as her face and as good as her breasts that he had seen under her sweater. Her arms were lovely, and all of her was brown. She had no makeup on except for her lips, and she had a lovely mouth that he wanted to see with no lipstick on it. "Hello," she said. "Am I very late?"
"No," Roger told her. "We've been in, but I'm going in again."
Roger had moved David's chair out to the edge of the beach, and Thomas Hudson watched her as she bent over David's feet and saw the small upturning curls at the nape of her neck as the weight of her hair fell forward. The small curls were silvery in the sun against her brown skin.
"What happened to them?" she asked. "The poor feet." "I wore them off pulling on a fish," David told her. "How big was he?" "We don't know. He pulled out." "I'm awfully sorry." "That's all right," David said. "Nobody minds about him anymore." "Is it all right to swim with them?" Roger was touching the worn places with mercurochrome. They looked good and clean, but the flesh was a little puckered from the salt water. "Eddie says it's good for them." "Who is Eddie?" "He's our cook." "And is your cook your doctor, too?" "He knows about things like that," David explained. "Mr. Davis said it was all right, too." "Does Mr. Davis say anything else?" she asked Roger. "He's glad to see you." "That's nice. Did you boys have a wild night?" "Not very," Roger said. "We had a poker game, and afterwards I read and went to sleep." "Who won in the poker game?" "Andy and Eddie," David said. "What did you do?" "We played backgammon." "Did you sleep well?" Roger asked. "Yes. Did you?" "Wonderfully," he said. "Tommy is the only one of us who plays backgammon," David told the girl. "It was taught him by a worthless man who turned out to be a fairy." "Really? What a sad story." "The way Tommy tells it, it isn't so sad," David said. "There wasn't anything bad happened." "I think fairies are all awfully sad," she said. "Poor fairies." "This was sort of funny, though," David said, "because this worthless man that taught Tommy backgammon was explaining to Tommy what it meant to be a fairy and all about the Greeks and Damon and Pythias and David and Jonathan, you know, sort of like when they tell you about the fish and the roe and the milt and the bees fertilizing the pollen and all that at school. And Tommy asked him if he'd ever read a book by Gide. What was it called, Mr. Davis? Not Corydon, the other one, with Oscar Wilde in it." "C'est le Grande Mère," Roger said. "It's a pretty dreadful book that Tommy took to read the boys in school. They couldn't understand it in French, of course, but Tommy used to translate it. Lots of it is awfully dull, but it gets pretty dreadful when Mr. Gide gets to Africa." "I've read it," the girl said. "Oh, fine," David said. "Then you know the sort of thing I mean. Well, this man who taught Tommy backgammon and turned out to be a fairy was awfully surprised when Tommy spoke about this book, but he was sort of pleased because now he didn't have to go through all the part about the bees and flowers of that business, and he said, 'I'm so glad you know,' or something like that, and then Tommy said this to him exactly. I memorized it. 'Mr. Edwards, I take only an academic interest in homosexuality. I thank you very much for teaching me backgammon, and I must bid you good day.'" Tommy had wonderful manners then, David told her. He'd just come from living in France with Papa, and he had wonderful manners. "Did you live in France, too?" "We all did, at different times, but Tommy's the only one who remembers it properly. Tommy has the best memory anyway. He remembers truly, too. Did you ever live in France?" "For a long time." "Did you go to school there?" "Yes, outside of Paris." "Wait till you get with Tommy," David said. "He knows Paris and outside of Paris the way I know the Reef here or the Flats. Probably I don't know them even as well as Tommy knows Paris." She was sitting down now in the shade of the porch, and she was sifting the white sand through her toes. "Tell me about the Reef and the Flats," she said. "It's better if I show them to you," David said. "I'll take you out on a skiff on the Flats, and we can go goggle fishing if you like it. That's the only way to know the Reef." "I'd love to go." "Who's on the yacht?" Roger asked. "People. You wouldn't like them." "They seemed very nice." "Do we have to talk that way?" "No," Roger said. "You met the man of persistence. He's the richest and the dullest. Can't we just not talk about them? They're all good and wonderful and dull as hell." Young Tom came up with Andrew following him. They had been swimming far down the beach, and when they had come out and seen the girl by David's chair, they had come running on the hard sand, and Andrew had been left behind. He came up out of breath. "You could have waited," he said to young Tom. "I'm sorry, Andy," young Tom said. Then he said, "Good morning. We waited for you, but then we went in." "I'm sorry I'm late." "You're not late. We're all going in again." "I'll stay out," David said. "You all go in now. I've been talking too much anyway." "You don't have to worry about undertow," young Tom told her. "It's a long, gradual slope." "What about sharks and barracuda?" "Sharks only come in at night," Roger told her. "Barracuda never bother you." They'd only hit you if the water was roily or muddy. If they just saw a flash of something and didn't know what it was, they might strike at it by mistake, David explained, but they don't bite people in clear water. There's nearly always barracuda around where we swim. You can see them float along over the sand right alongside of you, young Tom said. They're very curious, but they always go away. If you had fish, though, David told her, like goggle fishing and the fish on a stringer or in a bag, they'd go after the fish and they might hit you by accident because they're so fast. Or if you were swimming in a bunch of mullet or a big school of sardines, young Tom said, they could hit you when they were slashing in after the schoolfish. You swim between Tom and me, Andy said. Nothing will bother you that way. The waves were breaking heavily on the beach, and the sandpipers and Wilson plover ran twinklingly out onto the hard, new wet sand as the water receded before the next wave broke. Do you think we ought to swim when it's this rough and we can't see? Oh, sure, David told her. Just watch where you walk before you start to swim. It's probably too rough for a stingray to lie in the sand anyway. Mr. Davis and I will look after you, young Tom said. I'll look after you, Andy said. If you bump into any fish in the surf, they're probably little pompanos, David said. They come in on the high tide to feed on the sand fleas. They're awfully pretty in the water, and they're curious and friendly. It sounds a little like swimming in an aquarium, she said. Andy will teach you how to let the air out of your lungs to stay down deep, David told her. Tom will show you how not to get in trouble with morays. Don't try to scare her, Dave, young Tom said. We're not big kings of underwater like he is. But just because he's a king of underwater, Miss Bruce. Audrey, Tom said, and stopped. What were you saying, Tommy? I don't know, young Tom said. Let's go in and swim. Thomas Hudson worked on for a while. Then he went down and sat by David and watched the four of them in the surf. The girl was swimming without a cap, and she swam and dove as sleek as a seal. She was as good a swimmer as Roger, except for the difference in power. When they came in onto the beach and came walking toward the house on the hard sand, the girl's hair was wet and went straight back from her forehead, so there was nothing to trick the shape of her head, and Thomas Hudson thought he had never seen a lovelier face nor a finer body. Except one, he thought. Except the one finest and loveliest. Don't think about it, he told himself. Just look at this girl and be glad she's here. How was it? He asked her. Wonderful, she smiled at him. But I didn't see any fish at all, she told David. You probably wouldn't in so much surf, David said, unless you bumped into them. She was sitting on the sand with her hands clasped around her knees. Her hair hung damp to her shoulders, and the two boys sat beside her. Roger lay on the sand in front of her with his forehead on his folded arms. Thomas Hudson opened the screen door and went inside the house and then upstairs to the porch to work on the picture. He thought that was the best thing for him to do. Below on the sand, where Thomas Hudson no longer watched them, the girl was looking at Roger. Are you gloomy? She asked him. No. Thoughtful? A little, maybe, I don't know. On a day like this, it's nice not to think at all. All right, let's not think. Is it all right if I watch the waves? The waves are free. Do you want to go in again? Later. Who taught you to swim? Roger asked her. You did. Roger raised his head and looked at her. Don't you remember? The beach at Cap d'Antibes? The little beach, not Eden Rock. I used to watch you dive at Eden Rock. What the hell are you doing here, and what is your real name? I came to see you, she said. And I suppose my name is Audrey Bruce. Should we go, Mr. Davis? Young Tom asked. Roger did not even answer him. What's your real name? I was Audrey Rayburn. And why did you come to see me? Because I wanted to. Was it wrong? I guess not, Roger said. Who said I was here? A dreadful man I met at a cocktail party in New York. You'd had a fight with him here. He said you were a beachcomber. Well, it's combed pretty neatly, Roger said, looking out to sea. He said you were quite a few other things, too. None of them were very complimentary. Who were you at Antibes with? With Mother and Dick Rayburn. Now do you remember? Roger sat up and looked at her. Then he went over and put his arms around her and kissed her. "I'll be damned," he said. "Was it all right to come?" she asked. "You old brat," Roger said. "Is it really you?" "Do I have to prove it? Couldn't you just believe it?" "I don't remember any secret marks." "Do you like me now?" "I'll love you now." "You couldn't expect me to look like a colt forever." "Do you remember when you told me I looked like a colt at Auteuil that time, and I cried?" "It was a compliment, too. I said you looked like a colt out of Alice in Wonderland." "I cried." "Mr. Davis," Andy said, "and Audrey, we boys are going to go and get some Cokes. Do you want any?" "No, Andy." "You, brat?" "Yes, I'd love one." "Come on, Dave." "No, I want to hear it." "You are a bastard for a brother sometimes," young Tom said. "Bring me one, too," David said. "Go right ahead, Mr. Davis. Don't mind me at all." "I don't mind you, Davy," the girl said. "But where did you go, and why are you Audrey Bruce?" "It's sort of complicated." "I guess it was." Mother married a man named Bruce, finally. "I knew him." "I liked him." "I pass," Roger said. "But why the Audrey?" "It's my middle name. I took it because I didn't like Mother's." "I didn't like Mother." "Neither did I. I liked Dick Rayburn, and I liked Bill Bruce, and I loved you, and I loved Tom Hudson." "He didn't recognize me either, did he?" "I don't know. He's strange, and he might not say. I know he thinks you look like Tommy's mother. I wish I did." "You do damn plenty enough." "Truly you do," David said. "That's something I know about. I'm sorry, Audrey. I ought to shut up and go away." "You didn't love me, and you didn't love Tom." "Oh, yes, I did. You'll never know." "Where's Mother now?" "She's married to a man named Geoffrey Townsend and lives in London." "Does she still drug?" "Of course, and she's beautiful." "Really?" "No, really, she is. This isn't just filial piety." "You had a lot of filial piety once." "I know. I used to pray for everyone. Everything used to break my heart. I used to do First Fridays for Mother to give her the grace of a happy death." "You don't know how I prayed for you, Roger." "I wish it would have done more good," Roger said. "So do I," she said. "You can't tell, Audrey. You never know when it may," David said. "I don't mean that Mr. Davis needs to be prayed for. I just mean about prayer technically." "Thanks, Dave," Roger said. "Whatever became of Bruce?" "He died, don't you remember?" "No, I remember Dick Rayburn did." "I imagine you do." "I do." Young Tom and Andy came back with the bottles of Coca-Cola, and Andy gave a cold bottle to the girl and one to David. "Thank you," she said. "It's wonderful and cold." "Audrey," young Tom said, "I remember you now. You used to come to the studio with Mr. Rayburn. You never talked at all. You and I and Papa and Mr. Rayburn used to go to the different circuses, and we used to go racing. But you weren't as beautiful then." "Sure she was," Roger said. "Ask your father." "I'm sorry about Mr. Rayburn dying," young Tom said. "I remember him dying very well. He was killed by a bobsled that rode high over a turn and went into the crowd. He'd been very ill, and Papa and I went to visit him. Then he was better after a while, and he went to watch the bob races, although he shouldn't have. We weren't there when he was killed. I'm sorry if talking about it upsets you, Audrey." "He was a nice man," Audrey said. "It doesn't upset me, Tommy. It was a long time ago." "Did you know either of us boys?" Andy asked her. "How could she, Horseman? We weren't born yet," David said. "How was I to know?" Andy asked. "I can't remember anything about France, and I don't think you remember much." "I don't pretend to." Tommy remembers France for all of us. Later on, I'll remember this island, and I can remember every picture Papa ever painted that I've seen. Can you remember the racing ones? Audrey asked. Every one I've seen. I was in some of them, Audrey said. At Longchamp, and at Auteuil, and at Saint-Cloud. It's always the back of my head. I can remember the back of your head, then, young Tom said. And your hair was down to your waist, and I was 2 steps above you to see better. It was a hazy day, the way it is in the fall when it's blue, smoky-looking, and we were in the upper stand right opposite the water jump, and on our left was the bullfinch and the stone wall. The finish was on the side closer to us, and the water jump was on the inner course of the track. I was always above and behind you to see better, except when we were down at the track. I thought you were a funny little boy then. I guess I was, and you never talked. Maybe because I was so young, but wasn't Auteuil a beautiful track, though? Wonderful. I was there last year. Maybe we can go this year, Tommy, David said. Did you used to go to the races with her too, Mr. Davis? No, Roger said. I was just her swimming teacher. You were my hero. Wasn't Papa ever your hero? Andrew asked. Of course he was. But I couldn't let him be my hero as much as I wanted because he was married. When he and Tommy's mother were divorced, I wrote him a letter. It was very powerful, and I was ready to take Tommy's mother's place in any way I could. But I never sent it because he married Davy's and Andy's mother. Things are certainly complicated, young Tom said. Tell us some more about Paris, David said. We ought to learn all we can if we're going there now. Do you remember when we'd be down on the rail, Audrey? And how after the horses came over the last obstacle, they would be coming straight down toward us, and the way they would look coming bigger and bigger, and the noise they would make on the turf when they would go past? And how cold it used to be, and how we would get close to the big braziers to get warm and eat the sandwiches from the bar? I loved it in the fall, young Tom said. We used to ride back home in a carriage, an open one, do you remember? Out of the bois and then along the river with it just getting dark and the burning leaves smell and the tugs towing barges on the river. Do you really remember it that well? You were an awfully small boy. I remember every bridge on the river from Suresnes to Charenton, Tommy told her. You can't. I can't name them, but I've got them in my head. I don't believe you can remember them all. And part of the river's ugly, and many of the bridges are. I know it, but I was there a long time after I knew you, and Papa and I used to walk the whole river, the ugly parts and the beautiful parts, and I've fished a lot of it with different friends of mine. You really fished in the Seine? Of course. Did Papa fish it too? Not so much. He used to fish sometimes at Charenton, but he wanted to walk when he finished work, and so we would walk until I got too tired, and then get a bus back some way. After we had some money, we used to take taxis or horse cabs. You must have had money when we were going to the races. I think we did that year, Tommy said. I can't remember that. Sometimes we had money and sometimes we didn't. We always had money, Audrey said. Mother never married anyone who didn't have lots of money. Are you rich, Audrey? Tommy asked. No, the girl said. My father spent his money and lost his money after he married Mother, and none of my stepfathers ever made any provision for me. You don't have to have money, Andrew said to her. Why don't you live with us? Young Tom asked her. You'd be fine with us. It sounds lovely, but I have to make a living. We're going to Paris, Andrew said. You come along. It will be wonderful. You and I can go see all the arrondissements together. I'll have to think it over, the girl said. Do you want me to make you a drink to help you decide? David said. That's what they always do in Mr. Davis's books. Don't ply me with liquor. That's an old white slaver's trick, young Tom said. Then the next thing they know, they're in Buenos Aires. They must give them something awfully strong, David said. That's a long trip. I don't think there's anything much stronger than the way Mr. Davis makes martinis, Andrew said. Make her a martini, please, Mr. Davis. Do you want one, Audrey? Andrew asked. Yes, if it's not too long before lunch. Roger got up to make them, and young Tom came over and sat by her. Andrew was sitting at her feet. I don't think you ought to take it, Audrey, he said. It's the first step, remember. Ce n'est que le premier pas qui compte. Up on the porch, Thomas Hudson kept on painting. He could not keep from hearing their talk, but he had not looked down at them since they had come in from swimming. He was having a difficult time staying in the carapace of work that he had built for his protection, and he thought, if I don't work now, I may lose it. Then he thought that there would be time to work when they were all gone, but he knew he must keep on working now, or he would lose the security he had built for himself with work. I will do exactly as much as I would have done if they were not here, he thought. Then I will clear up and go down, and the hell with thinking of Rayburn, or of the old days, or of anything. But as he worked, he felt a loneliness coming into him already. It was next week when they would leave. Work, he told himself. Get it right and keep your habits because you are going to need them. When he had finished work and gone down to join them, Thomas Hudson was still thinking about the painting, and he said hi to the girl and then looked away from her. Then he looked back. I couldn't help hearing it, he said, or overhearing it. I'm glad we're old friends. So am I. Did you know? Maybe, he said. Let's get lunch. Are you dry, Audrey? I'll change in the shower, she said. I have a shirt and a skirt to this. Tell Joseph and Eddie that we're ready, Thomas Hudson said to young Tom. I'll show you the shower, Audrey. Roger went into the house. I thought I shouldn't be here under false pretenses, Audrey said. You weren't. Don't you think I could be any good for him? You might. What he needs is to work well to save his soul. I don't know anything about souls, but he misplaced his the first time he went out to the coast. But he's going to write a novel now, a great novel. Where did you hear that? It was in one of the columns, Charlie Knickerbocker, I think. Oh, Thomas Hudson said, then it must be true. Don't you truly think I might be good for him? You might. There are some complications. There always are. Should I tell you now? No, Thomas Hudson said. You better get dressed and comb your hair and get up there. He might meet some other woman while he was waiting. You weren't like this in the old days. I thought you were the kindest man I ever knew. I'm awfully sorry, Audrey, and I'm glad you're here. We are old friends, aren't we? Sure, he said. Change and fix yourself up and get up there. He looked away from the girl, and she shut the door of the shower. He did not know what made him feel as he did, but the happiness of the summer began to drain out of him as when the tide changes on the flats and the ebb begins in the channel that opens out to sea. He watched the sea and the line of beach, and he noticed that the tide had changed and the shore birds were working busily well down the slope of the new wet sand. The breakers were diminishing as they receded. He looked a long way up along the shore and then went into the house. Chapter 13. They had a fine time the last few days. It was as good as any of the time before, and there was no pre-going sadness. The yacht left, and Audrey took a room over the Ponce de Leon, but she stayed at the house and slept on a cot on the sleeping porch at the far end of the house and used the guest room. She did not say anything again about being in love with Roger. All Roger said to Thomas Hudson about her was, "She's married to some sort of a son of a bitch. You couldn't expect her to wait all her life for you, could you? At least he's a son of a bitch. Aren't they always? You'll find he has his nice side. He's rich." "That's probably his nice side," Thomas Hudson said. "They're always married to some son of a bitch, and he always has some tremendously nice side." "All right," Roger said. "Let's not talk about it." "You're going to do the book, aren't you?" "Sure, that's what she wants me to do." "Is that why you're going to do it?" "Shove it, Tom," Roger told him. "Do you want to use the Cuba house? It's only a shack, but you'd be away from people." "No, I want to go west." "The coast?" "No, not the coast. Could I stay at the ranch for a while?" "There's only the one cabin that's on the far beach. I rented the rest." "That would be fine." The girl and Roger took long walks on the beach and swam together and with the boys. The boys went bone fishing and took Audrey bone fishing and goggle fishing on the reef. Thomas Hudson worked hard, and all the time he was working and the boys were out on the flats, he had the good feeling that they would be home soon and they would be having supper or dinner together. He was worried when they were goggle fishing, but he knew Roger and Eddie would make them be careful. One time they all went trolling for a full day up to the furthest light at the end of the bank and had a wonderful day with Benito and Dolphin and 3 big wahoo. He painted a canvas of wahoo with his strange flattened head and his stripes around his long speed-built body for Andy, who had caught the biggest one. He painted him against a background of the big spider-legged lighthouse with the summer clouds and the green of the banks. Then, one day, the old Sikorsky amphibian circled the house once and then landed in the bay, and they rowed the 3 boys out to her in the dinghy. Joseph sculled out in another dinghy with their bags. Young Tom said, "Goodbye, Papa. It certainly was a swell summer." David said, "Goodbye, Papa. It certainly was wonderful. Don't worry about anything. We'll be careful." Andrew said, "Goodbye, Papa. Thanks for a wonderful, wonderful summer and for the trip to Paris." They climbed up into the cockpit door and all waved from the door to Audrey, who was standing on the dock, and called, "Goodbye, goodbye, Audrey." Roger was helping them up, and they said, "Goodbye, Mr. Davis. Goodbye, Papa." Then very loud and carrying over the water, "Goodbye, Audrey." Then the door closed and locked, and they were faces through the small glass panes, and then they were water-splashed faces as the old coffee mills revved up. Thomas Hudson pulled away from the rush of spray, and the ancient, ugly plane taxied out and took off into the little breeze there was, and then circled once and straightened course, steady, ugly, and slow across the Gulf. Thomas Hudson knew Roger and Audrey would be leaving, and as the runboat was coming the next day, he asked Roger when he was going. "Tomorrow, old Tom," Roger said. "With Wilson?" "Yes, I asked him to come back. I just wanted to know about ordering on the runboat." So the next day they left the same way. Thomas Hudson kissed the girl goodbye, and she kissed him. She had cried when the boys left, and she cried that day and held him close and hard. "Take good care of him and take good care of you." "I'm going to try. You've been awful good to us, Tom." "Nonsense." "I'll write," Roger said. "Is there anything you want me to do out there?" "Have fun. You might let me know how things are." "I will. This one will write, too." So they were gone, too, and Thomas Hudson stopped in at Bobby's on the way home.
"Gonna be goddamn lonely,"
Bobby said. "Yes," Thomas Hudson said. "It's going to be goddamn lonely." Chapter 14. Thomas Hudson was unhappy as soon as the boys were gone, but he thought that was normal lonesomeness for them, and he just kept on working. The end of a man's own world does not come as it does in one of the great paintings Mr. Bobby had outlined. It comes with one of the island boys bringing a radio message up the road from the local post office and saying, "Please sign on the detachable part of the envelope. We're sorry, Mr. Tom." He gave the boy a shilling, but the boy looked at it and put it down on the table. "I don't care for a tip, Mr. Tom," the boy said, and went out. He read it. Then he put it in his pocket and went out the door and sat on the porch by the sea. He took the radio form out and read it again. "Your sons David and Andrew killed with their mother in motor accident near Biarritz, attending to everything, pending your arrival, deepest sympathy." It was signed by the Paris branch of his New York bank. Eddie came out. He had heard about it from Joseph, who had heard about it from one of the boys at the radio shack. Eddie sat down by him and said, "Shit, Tom. How can such things happen?" "I don't know," said Thomas Hudson. "I guess they hit something or something ran into them." "I'll bet Davy wasn't driving," Eddie said. "I'll bet so, too. But it doesn't matter anymore." Thomas Hudson looked out at the flatness of the blue sea and the darker blue of the Gulf. The sun was low, and soon it would be behind the clouds. "You think their mother was driving?" "Probably. Maybe they had a chauffeur. What difference does it make?" "Do you think it could have been Andy?"
Could be. His mother might let him. He's conceited enough, Eddie said. He was, said Thomas Hudson. I don't think he's conceited now. The sun was going down, and there were clouds in front of it. We'll get a wire to Wilkinson on their next radio schedule to come over early and for him to call up and save me space on a plane to New York. What do you want me to do while you're away? Just look after things. I'll leave you some checks for each month. If there are any blows, get plenty of good help with the boat and the house. I'll do everything, Eddie said, but I don't give a shit about anything anymore. I don't either, said Thomas Hudson. We've got young Tom. For the time being, Thomas Hudson said, and for the first time he looked straight down the long and perfect perspective of the blankness ahead. You'll make it all right, Eddie said. Sure. When didn't I ever make it? You can stay in Paris a while and then go to the Cuba house, and young Tom can keep you company. You can paint good over there, and it'll be like a change. Sure, said Thomas Hudson. You can travel, and that'll be good. Go on those big boats like I always wanted to go on, travel on all of them. Let them take you anywhere they go. Sure. Shit, said Eddie. What the fuck they killed that Davy for? Let's leave it alone, Eddie, Thomas Hudson said. It's way past things we know about. Fuck everything, Eddie said, and pushed his hat back on his head. We'll play it out the way we can, Thomas Hudson told him. But now he knew he did not have much interest in the game. Chapter 15. On the eastward crossing on the Ile-de-France, Thomas Hudson learned that hell was not necessarily as it was described by Dante or any of the other great hell describers, but could be a comfortable, pleasant, and well-loved ship taking you toward a country that you had always sailed for with anticipation. It had many circles, and they were not fixed as in those of the great Florentine egotist. He had gone aboard the ship early, thinking of it, he now knew, as a refuge from the city where he had feared meeting people who would speak to him about what had happened. He thought that on the ship he could come to some terms with his sorrow, not knowing yet that there are no terms to be made with sorrow. It can be cured by death, and it can be blunted or anesthetized by various things. Time is supposed to cure it, too. But if it is cured by anything less than death, the chances are that it was not true sorrow. One of the things that blunts it temporarily through blunting everything else is drinking, and another thing that can keep the mind away from it is work. Thomas Hudson knew about both these remedies. But he also knew that drinking would destroy the capacity for producing satisfying work, and he had built his life on work for so long now that he kept it as the one thing that he must not lose. But since he knew he could not work now for some time, he planned to drink, and read, and exercise until he was tired enough to sleep. He had slept on the plane, but he had not slept in New York. Now he was in his stateroom, which had a sitting room connected with it, and the porters had left his bags and the big package of magazines and newspapers he had bought. He had thought they would be the easiest thing to start with. He gave his ticket to the room steward and asked him for a bottle of Perrier water and some ice. When they came, he took out a fifth of good scotch from one of his bags and opened it and made himself a drink. Then he cut the string around the big bundle of magazines and papers and spread them on the table. The magazines looked fresh and virginal compared with the way they looked when they arrived at the island. He took up the New Yorker. At the island he had always saved it for the evenings, and it had been a long time since he had seen a New Yorker of the week of publication, or one that had not been folded. He sat in the deep, comfortable chair and drank his drink, and learned that you cannot read the New Yorker when people that you love have just died. He tried Time, and he could read it all right, including milestones, where the two boys were dead, complete with their ages, their mother's age, not quite accurate, her marital status, and the statement that she had divorced him in 1933. Newsweek had the same facts. But reading the short item, Thomas Hudson had the odd sensation that the man who wrote it was sorry that the boys were dead. He made himself another drink and thought how much better the Perrier was than anything else you could put in whiskey, and then he read both Time and Newsweek through.
What the hell do you suppose she was doing at Biarritz, he thought. At least she could have gone to Saint-Jean-de-Luz. From that he knew the whiskey was doing some good. Give them up now, he told himself. Just remember how they were, and write them off. You have to do it sooner or later. Do it now. Read some more, he said. Just then the ship started to move. It was moving very slowly, and he did not look out of the window of the sitting room. He sat in the comfortable chair and read through the pile of papers and magazines and drank the Scotch and Perrier. You haven't any problem at all, he told himself. You've given them up, and they're gone. You should not have loved them so damn much in the first place. You shouldn't have loved them, and you shouldn't have loved their mother. Listen to the whiskey talking, he said to himself. What a solvent of our problems. The solvent alchemist that in a trice our leaden gold into shit transmutes. That doesn't even scan. Our leaden gold to shit transmutes is better. I wonder where Roger is with that girl, he thought. The bank will know where Tommy is. I know where I am. I'm in here with a bottle of Old Par. Tomorrow I'll sweat this all out in the gym. I'll use the heat box. I'll ride on one of those bicycles that goes nowhere and on a mechanical horse. That's what I need. A good ride on a mechanical horse. Then I'll get a good rub-down. Then I'll meet somebody in the bar and I'll talk about other things. It's only 6 days. 6 days is easy. He went to sleep that night, and when he woke in the night, he heard the movement of the ship through the sea, and at first, smelling the sea, he thought that he was at home in the house on the island and that he had wakened from a bad dream. Then he knew it was not a bad dream, and he smelled the heavy grease on the edges of the open window. He switched the light on and drank some of the Perrier water. He was very thirsty. There was a tray with some sandwiches and fruit on the table where the steward had left them the night before, and there was still ice in the bucket that held the Perrier. He knew he should eat something, and he looked at the clock on the wall. It was 3:20 in the morning. The sea air was cool, and he ate a sandwich and 2 apples, and then took some ice out of the bucket and made himself a drink. The Old Par was about gone, but he had another bottle, and now, in the cool of the early morning, he sat in the comfortable chair and drank and read the New Yorker. He found that he could read it now, and he found that he enjoyed drinking in the night. For years he had kept an absolute rule about not drinking in the night and never drinking before he had done his work except on non-working days. But now, as he woke in the night, he felt the simple happiness of breaking training. It was the first return of any purely animal happiness or capacity for happiness that he had experienced since the cable had come. The New Yorker was very good, he thought. And it's evidently a magazine you can read on the 4th day after something happens. Not on the 1st or the 2nd or the 3rd, but on the 4th. That was useful to know. After the New Yorker he read The Ring, and then he read everything that was readable in the Atlantic Monthly, and some that was not. Then he made his 3rd drink and read Harper's. You see, he said to himself, there's nothing to it. Cuba. After they were all gone, he lay on the fiber matting on the floor and listened to the wind. It was blowing a gale from the northwest, and he spread blankets on the floor, piled pillows to brace against the stuffed chairback he placed against the leg of the living-room table, and wearing a long, peaked cap to shade his eyes, read his mail in the good light from the big reading lamp that stood on the table. His cat lay on his chest, and he pulled a light blanket over them both, and opened and read the letters and drank from a glass of whiskey and water that he replaced on the floor between sips. His hand found the glass when he wanted it. The cat was purring, but he could not hear him because he had a silent purr, and he would hold a letter in one hand and touch the cat's throat with the finger of his other hand. "You have a throat mic, Boise," he said. Do you love me?" The cat kneaded his chest softly with the claws just catching in the wool of the man's heavy blue jersey, and he felt the cat's long, lovingly spread weight and the purring under his fingers. "She's a bitch, Boise," he told the cat, and opened another letter. The cat put his head under the man's chin and rubbed it there. "They'll scratch the hell out of you, Boise," the man said, and stroked the cat's head with the stubble of his chin. "Women's don't like them. It's a shame you don't drink, boy. You do damn near everything else." The cat had originally been named after the cruiser Boise, but now, for a long time, the man had called him Boy for short. He read the second letter through without comment, and reached out and took a drink of the whiskey and water. "Well," he said, "we aren't getting anywhere. I'll tell you, boy, you read the letters and I'll lie on your chest and purr. How would you like that?" The cat put his head up to rub against the man's chin, and the man rubbed against it, pushing his beard stubble down between the cat's ears and along the back of his head and between his shoulder blades while he opened the third letter. "Did you worry about us, Boise, when the blow came up?" he asked. "I wish you could have seen us come into the mouth of the harbor with the sea breaking over the Morro. You'd have been spooked, boy. We came in a bloody, huge breaking sea like a damn surfboard." The cat lay contentedly, breathing in rhythm with the man. He was a big cat, long and loving, the man thought, and poor from much night hunting. "Did you do any good while I was away, boy?" He had laid the letter down and was stroking the cat under the blanket. "Did you get many?" The cat rolled on his side and offered his stomach to be caressed in the way he had done when he was a kitten, in the time when he had been happy. The man put his arms around him and held him tight against his chest, the big cat on his side, his head under the man's chin. Under the pressure of the man's arms, he turned suddenly and lay flat against the man, his claws dug into the sweater, his body pressed tight. He was not purring now. "I'm sorry, boy," the man said. "I'm awfully sorry. Let me read this other damned letter. There's nothing we can do. You don't know anything to do you?" The cat lay against him, heavy and unpurring and desperate. The man stroked him and read the letter. "Just take it easy, boy," he said. "There isn't any solution. If I ever find any solution, I'll tell you." By the time he had finished the third and longest letter, the big black and white cat was asleep. He was asleep in the position of the Sphinx, but with his head lowered in the man's chest. "I'm awfully glad," the man thought. "I ought to undress and take a bath and go to bed properly, but there will be no hot water, and I wouldn't sleep in a bed tonight. Too much movement. The bed would throw me. Probably won't sleep here, either, with that old beast on me." "Boy," he said, "I'm going to lift you off so I can lie on my side." He lifted the heavy, limp weight of the cat that came alive suddenly in his hands and then was limp again, and laid him by his side, then turned over to rest on his right elbow. The cat lay along his back. He had resented it while he was being moved, but now he was asleep again, curled up against the man. The man took the 3 letters and read them through for the second time. He decided not to read the papers and reached up and put the light out and lay on his side, feeling the touch of the cat's body against his buttocks. He lay with 2 arms around a pillow and his head on another pillow. Outside the wind was blowing hard, and the floor of the room still had some of the motion of the flying bridge. He had been on the bridge 19 hours before they had come in. He lay there and tried to sleep, but he could not. His eyes were very tired, and he did not want the light on, nor to read, so he lay there and waited for morning. Through the blankets he could feel the matting, made to the measure of the big room, that had been brought from Samoa on a cruiser 6 months before Pearl. It covered all the tiled floor of the room, but where the French doors opened onto the patio it had been bent back and buckled by the movement of the doors, and he could feel the wind get under it and billow it as the wind came in, under the gap below the door frames. He thought this wind would blow from the northwest at least another day, then go into the north and finally blow itself out from the northeast. That was the way it moved in winter, but it might stay in the northeast for several days, blowing hard, before it settled into the brisa, which was the local name for the northeast trade wind. Blowing at gale force out of the northeast against the Gulf Stream made it a very heavy sea, one of the heaviest he had ever seen anywhere, and he knew no kraut would surface in it. So, he thought, we will be ashore at least 4 days. Then they will be up for sure. He thought about this last trip and how the blow had caught them 60 miles down the coast and 30 offshore, and the punishing trip in when he had decided to come into Havana rather than Bahia Honda. He had punished her all right. He had punished her plenty, and there were several things he would have to check. It probably would have been better to put in at Bahia Honda. But they had been in there too much lately. He had been out 12 days, too, expecting to be out not more than 10. He was low on certain things, and he could not be at all sure of the duration of this blow, so he had made the decision to come into Havana, and had taken the beating. In the morning he would bathe, shave, clean up, and go in and make his report to the naval attaché. They might have wanted him to stay down the coast, but he knew nothing would surface in this weather. It was impossible for them to. That was all there was to it, really. If he was right on that, the rest of it would be okay, although things were not always that simple. They certainly were not. The floor hardened against his right hip and his thigh and right shoulder, so he lay on his back now and rested against the muscles of his shoulders, drawing his knees up under the blanket and letting his heels push against the blanket. This took some of the tiredness out of his body, and he put his left hand on the sleeping cat and stroked him. "You relax awfully well, boy, and you sleep good," he said to the cat. "I guess it isn't too bad, then." He thought of letting some of the other cats out, so he would have them to talk to and for company now that Boise was asleep, but he decided against it. It would hurt Boise and make him jealous. Boise had been outside the house waiting for them when they had driven up in the station wagon. He had been terribly excited, and had been underfoot during the unloading, greeting everyone, slipping in and out each time a door was opened. He had probably waited outside every night since they left. From the time he had orders to go, the cat knew it. Certainly he could not tell about orders, but he knew the first symptoms of preparation, and, as they proceeded through the various phases to the final disorder of the people sleeping in the house, he always had them sleep in by midnight when leaving before daylight, the cat became steadily more upset and nervous until, finally, when they loaded to leave, he was desperate, and they had to be careful to lock him in so that he would not follow down the drive, into the village, and out onto the highway. One time on the central highway he had seen a cat that had been hit by a car, and the cat, fresh hit and dead, looked exactly like Boy. His back was black, and his throat, chest, and forefeet were white, and there was the black mask across his face. He knew it couldn't be Boy because it was at least 6 miles from the farm, but it had made him feel sick inside, and he had stopped the car and gone back and lifted the cat and made sure it was not Boy, and then laid him by the side of the road so nothing else would run over him. The cat was in good condition, so he knew it was someone's cat, and he left him by the road so they would find him and know about him rather than have to worry about him. Otherwise he would have taken the cat into the car and had him buried at the farm. That evening, coming back to the farm, the body of the cat was gone from where he had left him, so he thought that his people must have found him. That night, when he had sat in the big chair reading, with Boise by his side in the chair, he had thought that he did not know what he would do if Boise should be killed. He thought, from his actions and his desperations, that the cat felt the same way about the man. "He sweats them out worse than I do. Why do you do it, Boy? If you would take them easier, you would be much better off. I take them as easy as I can," he said to himself. "I really do. But Boise can't." At sea he thought about Boise and his strange habits and his desperate, hopeless love. He remembered him the first time he had seen him when he was a kitten playing with his reflection on the glass top of the cigar counter of the bar at Cojimar that was built on the rocks overlooking the harbor. They had come down to the bar on a bright Christmas morning. There were a few drunks there, left over from the celebration of the night before, but the wind was blowing freshly from the east through the open restaurant and the bar, and the light was so bright and the air felt so new and cool that it was no morning for drunks. "Shut the doors against that wind," one of them said to the proprietor. "No," the proprietor said, "I like it. Go and find a lease somewhere else if it's too fresh." "We pay to be comfortable," one of the leftovers from the night's drinking said. "No, you pay for what you drink.
Find another place to be comfortable."
He looked out across the open terrace of the bar at the sea, dark blue and with whitecaps, with the fishing boats crisscrossing it, sailing and trolling for dolphin. There were 6 fishermen at the bar, and 2 tables of them sitting on the terrace. They were fishermen who had done well the day before, or who believed the good weather and the current would hold, and were taking a chance and staying in for Christmas. None of them that the man, whose name was Thomas Hudson, knew ever went to church even on Christmas, and none of them dressed, consciously, as fishermen. They were the most unfisherman-like fishermen he had ever known, and they were among the very best. They wore old straw hats, or were bareheaded. They wore old clothes, and were sometimes barefooted, and sometimes they wore shoes. You could tell a fisherman from a countryman, or a guajiro, because the countrymen wore formalized pleated shirts, wide hats, tight trousers, and riding boots when they came to town, and nearly all of them carried machetes, while the fishermen wore the remnants of any old clothes they had and were cheerful, self-confident men. The countrymen were reserved and shy, unless they were drinking. The only way you could tell a fisherman, surely, was by his hands. The hands of the old men were gnarled and brown, spotted with sun blotches, and the palms and fingers were deep cut and scarred by the hand lines. The young men's hands were not gnarled, but most of them had the sun blotches, and they were all deeply scarred, and the hair on the hands and arms of all but the very darkest men was bleached by the sun and the salt. Thomas Hudson remembered how on this Christmas morning, the first Christmas of the war, the proprietor of the bar had asked him, "Do you want some shrimps?" and brought a big plate piled with fresh cooked prawns and put it on the bar while he sliced a yellow lime and spread the slices on a saucer. The prawns were huge and pink, and their antennae hung down over the edge of the bar for more than a foot, and he had picked one up and spread the long whiskers their full width, and remarked that they were longer than those of a Japanese admiral. Thomas Hudson broke the head off the Japanese admiral prawn, and then split open the belly of the shell with his thumbs, and shucked the prawn out, and it was so fresh and silky feeling under his teeth, and had such a flavor, cooked in seawater with fresh lime juice and whole black peppercorns, that he thought he had never eaten a better one, not even in Malaga, nor in Tarragona, nor in Valencia. It was then that the kitten came over to him, scampering down the bar, to rub against his hand and beg a prawn. "They're too big for you, Kotze," he said. But he snipped off a piece of one with his thumb and finger, and gave it to the kitten, who ran with it back to the tobacco counter to eat it quickly and savagely. Thomas Hudson looked at the kitten, with his handsome black and white markings, his white chest and forelegs, and the black, like a formal mask across his eyes and forehead, eating the prawn and growling, and asked the proprietor who he belonged to. "You, if you want them." "I have 2 at the house, Persians." "2 is nothing. Take this one. Give them a little Kohimor blood." "Papa, can't we have him?" asked the one of his sons that he did not think about any more, who had come up from the steps of the terrace, where he had been watching the fishing boats come in, seeing the men unstep their masts, unload their coiled lines, and throw their fish ashore. "Please, Papa, can't we have him? He's a beautiful cat." "Do you think he'd be happy away from the sea?" "Certainly, Papa. He'll be miserable here in a little while. Haven't you seen how miserable the cats are in the streets? And they were probably just like him once." "Take him," the proprietor said. "He'll be happy on a farm." "Listen, Thomas," one of the fishermen who had been listening to the conversation from the table said, "if you want cats, I can get an Angora. A genuine Angora from Guanabacoa. A true tiger Angora." "Male?" "As much as you," the fisherman said. At the table they all laughed. Nearly all Spanish joking had that same base. "But with fur on them." The fisherman tried for another laugh and got it. "Papa, can we please have this cat?" the boy asked. "This cat is a male." "Are you sure?" "I know, Papa, I know." "That's what you said about both the Persians." "Persians are different, Papa. I was wrong on the Persians, and I admit it. But I know now, Papa. Now I really know." "Listen, Tomas, do you want the Angora tiger from Guanabacoa?" the fisherman asked. "What is he, a witchcraft cat?" "Witchcraft nothing. This cat never even heard of St. Barbara."
This cat is more of a Christian than you are. Es muy posible, another fisherman said, and they all laughed. What does this famous beast cost? Thomas Hudson asked. Nothing. He's a gift. A genuine Angora tiger. He's a Christmas gift. Come on up to the bar and have a drink and describe him to me. The fisherman came up to the bar. He wore horn-rimmed glasses and a clean, faded blue shirt that looked as though it would not stand another washing. It was lacy thin and back between the shoulders, and the fabric was beginning to rip. He had on faded khaki trousers and was barefoot on Christmas. His face and hands were burned a dark wood color, and he put his scarred hands on the bar and said to the proprietor, "Whiskey with ginger ale." "Ginger ale makes me sick," Thomas Hudson said. "Let me have one with mineral water." "He's very good for me," the fisherman said. "I like Canada Dry, otherwise I don't like the taste of whiskey. Listen, Thomas, this is a serious cat." "Papa," the boy said, "before you and this gentleman start drinking, can we have this cat?" He had tied a shrimp husk on the end of a piece of white cotton string and was playing with the kitten, who was standing on his hind legs as a rampant lion does in heraldry, boxing with the lure the boy swung at him. "Do you want him?" "You know I want him." "You can have him." "Thank you very much, Papa. I'm going to take him out to the car to gentle him." Thomas Hudson watched the boy cross the road with the kitten in his arms and get into the front seat with him. The top of the car was down, and from the bar he watched the boy, his brown hair flattened by the wind, sitting in the convertible in the bright sunlight. He could not see the kitten because the boy was holding him on the seat, sitting low on the seat out of the wind, stroking the kitten. Now the boy was gone, and the kitten had grown into an old cat, and had outlived the boy. The way he and Boise felt now, he thought, neither one wanted to outlive the other. I don't know how many people and animals have been in love before, he thought. It probably is a very comic situation. But I don't find it comic at all. No, he thought, I do not find it comic any more than it is comic for a boy's cat to outlive him. Many things about it are certainly ridiculous, as Boise was when he growled and then made that sudden tragic cry and stiffened his whole length against the man. Sometimes, the servants said, he would not eat for several days after the man was gone, but his hunger always drove him to it. Although there were days when he tried to live by his hunting and would not come in with the other cats, he always came in finally, and he would leap out of the room over the backs of the other crowding cats when the door was opened by the servant that brought the tray of ground meat, and then leap back in over all the other cats as they milled around the boy who had brought the food. He always ate very quickly and then wanted to leave the cat room as soon as he had finished. There was no cat that he cared for in any way. For a long time now the man thought that Boise had regarded himself as a human being. He did not drink with the man as a bear would, but he ate everything the man ate, especially all of those things that cats would not touch. Thomas Hudson remembered the summer before when they had been eating breakfast together, and he had offered Boise a slice of fresh, chilled mango. Boise had eaten it with delight, and he had mango every morning as long as Thomas Hudson was ashore and the mango season lasted. He had to hold the slices for him so he could get them into his mouth, since they were too slippery for the cat to pick off the plate, and he thought he must rig some sort of a rack, like a toast rack, so the cat could take them without having to hurry. Then when the alligator pear trees, the big, dark green aguacates with their fruit only a little darker and shinier than the foliage, had come into bearing this time when he had been ashore in September for overhaul, preparing to go down to Haiti, he had offered Boise a spoonful out of the shell, the hollow where the seed had been, filled with oil and vinegar dressing, and the cat had eaten it, and then afterwards, at each meal, he had eaten half an aguacate. "Why don't you climb up in the trees and get them for yourself?" Thomas Hudson had asked the cat as they walked together over the hills of the property. But Boise, of course, had not answered. He had found Boy up in an alligator pear tree one evening when he had gone out in the dusk to walk and see the flight of blackbirds going in toward Havana, where they flew each night from all the countryside to the south and east, converging in long flights to roost noisily in the Spanish laurel trees of the Prado.
Thomas Hudson liked to watch the blackbirds come flying over the hills, and to see the first bats come out in the evening, and the very small owls coming out for their night flying when the sun went down into the sea beyond Havana and the lights began to come on over the hills. On that night he had missed Boise, who nearly always walked with him, and he had taken Big Goats, one of Boise's sons, a big-shouldered, heavy-necked, wide-faced, tremendous-whiskered, black fighting cat for the walk. Goats never hunted. He was a fighter and a stud cat, and that kept him occupied. But he was cheerful, except where his work was concerned, and he liked to walk, especially if Thomas Hudson would stop every now and then and push him hard with his foot so that he would lie flat on his side. Thomas Hudson would then stroke the cat's belly with his foot. It was difficult to stroke Goats too hard or too roughly, and he would as soon be stroked with a shoe on as barefoot. Thomas Hudson had just reached down and patted him. He liked to be patted as strongly as you would pat a big dog, when he looked up and saw Boise well up in the alligator pear tree. Goats looked up and saw him too. "What are you doing, you old bastard?" Thomas Hudson called to him. "Have you finally started to eat them on the tree?" Boise looked down at them and saw Goats. "Come on down and we'll take a walk," Thomas Hudson told him. "I'll give you aguacate for supper." Boise looked at Goats and said nothing. "You look awfully handsome in those dark green leaves. Stay up if you want." Boise looked away from them, and Thomas Hudson and the big black cat went on through the trees. "Do you think he's crazy, Goats?" the man asked. Then, to please the cat, he said, "Do you remember the night we couldn't find the medicine?" Medicine was a magic word with Goats, and as soon as he heard it, he lay on his side to be stroked. "Remember the medicine?" the man asked him, and the big cat writhed in his hearty, rough delight. Medicine had become a magic word with him one night when the man had been drunk, really drunk, and Boise would not sleep with him. Princessa would not sleep with him when he was drunk, nor would Willie. No one would sleep with him when he was drunk except Friendless, which was Big Goat's early name, and Friendless's brother, who was really his sister, who was an unfortunate cat who had many sorrows and occasional ecstasies. Goats liked him drunk better than sober, or, perhaps, it was because only when Thomas Hudson was drunk that Goats got to sleep with him that made it seem that way. But on this night, Thomas Hudson had been ashore about 4 days when he got really drunk. It had started at noon at the Floridita, and he had drunk first with Cuban politicians that had dropped in, nervous for a quick one, with sugar planters and rice planters, with Cuban government functionaries, drinking through their lunch hour, with second and third secretaries of embassy, shepherding someone to the Floridita, with the inescapable FBI men, pleasant and all trying to look so average, clean-cut young American that they stood out as clearly as though they had worn a bureau shoulder patch on their white linen or seersucker suits. He had drunk double frozen daiquiris, the great ones that Constante made that had no taste of alcohol and felt, as you drank them, the way downhill glacier skiing feels running through powder snow, and, after the 6th and 8th, felt like downhill glacier skiing feels when you are running unroped. Some Navy that he knew came in and he drank with them, and then with some of the then-called hooligan Navy or Coast Guard. This was getting too near to shop, which he was drinking away from, so he went down to the far end of the bar where the old respectable whores were, the fine old whores that every resident drinker at the Floridita had slept with sometime in the last 20 years, and sat on a stool with them and had a club sandwich and drank more double frozens. When he had come back to the farm that night, he was very drunk, and none of the cats would sleep with him but Goats, who was not allergic to the basic rum smell, had no prejudice against drunkenness, and reveled in the rich whore smell, as full-bodied as a fine Christmas fruitcake. They slept heavily together, Goats purring loudly whenever he woke, and finally Thomas Hudson, waking and remembering how much he had drunk, said to Goats, "We've got to take the medicine." Goats loved the sound of the word, which symbolized all this rich life he was sharing, and purred stronger than ever. "Where is the medicine, Goats?" Thomas Hudson had asked. He turned on the reading light by the bed, but it was dead. In the storm that had kept him ashore, wires had blown down or been shorted and not yet repaired, and there was no electricity. He felt on the night table by the bed for the big double Seconal capsule, the last one that he had, that would put him to sleep again and let him wake in the morning without a hangover. He knocked it off the table as he reached in the darkness, and he couldn't find it. He felt all over the floor carefully, and he couldn't find it. He had no matches by the bed, because he was not smoking, and the flashlight battery had been overused by the servants while he was away, and was dead. "Goats," he had said, "we have to find the medicine." He had got out of bed, and goats came down on the floor, too, and they hunted for the medicine. Goats went under the bed, not knowing what he was hunting, but doing all he could, and Thomas Hudson said to him, "The medicine, goats, find the medicine." Goats made whimpery cries under the bed and ranged all of the area. Finally he came out, purring, and Thomas Hudson, feeling over the floor, touched the capsule. It was dusty and cobwebby under his fingers. Goats had found it. "You found the medicine," he had told Goats, "you wonder cat." After he had washed off the capsule in the palm of his hand with some water from the carafe by the bed, and then swallowed it with a drink of water, he lay, feeling it take hold slowly, and praised Goats, and the big cat purred at the praise, and always afterward medicine was a magic word to him. At sea he used to think about Goats as well as Boise, but there was nothing tragic about Goats. Although he had been through some truly bad times, he was absolutely entire, and even when he had been beaten in some of his most terrible fights, he was never pitiful. Even when he had not been able to walk up to the house, and lay under the mango tree below the terrace panting and soaked wet with sweat, so you saw how big his shoulders were and how narrow and thin his flanks, lying there too dead to move, trying to get the air into his lungs, he was never pitiful. He had the wide head of a lion, and he was as unbeaten. Goats was fond of the man, and Thomas Hudson was fond of him and respected and loved him, but there was no question of Goats being in love with him, or he in love with Goats, as there had come to be with Boise. Boise had simply become worse and worse. The night he and Goats had found Boise up in the aguacate tree, Boy had stayed out late and not come in when the man had gone to bed. He was sleeping in the big bed then in the bedroom at the far end of the house, where there were big windows on all 3 sides of the room, and the breeze blew through at nights. When he woke, he listened to the noises of the night birds, and he was awake and listening when he heard Boise leap up onto the window ledge. Boise was a very silent cat, but he called to the man as soon as he was on the window ledge, and Thomas Hudson went to the screen and opened it. Boise leaped in. He had 2 fruit rats in his mouth. In the moonlight that came in through the window, throwing the shadow of the trunk of the ceiba tree across the wide white bed, Boise had played with the fruit rats, leaping and turning, batting them along the floor, and then carrying one away to crouch and rush the other. He had played as wildly as when he was a kitten. Then he had carried them into the bathroom, and after that Thomas Hudson had felt his weight as he jumped up on the bed. "So you weren't eating mangoes out of trees?" the man had asked him. Boise rubbed his head against him. "So you were hunting and looking after the property? My old cat and brother, Boise. Aren't you going to eat them now that you have them?" Boise had only rubbed his head against the man and purred with his silent purr, and then, because he was tired from the hunt, he had gone to sleep. But he had slept restlessly, and in the morning he had shown no interest in the dead fruit rats at all. Now it was getting daylight, and Thomas Hudson, who had not been able to sleep, watched the light come and the gray trunks of the royal palms show in the gray of the first light. First he saw only the trunks and the outline of their tops. Then, as the light was stronger, he could see the tops of the palms blowing in the gale, and then, as the sun began to come up behind the hills, the palm trunks were whitish-gray, and their blowing branches a bright green, and the grass of the hills was brown from the winter drought, and the limestone tops of the far hills made them look as though they were crusted with snow. He got up from the floor and put on moccasins and an old Mackinaw coat, and, leaving Boise sleeping curled up on the blanket, walked through the living room into the dining room and out through it to the kitchen. The kitchen was in the north end of one wing of the house, and the wind was wild outside, blowing the bare branches of the flamboyant tree against the walls and the windows. There was nothing to eat in the icebox, and the screened-in kitchen safe was empty of everything but condiments, a can of American coffee, a tin of Lipton's tea, and a tin of peanut oil for cooking. The Chinaman, who cooked, bought each day's supply of food in the market. They were not expecting Thomas Hudson back, and the Chinaman had undoubtedly gone to the market already to buy the day's food for the servants. When one of the boys comes, Thomas Hudson thought, I'll send him into town for some fruit and eggs. He boiled some water and made himself a pot of tea, and took it and a cup and saucer back to the living room. The sun was up now, and the room was bright, and he sat in the big chair and drank the hot tea and looked at the pictures on the walls in the fresh, bright winter sunlight. Maybe I ought to change some of them, he thought. The best ones are in my bedroom, and I'm never in my bedroom anymore. From the big chair, the living room looked huge after being on the boat. He did not know how long the room was. He had known when he had ordered the matting, but he had forgotten. However long it was, it seemed 3 times as long this morning. That was one of the things about being fresh ashore. That, and that there was nothing in the icebox. The motion of the boat in the big, confused sea the northwester had built up, blowing a gale across the heavy current, was all gone now. It was as far away from him now as the sea itself was. He could see the sea, looking through the open doors of the white room and out of the windows across the tree-clumped hills cut by the highway, the farther bare hills that were the old fortifications of the town, the harbor, and the white of the town beyond. But the sea was only the blue beyond the far white spread of the town. It was as distant now as all things that were past, and he meant to keep it that way, now that the motion was gone, until it was time to go out onto it again. The Krauts can have it for the next 4 days, he thought. I wonder if the fish hang close under them and play around them when they are submerged in weather like this. I wonder how far down the motion goes. There are fish in these waters at any depth that they submerge to. The fish are probably very interested. Some of the submarine bottoms must be pretty foul, and the fish would certainly fool around them. They are probably not foul much, though, on the schedules they run. The fish would be around them anyway. He thought a moment of the sea and how it would really be offshore today, with the hills of blue water with the white blowing from their crests, and then he put it away from him. The cat, asleep on the blanket, woke as the man reached over and stroked him. He yawned and stretched his front legs, then curled up again. I never had a girl that waked when I did, the man said. And now I haven't even got a cat that does. Go on and sleep, boy. It's a damned lie anyway. I had a girl that woke when I did, and even woke before I did. You never knew her. You've never known a woman that was any damn good. You had bad luck, Boise. The hell with it. You know what? We ought to have a good woman, boy. We could both be in love with her. If you could support her, you could have her. I've never seen one that could live on fruit rats very long, though. The tea had dulled his hunger for a moment, but now he was very hungry again. At sea he would have eaten a big breakfast an hour ago, and probably had a mug of tea an hour before that. It had been too rough to cook on the run-in, and he had eaten a couple of corned beef sandwiches with thick slices of raw onion on them on the flying bridge. But he was very hungry now, and he was irritated that there was nothing in the kitchen. I must buy some canned stuff and keep it here for coming in, he thought. But I'll have to get a cupboard with a lock to be sure they do not use it up, and I hate to lock up food in a house. Finally, he poured himself a Scotch whiskey and water and sat in the chair and read the accumulated daily papers and felt the drink soothe the hunger and ease the nervousness of being home. You can drink today, if you want, he told himself, once you've checked in. If it's this cold, there won't be many people at the Floridita. It will be good to be there again, though. He did not know whether to eat there or up at the Pacifico. It will be cold at the Pacifico, too, he thought, but I'll have a sweater and a coat, and there is a table in the lee of the wall by the bar that will be out of the wind. I wish you liked to travel, boy, he told the cat. We could have a fine day in town. Boise did not like to travel. He was terrified that it meant being taken to the vets. He was still frightened of the veterinary surgeons. Goats would have made a good car cat, he thought. Probably would have been a hell of a boat cat, too, except for the spraying. I ought to let them all out. I wish I could have brought them some sort of present. I'll get catnip in town if there is any, and get Goats and Willie and Boyd drunk tonight on it. There still should be some catnip in the shelf of drawers of the cat room if it hasn't gotten too dry and lost its force. It lost its force very quickly in the tropics, and the catnip that you raised in the garden had no force at all. I wish we non-cats had something that was as harmless as catnip that would have as much effect, he thought. Why don't we have something like that we can get drunk on? The cats were very odd about catnip. Boise, Willie, Goats, Friendless's brother, Littlest, Furhouse, and Task Force were all addicts. Princessa, which was the name the servants had given Baby, the blue Persian, would never touch catnip. Neither would Uncle Wolfie, the gray Persian. With Uncle Wolfie, who was as stupid as he was beautiful, it could have been stupidity or insularity. Uncle Wolfie would never try anything new, and would sniff cautiously at any new food until the other cats had taken it all and he was left with nothing. But Princessa, who was the grandmother of all the cats, and was intelligent, delicate, high-principled, aristocratic, and most loving, was afraid of the odor of catnip, and fled from it as though it were a vice. Princessa was such a delicate and aristocratic cat, smoke-gray, with golden eyes and beautiful manners and such a great dignity, that her periods of being in heat were like an introduction to and explanation and finally exposition of all the scandals of royal houses. Since he had seen Princessa in heat, not the first tragic time, but after she was grown and beautiful and so suddenly changed from all her dignity and poise into wantonness, Thomas Hudson knew that he did not want to die without having made love to a princess as lovely as Princessa. She must be as grave and as delicate and as beautiful as Princessa before they were in love, and made the love, and then be as shameless and as wanton in their bed as Princessa was. He dreamed about this princess sometimes in the nights, and nothing that could ever happen could be any better than the dreams were, but he wanted it actually and truly, and he was quite sure he would have it if there were any such princess. The trouble was that the only princess he had ever made love to outside of Italian princesses, who did not count, was quite a plain girl with thickish ankles and not very good legs. She had a lovely northern skin, though, and shining, well-brushed hair, and he liked her face and her eyes, and he liked her, and her hand felt good in his hand when they stood by the rail going through the canal, coming up onto the lights of Ismailia. They liked each other very much, and they were already close to being in love. Close enough so that she had to be careful about the tone of their voices when they were with other people, and close enough so that now, when they were holding each other's hands in the dark against the rail, he could feel what there was between them with no doubt about it at all. Feeling this, and being sure, he had spoken to her about it and had asked her something, since they made a great thing about being completely frank with each other about everything. "I would like to very much," she said, "as you know, but I cannot, as you know." "But there is some way," Thomas Hudson had said. "There's always some way." "You mean in a lifeboat?" she said. "I wouldn't want it in a lifeboat." "Look," he said, and he put his hand on her breast and felt it rise, alive, against his fingers. "That is nice," she interrupted. "There are two of them, you know." "I know." "That's very nice," she said. "You know I love you, Hudson. I just found out today." "How?" "Oh, I just found out. It wasn't terribly difficult." "Didn't you find out anything?" "I didn't have to find out anything," he lied. "That's good," she said. "But the lifeboat is no good. Your cabin is no good. My cabin is no good." "We could go to the Baron's cabin." "There's someone always in the Baron's cabin. The wicked Baron. Isn't it nice to have a wicked Baron just as in olden times?" "Yes," he said. "But I could make sure there would be no one there." "No, that's no good. Just love me very hard now, just the way you are. Feel that you love me all you can and do what you're doing." He did, and then he did something else. "No," she said, "don't do that. I couldn't stand that." She did something then and said, "Can you stand that?" "Yes." "Good. I'll hold there very good. No, don't kiss me. If you kiss me here on deck, then we might as well have done everything else." Why don't we do everything else? Where, Hudson, where? Tell me in this life about where. I'll tell you about why. I know all about why. Where is the problem? I love you very much. Oh, yes, I love you too. And no good will come of it, except we love each other, which is good. He did something then, and she said, Please, if you do that, I have to go. Let's sit down. No, let's stand up just as we are here. Do you like what you are doing? Yes, I love it. Do you mind? No, but it doesn't go on forever. All right, she said, and she turned her head and kissed him quickly, and then looked out again across the desert they were sliding by in the night. It was winter, and the night was cool, and they stood close together looking straight out. You can do it, then. A mink coat is good for something finally in the tropics. You won't before me? No. You promise? Yes. Oh, Hudson, please, please now. You? Oh, yes, any time with you. Now, oh, yes, now. Really now? Oh, yes, believe me now. Afterwards they stood there, and the lights were much closer, and the bank of the canal and the distance beyond was still sliding by. Now, are you ashamed of me? She asked. No, I love you very much. But it's bad for you, and I was selfish. No, I don't think it's bad for me, and you're not selfish. Don't think it was a waste. It wasn't a waste, truly not for me. Then it wasn't a waste. Kiss me, will you? No, I can't. Just hold your hand against me tight. Later, she said, You don't mind how fond I am of him? No, he's very proud. Let me tell you a secret. She told him a secret that did not come to him as a great surprise. Is that very wicked? No, he said, that's jolly. Oh, Hudson, she said, I love you very much. Please go and make yourself comfortable in every way, and then come back to me here. Should we have a bottle of champagne at the Ritz? That would be lovely. What about your husband? He's still playing bridge. I can see him through the window. After he finishes, he will look for us and join us. So they had gone to the Ritz, which was at the stern of the ship, and had a bottle of Perrier Jouet Brut 1915, and then another one, and after a while the prince had joined them. The prince was very nice, and Hudson liked him. They had been hunting in East Africa, as he had been, and he had met them at the Mutaiga Club and at Torres in Nairobi, and they had taken the same boat from Mombasa. The ship was a round-the-world cruise ship, which made a stop at Mombasa, en route for Suez, the Mediterranean, and eventually Southampton. It was a super-luxury ship where all the cabins were private suites. It had been sold out for the world cruise as ships were in those years, but some of the passengers had left the ship in India, and one of those men who know about everything had told Thomas Hudson in the Mutaiga Club that the ship was coming in with several vacancies and that passage on her might be had quite reasonably. He had told the prince and princess, who had not enjoyed flying out to Kenya in those times when the Handley pages were so slow and the flight so long and tiresome, and they had been delighted with the idea of the trip and the rates. We'll have such a jolly trip, and you're a wonderful chap to have found out about it, the prince had said. I'll ring them up about it in the morning. It had been a jolly trip, too, with the Indian Ocean blue and the ship coming out slowly from the new harbor, and then Africa was behind them, and the old white town with the great trees and all the green behind it. Then the sea breaking on the long reef as they passed, and then the ship gained speed and was in the open ocean, and flying fish were splitting out of the water and ahead of the ship. Africa dropped to a long blue line behind them, and a steward was beating on a gong, and he and the prince and the princess and the baron, who was an old friend and lived out there and was really wicked, were having a dry martini in the bar. Pay no attention to that gong, and we'll lunch in the Ritz, the baron said. Do you agree? He had not slept with the princess on the ship, although by the time they had reached Haifa they had done so many other things that they had both reached a sort of ecstasy of desperation that was so intense that they should have been required by law to sleep with each other until they could not stand it another time simply for the relief of their nerves, if for no other reason. Instead, from Haifa they made a motor trip to Damascus. On the way up, Thomas Hudson sat in the front seat with the chauffeur, and the two of them sat in the back. Thomas Hudson saw a small part of the Holy Land and a small part of the T.E. Lawrence country and many cold hills and much desert on the way up. And on the way back, they sat in the back and the prince sat in the front with the chauffeur. Thomas Hudson saw the back of the prince's head and the back of the chauffeur's head on the return trip, and he remembered now that the road from Damascus to Haifa, where the ship was anchored in the harbor, runs down a river. There is a steep gorge in the river, but it is very small, as it would be on a small-scale relief map, and in the gorge there is an island. He remembered the island better than anything on the trip. The trip to Damascus did not help much, and when they had left Haifa and the ship was headed out across the Mediterranean, and they were up on the boat deck that was cold now with a northeast wind, that was making a sea that the ship was beginning to buck slowly, she said to him, "We have to do something." "Do you like understatement?" "No, I want to go to bed and stay in it for a week." "A week doesn't sound very long." "A month, then. But we have to do it right away, and right away we can't." "We can go down to the Baron's cabin." "No, I don't want to do it until we can do it really without worrying." "How do you feel now?" "As though I were going crazy and already quite a way there." "In Paris we can make love in a bed." "But how do I get away? I have no experience of how to get away." "You go shopping." "But I have to go shopping with someone." "You can go shopping with someone. Have you no one you can trust?" "Oh, yes, but I so much did not want to ever have to do that." "Don't do it, then." "No, I must. I know I must. But that does not make it better." "Were you never unfaithful to him before?" "No, and I thought I never would be. But now it is all that I want to do, but it hurts me that anyone should know." "We'll figure out something." "Please put your arm around me and hold me very close against you," she said. "Please let us not talk nor think nor worry. Please just hold your arm tight and love me very much, because I ache now everywhere." After a while he had said to her, "Look, whenever you do this, it is going to be as bad for you as now. You don't want to be unfaithful, and you don't want anyone to know, but it will be like that whenever it happens. I want to do it, but I don't want to hurt him. I have to do it. It's not in my hands anymore." "Then do it now." "But it's terribly dangerous now." "Do you think there is anyone on this ship that sees us and hears us and knows us that thinks we have not slept together? Do you think the things we have done are any different from that?" "Oh, of course they are different. There is all the difference. We couldn't have a baby from what we have done." "You're wonderful," he said. "You really are." "But if we have a baby, I'll be glad. He wants a baby very much, and we never have one. I'll sleep with him right away, and he'll never know it is ours." "I wouldn't sleep with him right away." "No, I suppose not, but the next night." "How long since you slept with him?" "Oh, I sleep with him every night. I have to, Hudson. I get so excited, I have to. I think that's one reason he plays bridge until so late now. He'd like me to be asleep when he comes in. I think he is getting a little tired since we have been in love." "Is this the first time you have ever been in love since you married him?" "No. I am sorry. But it is not. I have been in love several times, but I have never been unfaithful to him or even considered it. He is so good and nice and such a good husband, and I like him so much, and he loves me and is always kind to me." "I think we'd better go down to the Ritz and have some champagne," Thomas Hudson had said. His feelings were becoming very mixed. The Ritz was deserted, and a waiter brought them the wine at one of the tables against the wall. They kept the Perrier Jouet Bru 1915 on ice all the time now, and simply asked, "The same wine, Mr. Hudson?" They raised their glasses to each other, and the princess said, "I love this wine, don't you?" "Very much." "What are you thinking about?" "You." Naturally, all I think about is you. But what about me? I was thinking we should go down to my cabin now. We talk too much and fool around too much and do nothing. What time have you? 10 after 11.
What time have you? He called to the wine steward. 11:15, sir.
The steward looked at the clock inside the bar. When the steward was out of earshot, he asked, "How late will he play bridge?"
He said he would play late and for me not to stay awake for him.
We'll finish the wine and go to the cabin. I have some there.
But Hudson, it's very dangerous.
It will always be dangerous, Thomas Hudson had said. But not doing it is getting to be a damn sight more dangerous. That night he made love to her 3 times, and when he took her to her cabin, she had said that he shouldn't, and he had said that it would look much sounder if he did. The prince was still playing bridge. Thomas Hudson had gone back to the Ritz, where the bar was still open, and ordered another bottle of the same wine, and read the papers that had come aboard at Haifa. He realized that it was the first time he had had time to read the papers in a long time, and he felt very relaxed and very happy to be reading the papers. When the bridge game broke up and the prince came by and looked into the Ritz, Thomas Hudson asked him to have a glass of wine before he went to bed, and he liked the prince more than ever and felt a strong kinship with him. He and the Baron had got off the ship at Marseille. Most of the others were going on for the rest of the cruise, which finished at Southampton. In Marseille, he and the Baron were sitting at a sidewalk restaurant in the Vieux-Port, eating moule marinière and drinking a carafe of vin rosé. Thomas Hudson was very hungry, and he remembered that he had been hungry most of the time ever since they had left Haifa. He was damned hungry now, too, he thought. Where the hell were those servants? At least one should have shown up. It was blowing colder than ever outside. It reminded him of the cold day there on the steep street in Marseille that ran down to the port, sitting at the café table with their coat collars up, eating the moule out of the thin black shells you lifted from the hot, peppery milk broth with hot melted butter floating in it, drinking the wine from Tavel that tasted the way Provence looked, and watching the wind blow the skirts of the fisherwomen, the cruise passengers and the ill-dressed whores of the port as they climbed the steep cobbled street with the mistral lashing at them.
You have been a very naughty boy, the Baron had said. Very naughty indeed. Do you want some more moule? No, I want something solid. Shouldn't we have a bouillabaisse, too? 2 soups? I'm hungry, and we won't be here again for a long time. I should think you might be hungry. Good. We'll have a bouillabaisse, and then a good Chateaubriand very rare. I'll build you up, you bastard.
What are you going to do?
The question is, what are you going to do? Do you love her?
No.
That's much better. It's better for you to leave now, much better.
I promised to spend some time with them for the fishing.
If it were the shooting, it might be worthwhile, the Baron had said. The fishing is very cold and very unpleasant, and she has no business to make a fool of her husband.
He must know about it.
He does not. He knows she is in love with you. That is all. You are a gentleman, so whatever you do is all right, but she has no business to make a fool of her husband. You wouldn't marry her, would you?
No.
She couldn't marry you anyway, and there's no need that he should be made unhappy unless you are in love with her.
I'm not. I know that now.
Then I think you should get out.
I'm quite sure that I should.
I'm so glad you agree. Now tell me, truly, how is she?
She's very well.
Don't be silly. I knew her mother. You should have known her mother.
I'm sorry I didn't.
You should be. I don't know how you got yourself mixed up with such good, dull people. You don't need her for your painting or anything like that, do you?
No, that's not the way it's done. I like her very much. I still like her. But I'm not in love with her, and it's getting very complicated.
I'm so glad that you agree. Now where do you think that you will go?
We've just come from Africa.
Exactly. Why don't you go to Cuba for a while or the Bahamas? I could join you if I get a hold of any money at home.
Do you think you will get any money at home?
No.
I think I will stay in Paris for a while. I've been away from town for a long time.
Paris isn't town. London is town.
I'd like to see what's going on in Paris.
I can tell you what's going on.
No, I mean I want to see the pictures and some people and go to the Six Day and Auteuil and Enghien and Le Tremblay. Why don't you stay?
I don't like racing and I can't afford to gamble.
And why go on with that, he thought now. The Baron was dead, and the Krauts had Paris, and the Princess did not have a baby. There would be no blood of his in any royal house, he thought, unless he had a nosebleed sometime in Buckingham Palace, which seemed extremely unlikely. If one of those boys did not come in 20 minutes, he decided, he would go down into the village and get some eggs and some bread. It is a hell of a thing to be hungry in your own house, he thought. But I'm too damn tired to go down there. Just then he heard someone in the kitchen, and he pushed the buzzer that was set in the underside of the big table, and heard it burr twice in the kitchen. The second houseboy came in with his faintly fairy, half-Saint Sebastian, sly, crafty, and long-suffering look, and said, "You rang?" "What the hell do you think I did? Where's Mario?" "He went for the mail." "How are all the cats?" "Very well, without news. Big goats fought with El Gordo, but we treated the wounds." "Boise looks thin." "He goes out much at night." "How is Princessa?" "She was a little sad, but she eats well now." "Did you have difficulty getting meat?" "We got it from Cotoro." "How are the dogs?" "All of them are well. Negrita is with puppies again." "Couldn't you keep her shut up?" "We tried, but she escaped." "Has anything else happened?" "Nothing. How was the voyage?" "Without incident."